Hey, Ulrich, what's going on?
Fringe, what's crack-a-lackin'?
Oh, I don't know. I was going down the rabbit hole looking at the scoring on the UFO log contest, and I forgot to open the space at 4 o'clock. I was a minute late, but here I am. Good, good
No
that you
one will
jumped in.
forgive you for the 1 minute lateness. Yeah, we're never gonna get over this.
I know
Uh,
everybody will remember this forever. Okay, so I was looking at the scoring, and I was wondering if you look at open up the score sheet, it looks like there's a first, second, third kind of place, and then the community votes are added in. And
do,
I'm sure they did it correctly, but looking at the form, it looks like the first place guy gets 1 point. You know what I'm saying? When they add it up, so I'm sure it was done correctly, and I'm just not seeing it correctly.
but we do. Our topic is positive. Why don't positive aliens intervene? So why don't we just go wild and speculate that maybe negative NHI are fucking with the scoring? It could be, we could have all sorts of stuff coming on. Should we post the scoring? Should we like advertise this a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Do you know where it's at, or do you want me to dig it up?
Do you mind digging it up?
Yeah, if you
I
want to chat it up with Tom, I'll grab it.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom, welcome. How's it going, my man?
It's going pretty good. I'm looking forward to doing another space talking about a pretty important topic.
People have been jonesing for this. I mean, it's always hot, right? Positive or negative, but people have been craving for this Tom Montauk. I even know of one person who changed their name on X to plus minus NHI. So you're having a huge influence on the Twitterverse, Tom.
No, I'm really glad to hear that because this is something that I was really, really digging into back in 2002 through 2008. And it led to me writing this really long article series called Discerning Alien Disinformation, which I eventually turned into a book as well for convenience. So it's actually on Amazon now. It's pretty cheap. It's pretty handy to have. But yeah, I mean, the issue that we're really facing is if there are both positive and negative NHIs, then how do you tell the difference? And especially, how do you tell the difference between the genuine ones and the negative ones that are pretending to be positive? You see, if you can figure that out, if you can crack that mystery, then that is like one of the best safety defenses that we have, because so much of the abduction and contactee movements in the New Age channeling field, so much of that it seems to be negative entities that are pretending to be the good guys. You see, and it plays on our optimism, our heartstrings, but ultimately on our lack of discernment. Because it's easy enough to say, oh, a reptilian is bad because it looks scary and it's been purported to be engaging in rapes of human females and so on. But what about the beings that come across as these light beings or as these good-looking Nordics or something like that, speaking about peace and love? Well, are they all necessarily benevolent? Not necessarily. I mean, there could definitely be deception there. And that becomes especially clear if you do dig into enough data where you can realize, okay, well, these things over here, these cases, they seem to be more genuine. And once you have that as a standard, then you start realizing that all this other stuff that pretends to be positive is a bunch of baloney. And you can start discerning the difference. So I kind of collected it all together, and I put that into my Discerning Alien Disinformation book, including chapter 4, which is nothing but point after point after point of disinformation, which I summarize and kind of clarify and then counter. So you can kind of like see what the counterpoint is to a lot of this BS that's been put out there. And then the last chapter in that book is specifically on how to distinguish between the more benevolent and the more hostile ones that are pretending to be benevolent, including where they might overlap and the unique traits of each one of those. So if you guys want to go to montalk.net, if you haven't seen that yet, I have that article series on my website for free. And if you just skip to the very last part of that, in the couple days ahead, you'll get a lot more in-depth nuance than I can really recount here. But yeah, I mean, I would definitely like to touch on that a little bit, and maybe the Bledsoe case, maybe get into channeling in general, because it's sort of a high risk, high reward kind of thing. When you get into the channeling field, there's so much that can go wrong, but there is a little bit of good in there as well, which you can't really find in other fields. So that's why I do find it worthwhile looking into. So we can talk about that, and definitely talk about the main topic of the space, which is why don't positive forces seem to intervene on a worldwide scale and essentially liberate us from the corrupt elite and the negative hostile alien forces that are here, and so on. And I've got some pretty good, hopefully pretty good insights on that, which I definitely would like to share.
So, there's a bit of an assumption that the positive aliens are not intervening. Is that fair? Like, it is possible that the influence that positive NHI exerts is just more subtle or less visible, or am I already off?
No, that's exactly it, because ultimately what we're doing is we're comparing apples and oranges in the sense that we are pointing towards tons of examples of what seems to be hostile alien intervention on Earth. We're talking about things like cattle mutilations, the abduction program, kids being taken against their will, with parents sometimes being powerless to stop it. And I'll run through this in a bit. But in short, we're comparing covert negative alien interference, and we're asking, well, why don't the positive beings, if they exist, why don't they show up in mass military fleets and wipe out all these negative aliens? We're talking about overt positive intervention, countering covert negative alien intervention. And those two things are two different things. I mean, there are certain conditions that must be in place for overt stuff to happen, and we haven't reached those conditions yet. So everything on both sides, both negative and positive, is happening covertly right now. And so that's what we have to compare. So if we do compare it, then we do realize that, yes, there does seem to be a benevolent intervention happening, but it is extremely covert. And therefore, to a lot of people, if you don't look carefully, it seems like nothing is happening. But if you kind of step back from it, or if you dig into the data and zoom into it, like in both directions, both zoom out and zoom in, you start picking up on a signature of benevolent intervention happening. But it's not this Hollywood style fantasy of them showing up and liberating planet Earth and giving us all free energy technology and so on. I mean, sure, that's possible. It could happen one day, but it would definitely happen after disclosure, obviously, because it couldn't happen before. So everything that's happening pre-disclosure is, by definition, covert, right? And so that's where we have to look.
So on that topic, I have a personal request. In my mind, you have infinite, and if I'm wrong about this, I'd like for you to leave me in blissful delusion. So don't correct me if I'm wrong about this. But in my mind, you have infinite raw cognitive horsepower, and I'd like to put something on the back burner for you to sort of percolate on, or maybe you already have it already completely thought out when it relates to this question of positive, negative, alien intervention. Um, One of my heuristics is disclosure specific. So is is the influence genuine pro disclosure, not fake, not pro fake disclosure, but is it genuine pro disclosure? In other words, is it pushing the needle toward transparency? And the other one I have is it genuine pro agency? In other words, the message you're getting, the call to action or the call to non-action, is the message or the result of the message or the communication that you're getting urging surrender and waiting for something to be done to you or for something to happen? Or is it asking you to do something that would increase the overall knowledge or overall disclosure, or would it increase your own agency? And so I'm wondering whether this is a useful heuristic or whether I'm leading myself or other people astray. Is this a cheap or a bad way to assess benevolent versus malevolent intent? Does that make sense? Disclosure, is it pushing towards disclosure, and agency, is it pushing toward benevolent self-empowerment and empowerment of other people?
Yeah, right, exactly. Because you said it right there. You mentioned the word agency. And agency has to do with free will, right? With independent thought, with independent action. And that's really what it comes down to. So no matter what the message is that you hear from purported aliens or some sort of channeled source, no matter what it is, you have to look at the end effects. Cui bono, like whom does it ultimately benefit, right? Is it our spirit? Is it our consciousness? Is it our quality of life, our spiritual well-being? Or is that being given up for something else, right? Is that being subjugated for the sake of, let's say, the ideals of unity and peace and love over fear? Because as good as those things sound, there are two sides to that coin. There are different ways that those things can be expressed. They can be expressed in a true and genuine way, or it can be expressed in a deceptive way. Like if you think about someone joining, let's say, a cult, right? So someone joins a cult, and in the cult, it emphasizes happiness, tranquility, peace, unity, family, camaraderie. Those things are positive ideals, but what is it ultimately? Ultimately, it's a control system. In other words, it results in reduced agency, reduced discernment, reduced free will. And that's how you know that it's really a cult and not a healthy gathering of like-minded people, right? Because it takes away the thing that matters most, so that you get in exchange things that are worth less, right? Things that seem positive, but it comes at ultimately a net negative in the end. So those criteria that you listed, I do totally agree with those.
All right, and I just want to perform my regular co-hosting responsibilities. I want to remind everybody this is always the most catastrophic, controversial, um, radioactive space. I want to say hello to all of our hate listeners. Please spread this far and wide. Hello to the positive and negative NHI. I've already got comments from people. They said, "Damn, Tom went straight for the jugular. NHI, positive or negative." So we're already having an impact from people. I will maintain confidentiality, so any DMs or comments from the peanut gallery, if you want me to say them, if they're interesting, I won't say who they're coming from, but if they make the space more fun, I will definitely read them out loud. Please post, retweet this space. Please like it. We're always getting shadow banned because it's the most controversial and catastrophic space. I can't promise that we won't get catastrophic disclosure right here, right now in this space. It's possible, maybe probable. And I want to welcome everybody. I'm honored to be here with you, Tiff, Fringe, and Tom. So thank you. I'm super excited.
Hey, thanks, Ulrich. Thanks for that intro, Tom. I appreciate it. Just a little housekeeping. Again, please retweet the space. We do have a couple speaker requests early. We're going to open it up to speaker requests early. The best thing about having Tom in the space is a massive number of questions that he's willing to answer. So we're going to be getting to that super early, probably within just the next few minutes. Tom, so a few things I wanted to talk about today. The idea about the free study proving that most contact is positive. We said we were going to discuss the lady. I'm pretty sure that's why most people are going to tune in today, because I have a whole lot to say about the lady, as I'm sure you do as well. And then just our general topic of why don't positive aliens intervene. Where do you want to go, Tom? What's your preference on any of those topics?
Well, I think we could definitely start off by talking about intervention in general, whether we're talking about divine intervention or the idea of some sort of positive NHI. Well, see, NHI, non-human intelligence, that includes the entire spectrum from, Bigfoot to aliens to angels to whatever, right? So sometimes when I say alien specifically, it's because I'm focusing on that particular part of the NHI spectrum. So going back to divine intervention and alien intervention and sort of the subtleties and nuances and caveats to all of that. Yeah. No, would you like me to, I guess, start there, or did you have any other questions?
Yeah, you can. I couldn't get my mic off. I don't know what's happening. Yeah, we can start there. And I think it's really important. I think people misunderstand me a lot. They think because I'm always trying to warn people, like, hey, there's negative forces out there. It's not much different than, warning your kid when they go online at an early age. Hey, you don't warn them, hey, you might meet a lot of really cool, awesome people out there you can be friends with. No, you warn them that there are predators online, and those predators can act like their peers and act like their friends. And that's what I'm doing with my account. That's a lot of what I focus on. And people assume that because of that focus, that I don't believe in any positive forces, that I live a negative, terrible, awful life, and that I'm just drawing negative experiences to myself. And really, all I'm saying is, hey, if you stand out on the road and you stick your thumb out, you might meet a serial killer. Now, you might not. In fact, what are your chances there? I don't know, but it's something I just wouldn't do. And so I think we have this misconception of what positive forces are, how they act. It's my personal opinion. They are not engaging in the worldwide abduction phenomenon that we're seeing, creating hybrids, doing experiments, even sexual assaults on men, women, and children. And so when people think of positive forces and they think of forces snatching them out of their bed, and they almost try to bend over backwards that because this is an alien, it must be okay. Because if it were a human, it certainly wouldn't be acceptable. So I just want to kind of throw all those ideas out there into the soup while you get started, and we'll go wherever you want to go, Tom. And I think we'll just get to questions really early, and we'll let speakers up really early. And then whenever we get to the lady, etc., that'll be amazing too. A lot of people want to hear about that.
Okay, yeah. So before I get into the divine intervention stuff, I want to preface it by getting some basics down. And one of the basic questions that might come up in the discussion like this is, when we talk about positive aliens, in quotes, when we talk about positive, like what are we even basing that on? I mean, that's a good question, because some people will say, well, really, morality and ethics is relative. It's all relative to you. So there's really no objective ethics that we can point to and say, oh yeah, well, if you follow that, therefore you are positive. I mean, and they would say that if you try to do that, that's actually a naive, anthropomorphic kind of way of judging the phenomenon. But to that, I would say, okay, let's say that there isn't an objective ethics that we can go by. Then if that's the case, then what we define as a positive alien or positive NHI in general would be relative to us and our well-being. So in other words, does it increase our agency? Does it increase our spiritual well-being? Does it help with the upliftment of humanity towards greater mental, spiritual, physical harmony and perfection? Or does it go against that? You see, so even if there is no objective ethics, it can still be made relative to us. Now, me personally, I do believe in an objective system of ethics. And it's not one based on religion. It's not even based on modern philosophy necessarily either. I base it on the fundamental aspects of existence, which is that consciousness seems to be the basis of reality. That matter, energy, space, and time are phenomena of consciousness rather than the other way around. And if you accept the premise that everything is consciousness at the very root, then consciousness in itself, its intrinsic properties, the things that it goes for, like learning, curiosity, exploration, the fact that consciousness is divided, at least functionally, into a self and an other, like there's a division of it, where therefore we can all be interacting with each other from our own points of view because we all have individual independent agency. So those are all intrinsic properties of consciousness. And from that, you can deduce or construct or read or decipher an objective ethics to it. So for example, if the fundamental prerogative of consciousness is to expand, to grow, to become more aware, to experience, to choose, then whatever gets in the way of that, whatever prevents that, is anti-consciousness and is therefore anti the entire reason for existence itself. So if a being wants to exploit, manipulate, wipe out all other beings or make them all slaves to serve just it, overall, in the end, that's going to reduce the very purpose of existence, the purpose of consciousness to explore and learn and so on. Whereas those that prefer to work in harmony with others so that everyone can benefit and everyone can exercise their free will to the maximum extent and, realize and become more of who they truly are and potential, well, that is more in line with the purpose of creation. So that's where I, construct my system of ethics. And I do think whether we're talking about people, governments, or philosophies, religions, aliens, angels, that entire sphere of things, I think, could be viewed from that point of view, and that's how I would say that there is an objective system of ethics. But that doesn't mean that that's the only thing that you can judge good or bad by. You can also judge it relative just to whether it benefits us or not. All right. So, given that, I think one thing I wanted to start out talking about is just the idea of divine intervention, because when we look at the entire scale of what non-human intelligences are, Some parts of it are a little bit more clear cut and pure than others. So, for example, when we talk about, let's say aliens, okay? All right, let's say that there are a bunch of different types of alien factions from who knows, it could be from different times, other parallel timelines, other worlds, or they could just all be from Earth but be divided into different factions. Well, that gets really messy. But if we talk just about the religious or even the occult and mystical idea of angels or divine beings, well, there it gets a little bit more clear cut because they're not dealing with having to preserve their bodies and having to build bases and ships to fly around in and so on. They're more like conscious energy forms that are sentient and that have a certain alignment that's more pure than us fallible beings and aliens also who are fallible. All right, so the question is, to what degree does divine intervention ever happen? And if we look throughout history, we've had genocides, we've had tyrannies, we've had natives being colonized and enslaved, and we've also had pole shifts and mass extinctions, and we will again. So, that stuff has happened, and it probably will continue to happen to some degree. But on the other hand, we're still here. We have people that on a regular basis get saved from certain death, and we have people whose lives are just incredibly blessed. They have miracles. And also we have key people with key knowledge being maneuvered into place within media, within the field of authors and education and even government to some degree. So, despite all the bad stuff that's happening, sprinkled within it at key locations and key places and times and key people, there seems to be a benevolent hand as well. And you can notice it in your own life during certain times where you think you're facing absolute certain doom, but then it's almost like some invisible hand comes in and ensures that you don't truly fall through the net. There's like this invisible safety net that can happen. But on the other hand, if you choose to not correct yourself when you're in a incredible downward spiral, like an internal psychological, emotional, spiritual spiral, then yeah, you might eventually hit rock bottom and things might actually get really bad. But there's a lot of people that are, on that trajectory, but they turn themselves around internally. And it seems like they fall under the grace of some higher divine force and they get pulled out of it. So both things happen. And that's why I do think that the realm that we live in is a mixed realm, sort of a chess game that's in progress, where you've got the black and the white pieces all kind of scattered throughout the board. It's not like a clear black and white on one side or the other. It's this mixture of different forces at different times and different places. And we're all sort of caught up in it. And we have enough independent free will agency to sort of determine where we are on that chessboard, whether we're more on one side or the other. And that kind of determines at what risk we are at in this whole entire thing. So what I can conclude from observing potential examples of divine intervention is that there seem to be rules to this place. Just like in chess, there are rules. And the rules are there for the game itself, or the experiment, or the project, or whatever you want to call it, okay? And as well as that, there's also different phases to it, almost like scripted phases. Kind of like how in baseball, you've got different innings, something like that, where the rules don't determine who wins. It merely determines when the different interactions take place and what it ultimately means. So I think Earth itself, if we look at the Hindu cosmology with the different yuga cycles, for example, or if we look at the different cataclysm cycles with pole shifts and so on, it seems that there are regularly occurring chapters to history on Earth, and those things are guided along either by natural causes or perhaps even divine causes. And entire human history and alien agendas and everything that's happening on Earth seems to be structured around that basic timeline, I guess you could say. So in the end, I don't know. I would liken our world to almost being like a for-profit college with some shady stuff going on and some level of bedlam. Like if you look at a lot of these colleges nowadays, right, where people go there to get a degree to learn, but what do you also have? You also have a lot of budgetary waste. You've got an administration that's oftentimes corrupt and waging a political agenda, and you've got all these people that go there just for the activism aspect of it, to where you even forget what you're even there to learn, right? So I do think that our world is kind of like that, where, yeah, it does have an original benevolent intention to it, but so much of it has sort of gotten off track. And there's a real battle of dark versus light that's going on here, and a lot of discernment that's needed to get through that. So, I think it brings up the question of why is it that these positive forces only seem to intervene, at least on a personal level, when the bad stuff goes too far. And I think someone on one of my Twitter threads kind of asked that question or made that point. And towards that, I would like to ask this question. On a forum, like when you're on a forum, at what point does the moderator step in? Or with a boxing match, when does the referee step in? And the answer is when the rules are being violated. And why do those rules exist? So that everyone can get what they came for, what they agreed to, as part of the contract. So, as I mentioned earlier, the rules don't prevent one team from getting beat, and they don't prevent a boxer from getting punched out, but it does prevent, let's say, a boxer from using karate kicks or a knife or a gun, because that would totally screw up the entire purpose of that experience. And likewise, I do think that we have these incredibly interesting and subtle rules in place, probably put in place by higher divine forces, that they are enforced pretty strictly, but it takes a lot to cross that line. And so therefore we think, it's easy for people to say like, oh, God doesn't exist, or, God clearly allows his evil to go on and therefore he's evil, those kinds of thinkings. But I think if you understood the rules, then you would see that there is an order to a lot of it. And even if there are violations and things that go wrong, there seems to be compensation mechanisms in place, which some people would interpret from the point of view of karma or like positive karma. Things that are in place to kind of counterbalance it, right? So a lot of what happens here, it's like rules and actions that could lead to imbalances, which then are met with counterbalancing forces. And this entire dynamic is something that drives human history forward. So that's sort of the divine intervention side of things, and it gets a little bit more subtle, a little bit more complicated when we talk about the alien side of it. But I just want to kind of pause there for now if you wanted to say anything, Fringe or Ulrich or Tiff.
Yeah, thanks for that, Tom. So I think where a lot of confusion comes in the community is us viewing our average everyday contacts as positive contacts. And I think a lot of times we're actually bending over backwards to force them into the category of what we would call positive contacts. And so I think it makes for a lot of confusion. And so I'd love to get to that at some point. Are you wanting to take questions pretty early here, or do you want to keep going?
Well, let me just quickly touch on the alien thing, and then we can get to questions. And in a bit, we can talk about Bledsoe case and the lady and all that. All right. Yeah. So you asked a good question about the positive aspect of it and the confusion that surrounds that. And actually, earlier you mentioned the FREE study, the capital FREE study, which was done by Edgar Mitchell's foundation, I think. And it was a study where they surveyed, what was it, like 2,700, 2,600 people, maybe more. They surveyed them, people who claimed to have had some sort of encounter experience with NHIs. Okay. And they asked them like 500, 600 questions covering many different aspects of it, and then use that to try to get a survey of what people are really dealing with. And, most people were dealing with grays. Those were the most common. And then the next most common was the human-looking types, the human-looking aliens. Some would call them Pleiadians or Nordics. But so you have those. And then you have the taller grays and so on. And surprisingly, or maybe not surprisingly to some people, 70% of the respondents rated their experiences as positive. All right. And, there's some people that have pointed to that to say that, well, look, 70% of people rated their experience as positive. So therefore, there's a lot of positive alien encounters happening. So there's a big positive alien presence on Earth. But I'm like, well, not so fast, because I read through one particular study based on those surveys. And not once did they mention screen memories or any sort of mind control deception. And, a lot of the people that were responding, they were, number one, they were self-reporting. And number two, they were reporting only their conscious experiences. So not like hypnosis or, something like that. So they were self-reporting their conscious experiences, and that is, that's like the big gate. That's like the big gate that the Trojan horse can go through, especially when we're dealing with screen memories. Because, me being an abductee myself, I know, I know how good these forces are at suppressing memories and also inducing false memories, sometimes like screen memories. And when you're dealing with screen memories, you have to use certain techniques to get beneath them. And beneath them, you might find another screen memory, and then you have to go beneath that. That's something that Carla Turner was really good at, picking up on and also pushing through. And that's why Carla Turner was unique in her field because, at least for her time, because she didn't just take these experiences, these encounters at face value. And she also didn't take the first screen memory at face value either, right? She kept on digging, and the more she dug, the more the truth began to reveal itself that something else was going on than what these abductees remembered. Actually, one particular case, which I always think about, is Miriam Delicato. You can find her online. She's got a book out called Blue Star Fulfilling Prophecies. It's her story. But anyway, so she was, if I remember correctly, she was driving and she encountered a UFO on the road, and she had an abduction after that. But what she remembered consciously from the experience is that it had a lot of positive elements. It's like a nice, peaceful encounter. But when she went home, she was extremely sore in her lower regions. And things were done that she didn't remember. And what she did remember did not account for what was done. You see? And if she had not been as observant and put two and two together, she might have been one of those respondents to the survey saying, oh yeah, my experience was positive. Right? So if 70% of people say that it's positive, according to the survey, number one, 30% said that, they had a very negative experience. So there's that. But then of the 70%, who knows how many of those are what they appear to be? They could have been screen memories. They could have been mind control. And in fact, if there are negative abductions happening, it would be very foolish for those beings to allow the abductee to remember that it was negative. If they were smart, they would most definitely cover it up and make it seem more positive than it actually was. So in my estimate, I would say if they reran the data and they adjusted it for potential signs of screen memories or deceptions, perhaps in the end, they might only end up with 10% of all respondents who actually had what very likely was a genuinely positive experience. Now, 10%, if that's the case, then that's still not zero. So it's not like there's zero evidence of anything positive at all about any sort of contact ever. I think there's a small fraction of it that, at least to me, as best as I can tell, is genuinely benevolent. It's just that you have this 60% or greater margin of things pretending to be positive that actually aren't. And that is the issue. That is the thing that confuses so much of it. Because whatever, positive beings there actually are doing this kind of stuff, not doing this kind of stuff like abductions and taking people, but I just mean like contact, right? Whatever those are, that signal is being covered up by all the negative stuff and all the negative stuff pretending to be positive. And that is why we cannot use surveys like this and just say, oh, the majority say it's positive, therefore it's positive. You can't just do like a blanket approach like that. You have to take it case by case and look for deception and kind of filter that out. It's just like panning for gold, So whatever little gold flecks remain, that is the truth, or very likely the truth. But yeah, we cannot approach this without any sort of nuance. So the question is, do positive aliens exist? I would say yes, but their activities are extremely covert. And the reason why they're not intervening is probably because, number one, pre-disclosure, everything has to be covert. So if they are intervening, it's covert intervention. And what are we talking about here when I say covert intervention? Well, for example, it would be very easy for them to engage in telepathic seeding of true information, just like inspiring people to pursue this particular source of information or get this idea or see through that element of deception. There's people out there that they think that that's their own intuition, but really when they're pondering questions and when they're engaging in their research and so on, they might get a little bit of help. And I don't really consider that a free will violation because it's actually enabling their free will instead of hampering it. It's enabling them because they're already looking for answers and they're already looking to see through things. So if it helps them see things that they couldn't before, then I think that results in an expansion of their awareness. So that's not too bad. So we have that. We have covert contact and possible education, training, or caching of knowledge in their subconscious. And that gets a little more on the gray zone, because when we talk about contact like that, yeah, how else is contact going to happen other than some face-to-face meeting at night while you're in your bed or something like that? Does that count as an abduction? I don't know. It depends on your definition. But I will say that if such a person has, it's a question of who are they on a soul level. Like, did they want to come into this life to help expose the alien agenda? And if so, then how else are they going to get help in some way than some degree of telepathic or even in-person contact with helpful forces if they exist? So, it gets a little complicated there. What else do we have? Well, we also have people like that might be seated in, as I mentioned earlier, in different fields, whether it's in the field of ufology or government or the scientific community, or even in the political sphere, like political activism. Like, what if a certain political trend is very important for the liberation of humanity from a lot of these alien negative forces, and what if therefore there are different pivot points within that field that if they can be nudged in a positive direction, it can lead to a very positive outcome for humanity? Well, if that's the case, then there may be certain people involved in that are getting help, whether they are covert contactees or whether they're being telepathically assisted or synchronistically assisted with that sort of stuff. These things can happen. And my point is that the touch of these benevolent beings, it's so covert, but it's also so well placed and so well timed that using the butterfly effect, they can affect the future with the minimum amount of signature and risk to themselves. And I think that's the way that it has to be pre-disclosure, because there really is no other way. And if after disclosure, the truth, the existence of aliens comes out, and it's now the cat is out of the bag, okay, maybe at that point they could do something more overt. But until then, I think they are being very covert about it. So that's the alien side of it. It's a little more complicated than like the divine energy being side of the NHI spectrum. But I do think that if you dig into the data enough, there is enough to say that, yes, there is some sort of benevolent alien presence here, but it's extremely covert. And a lot of the beings that sound positive likely aren't. And you can tell the difference if you really use critical thinking and you go through the criteria. And if you don't have that, well, maybe you can use my book, Discerning Alien Disinformation, for just some food for thought on constructing your own criteria set for that.
Thank you, Tom. And I like to just put it out there for everybody. People have heard me say this 100 times. If there are forces snatching us out of our beds at night, and not to mention our children, because this starts in childhood and it's generational when it comes to the abduction phenomenon. We get snatched out of our beds, we get experimented on, they're taking our children from us, they are sexually assaulting men, women, and children regularly. They're creating a hybrid race, and this hybrid race sexually assaults men, women, and children regularly. Yet, when it comes to abductions and being snatched out of our bed, we start bending over backwards and making excuses for it. Oh, there was a healing. Oh, they just wanted to tell me to take care of the earth. They told me humanity has to be careful because we're going down a bad road and we're really bad to each other. And I'm just wondering what it is in the human psyche that bends over backwards to make excuses for these aliens, because we wouldn't do that for humans. And then we get accused of anthropomorphizing the aliens. They must have such a higher consciousness that we just can't understand them. There's no way to understand, what they're thinking or why they're doing what they're doing. You know what? I don't care. I don't care what they're doing. I care about what they're doing to us. And my message is always about, if something is snatching you or your child out of your bed at night and doing things to your body that you would not consent to if it were a human, that has to fall on the side of, no, this is not okay. And I get a lot of pushback in the community from people who say, oh, I agreed to it. They must be my soul family. I'm sorry. I don't care if you're my soul family. You can't do that to me. It's not acceptable. And it just seems like we really bend over backwards, making excuses for this, justifying this through the free study and any number of other things we use. And I'm just wondering, Tom, why do you think we do that? Why don't we just see it for what it is? I mean, I have my own ideas, but I'd love to hear yours.
Well, so I would like to take it more from the perspective of genetics, because see, a lot of our ingrained habits, they're either programmed into us through, nurture, like the way we're raised in society, media programming, and so on, or it's programmed into us genetically. And then therefore, but both of these things, they exert subconscious pressures on us to behave in a certain way and to view things in a certain way and respond to choices in a certain way. And so the idea that we tend to defer blindly to perceived authority, I think that is a bit of both. Okay, so I do think partly that is genetically ingrained into us, and part of it I think might also be evolutionary biology, in the sense that humans are social creatures, and historically we've advanced by working with each other. But in order to work with each other and to get ourselves up to speed, we sort of have to take the culture that we're given on faith, because if we questioned everything, it would take too long to kind of filter through everything and absorb everything, and therefore education couldn't proceed as fast as possible. But the problem, of course, is that if we get fed BS, then we become agents of that BS by repeating it and passing it down the line. So I think part of it's genetic, but part of it is also part of our culture, especially modern day. I would say not even just non-religious culture, but irreligious culture. It's anti-religious culture, like academia, the scientific community, the whole like skepticism part of it, the cult of materialism. I mean, that stuff, it has a sort of agnosticism or political correctness that's baked into it, where how we're taught, like, don't point at someone. Like when you're a kid, you're taught to not point at someone who's different. Well, that's like a very microcosmic version of what happens on a bigger, more professional scale, with a kind of when we look at the phenomenon, we're supposed to treat it as this mysterious scientific conundrum, like it totally falls outside of the human conception, and we would try not to be anthropomorphic because that reminds us of our primitive past and of religion and so on. So it's a sort of an ego play to want to seem like the most open-minded person, and not really distinguishing between things, and viewing the aliens as this other, but being okay with that because being different is good, and cosmic diversity is good. That's what's going on subconsciously. But it's used as a weapon against discernment. It's part of what the allies of humanity call the pacification program. It's trying to disable you and cut you off from your own intuition and your own discernment, to see what's right in front of your face and to make excuses for it. That's what that's part of. And I think it's artificial programming that makes use of our innate biological evolutionary programming. That's what I think it is.
Yeah, and I think some of it is and maybe this is exactly what you're saying too. I think a lot of it is psychological as well. Amy and I are going to speak about this next week. The aliens, for lack of a better term, by the way, seem to cultivate this super weird, codependent, narcissistic relationship. And just in my professional life, I saw this a lot, especially, with victims of crime and domestic violence victims. And there's always that weird psychological part where if we admit that we're being treated poorly, that means we're unworthy of being treated well. So I think a lot of that plays in as well. What do you think about that idea?
Yeah, that's an interesting idea. I can definitely see the reasons for that. And I do think that these beings, they've studied us long enough, and some would say they've even designed our genetics or altered it to some degree, that, I mean, they have the manual to our genetics and our human psychology. Now, obviously, they don't have the manual or the keys to our spirit, our true consciousness. They don't have the keys to that, but they do have the keys to the lower parts of what constitutes a human being. And so therefore they are very adept at psychological manipulation, emotional manipulation, mind control, genetic manipulation, and so on. And it makes it a very difficult battle, right? And that's why you can't really fight them at their level, like in the sense that you can't really use programming to counter their programming. It's like you have to rely on the part of you that is beyond their reach, beyond their grasp, beyond their understanding. And if you've ever seen the movie Dark City, not to spoil the ending, but one of the key points that's made in that movie is that these aliens that are manipulating humans in this kind of sandbox, they're looking for the human soul in in the head, like in the brain and memories and thoughts and so on. But the point of the movie is it's not where the human soul is found. It's found in the heart. It's found in the spiritual part of us that's beyond their reach. So I don't know. It's getting kind of deep there, but I just wanted to bring up that these aliens are very, very, very adept at manipulating the mechanical parts of us. But you see, that's not all that we are. We do have a non-mechanical part, and that's the only part that we can truly, in the end, rely on to counter their influences.
Thank you, Tom. Let's go 2 more areas before we get to any questions. And then obviously, if you had other stuff there on your list to talk about with this positive alien intervention, if you could give us the reasons why we have non-intervention from the positive side, which I think you've already covered a lot of that, but if you have anything else, and then ways positive forces might connect with us in this covert and subtle way that we can look for versus getting snatched out of our beds and all of this overt action that we get from the negative forces.
Okay, yeah, some of that I sort of touched on, but yeah, I'll circle back to that. So your first question was, why don't they intervene more openly? Okay, and one of the reasons why I mentioned is that it seems to be that obviously pre-disclosure, it's like either they don't want to or they're not allowed to intervene more openly. Because if you think about it, for the past like 2,000-3,000 years, we've been isolated in this bubble where the gods don't talk to us. They don't walk amongst us anymore. They used to, but they don't anymore. So we've been sort of quarantined, and some people actually call it the quarantine, where these beings, they can be here covertly, but they can't be here openly to interfere with, to openly direct and be part of the progression of human evolution and human history. And that is why right now you can go look outside, you can go to the grocery store, you can turn on the TV, and it's not like they're talking about our benevolent overlords. It's not like your neighbors are pointing up at the ships in the sky. You don't see that because the consensus reality is that aliens don't exist. Now we're getting to the point where people are believing it more and more and more, but it hasn't yet flipped over into official disclosure, whether it's full or partial or whatever. So yeah, so we're still in this pre-disclosure period, and as long as we're in that, both sides, both the negative, and the neutrals and the positives, they have to operate within that, and that's why they're not intervening openly yet. But as I said, once some sort of disclosure event happens and the cat's out of the bag, then things can change. Then we might see possibly even a hot war to some degree, or some sort of a furious open information war between multiple sides trying to convince the human population that oh no, they're the ones who are deceiving you, and then the other ones say no, they're the ones who are deceiving you. Who knows? It can get very confusing. But we don't have to worry about that just yet. We have to worry about their covert influences right now and how that affects us in our own lives. So that's one reason, maybe they're not allowed to be open yet. And another reason is that they might also just not be open interventionists by nature. I'm pretty sure that if it were entirely 100% up to them, like if we were just a planet that is left alone to our own devices and we're steadily developing and these positive beings encountered us, then I think if it were up to them, they would wait a long time before they would ever make contact. Like the whole Star Trek Prime Directive idea, something like that. I think they would just wait, maybe for us right now, maybe another 1,000 years until we're a little bit more on parity with them. It would make it so much easier, because right now, if they were to show up and if they were to say, hey, we're real and we're going to lift you up, or here's all this cool technology we can give you, and here's all this great wisdom and knowledge. Well, that's that's like us going to an Amazon jungle and trying to teach them college level physics and philosophy and teach them how to use supercomputers and so on. It just wouldn't work. It would cause a lot of problems, and so I do think that they would wait. But the problem is we may not be ready to responsibly respond to that kind of information and technology, but we are mature enough for negative hostile forces to now show up and essentially take over this operation and lock this planet down for them. I think we're mature enough for that. Because why? Because we have we have the ability to have a global surveillance totalitarian state right now. We have the technology for that. We have the means for that, especially with AI and artificial general intelligence coming online. If we think about big tech, for example, was it 5-10 years ago that big tech started implementing AI algorithms for censorship? I mean, we all sort of remember how that was, right? I mean, it was pretty difficult talking even about COVID or anything counter mainstream to a certain extent, and you would just get shut down like way faster than if they had human moderators just kind of watching everything and shutting everything down. So you can imagine the automation of authoritarianism on a wider global scale is within our reach right now. And that makes the job so much easier for potential hostile alien forces to kind of lock this planet down for themselves if they have us doing our own incarceration, our own surveillance, our own self-control. So I think that's another reason why they are willing to intervene now, negatively intervene, whereas the positive ones, if it were only up to them, they would not, because the positive ones would want to wait for us to mature way more before opening contact. Okay, but then the problem is, if the hostile ones are indeed looking to get the show on the road right away, then, well, what would any sort of benevolent alien force do? I think they would realize, well, we can't wait 1,000 years. If the hostiles are going to make their move, then we have to do something, and we can only do it covertly. So that's what we'll do. We'll do it covertly. We will try to raise the awareness level of humanity, at least starting with the tip of the spear, starting with the very leading edge of the belt, the curve, which would be the ufology community, people that are interested in these subjects. We would start there, and we would try to nudge certain people or position certain people to raise certain questions, to pose certain ideas that gets people thinking, that gets people seeing through a lot of the disinformation, the propaganda, the manipulation tactics that these negative forces have been using. And if it weren't for that, if it weren't for this covert benevolent intervention, then I think we would be way behind on our level of discernment, of recognizing and even being able to speak about some of the negative stuff that's happening right now. And I do remember, what was it? Was back in, I would say from 2002 through 2008. It was right around that time period where a lot of the pro-alien propaganda that had been building up from the 70s, 80s, and the 90s, it was really coming to a crescendo, right? And I remember that's when the Vatican was coming out saying that ET is our brother. We had Edgar Mitchell, going on different radio shows saying that he believes in aliens and they're basically good, because if they weren't good, then they would have wiped us out already. So obviously they're good. We had people like that, and that was also Stephen Greer's golden era, you could say, and he's sort of still going off on that momentum even nowadays. And so that time period, if I remember correctly, that was the time period where they were really trying to go for that angle, the angle of having aliens show up, pretend to be our saviors or our benevolent space brothers, and then kind of just integrating that with our political system and getting that in. So I do think that disclosure could have happened as early as, let's say, 2010. Just like the Arthur C. Clarke book, the year we make contact. I think it could happen back then, but from everything that I was seeing at the time, conditions started to change. The information landscape started to change. More people started raising questions that were very inconvenient to that agenda, and were actually exposing it as a big farce. And part of that effort, I did my little part. I put out my book, Discerning Alien Disinformation, and that article series back in 2008, which kind of probably had a little bit of an impact, maybe. And since that time, if we look at sort of the questions that we're even asking on UFO Twitter nowadays, I'm just amazed compared to even 10, 20 years ago, the sort of questions and ideas and awareness that is being raised now. Questions that simply weren't, people weren't asking those questions a decade or two ago, but they are now. So I do think that the intelligence and the awareness quota is being raised more and more and more, and that's making it increasingly difficult for any deceptive, hostile NHI faction to pull over one of the old Stephen Greer type agendas that all aliens are good or whatever. So I do think that I do think that the balance is shifting towards victory, I guess, for the good side. But I do think that the good side would have had a hand, an invisible, a very subtle hand in that to ensure that it would happen on time and it would happen as quickly as it has. So that's my view on that. And the second question that you asked had to do with how might covert positive intervention happen. And I did mention earlier how they might engage in subtle telepathic nudging, like dropping ideas in people's heads, getting them to consider certain questions or certain ideas or certain sources, encouraging certain discussions to happen. And I think it's advancing us towards a more full type of disclosure. Because if you think about, let's say, the Stephen Greer type disclosure, which is more one-sided, just the idea that all aliens are good and the government is bad, and that's how it is. Well, if you compare that to the more David Grush style disclosure, which is that, okay, we've got many different types of beings, different factions, and yes, people have been harmed and so on. I mean, that one is a little bit more balanced, right? So it's more full than the other one. And so I do think that as far as disclosure goes, there are partial disclosure factions, and then there's like fuller disclosure factions. And I think those two things trace back perhaps upwards to the more negative versus the more benevolent alien NHI groups that are influencing or even directing some of that activity right here, right now, amongst our different think tanks and our different opinion leaders in the field. Yeah, so if you wanted to ask anything more on that, I don't know if I went into enough detail on that, but yeah, I just wanted to touch on those.
Yeah, I think you did. I'd like to say, they offer us more guidance and synchronicities and just that subtle nudge in the right direction. I tend to think that the majority of overt contact is interventional and likely negative type of contact. That's my personal opinion. I'd like to see where you are on that. And then I found it really interesting. I'm not sure, Tom, if you've been keeping up with Jason Sands, but he's a whistleblower that came out in the community several weeks ago now. Just the other day, he was in Logan Space, and he mentioned that it's his opinion, and this is not, the opinion of some of the other people who have come out, but Jason's opinion is that the negative side is haphazardly pushing for disclosure, and he thinks the good side would like to see us grow up first. And I would tend to lean in that direction. A lot of times people say, well, if you're pushing for disclosure, you're probably on the positive side. And I always like to, take a back seat to that and look at it from different angles. So I'd love to hear what you have on that one as well.
Well, even in the abduction field, and I'm talking about people literally being ripped out of their beds and being taken aboard ships and, interacting with greys and reptilians and so on. Even those kinds of people, they're often told things that they're told to tell the world, or they're seeded with ideas that they go on to repeat to the world. And that in itself is part of a disclosure process to introduce humanity and the public at large to the presence of these beings. But that kind of disclosure is always laced with poison, right? It's laced with poison about either false ideas, discouraging people from pursuing certain sources that might be inconvenient to the agenda. And so, yes, it is disclosure in the sense that it helps people become aware of the alien presence, like that is here. But at the same time, it also covers up the alien agendas and who is who, and what they're ultimately planning for humanity. So it's like they're giving us one thing, but then they're taking back even more than that in terms of our agency and our free will and our discernment, which, as I mentioned earlier, is the fundamental thing that distinguishes benevolent stuff from the malevolent stuff. The malevolent stuff, no matter if it engages in healing, no matter if it makes you feel good, no matter if it makes you more successful in life, it doesn't matter if in the end its ultimate effect is it leads to a degradation of discernment, free will, awareness, knowledge of humanity, whether you or humanity at large. So that's sort of the distinguishing thing.
Awesome. Okay, did you cover a lot there? Is it time to get to a couple of hands?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, just a little housekeeping for the space. Everyone is welcome to come up and take advantage of all the time that Tom wants to give us today. Is that me? How weird. But please limit your questions to questions for Tom. This is not necessarily an experiencer space today or a place to tell stories, unless you have a story that you can briefly tell and maybe ask Tom what he thinks about his ideas on would he be leaning toward a negative or positive contact. I think that might be appropriate for today. But please keep our questions limited to questions for Tom instead of storytelling, just for today. And I think Trump Cat was first.
Well, thank you, Fringe, for having me into your space. Um, I I'm really overwhelmed by the great speaking and just some of the great ideas coming out of Tom. And I'll have to go back and do some research into some of the things he's written. I guess Tom, I have three questions for you. First question, and I'll give them all to you, and then I'll drop the mic. The first question is I went down the road of thinking you were talking about unbiased ethics or objective ethics, I think is what you call it. And I pondered for a long time the question of if human beings did not exist on the planet, would there be a good and bad? And I think that's what that objective ethics thing comes down to is without human beings, does it exist? And I don't, obviously didn't come up to an answer to the question. And I'd like your thought on that. The next question I had for you is the idea that I've heard several physicists. I'm a scientific guy and a religious guy. I'm a Catholic, but the I've heard several scientists, physics, like mainstream physics guys, talk about that we may be living in a simulation, which I think is kind of interesting just to hear scientists actually saying that. And then the third thing is I guess I would like you to comment on the brain machine interface. Elon Musk has his version of that, and so do all the other billionaires are funding this, direct interface into the human mind. Um, is that something that's going to come into the mainstream, and is that going to alter our consciousness in some way where we'd be able to communicate with these hypothetical beings? In my world, it's angels like the archangel Gabriel or the archangel Michael who protects people. Would this interface to the brain affect how you think about things? And is it changing your consciousness to think of where the future of mankind is going and the ideas that you're going to have in the future? So I guess those three questions, and I'll drop it right now. And thank you so much, Fringe, for letting me ask. Anyway.
Yeah, thanks for those great questions. So the first question was about objective ethics, and you asked, if humans didn't exist, would there still be good or bad? And that question, I mean, that's really the whole point of me even looking for an objective ethics, because if you boil things down, because remember when I was talking about objective ethics, I said that if consciousness is the root of reality, then the intrinsic properties of consciousness would lead to a very basic universal kind of ethics that it's either in line with the aims of consciousness in general or it's not. And so, I think no matter what animal species or alien species or planet we're talking about, as long as consciousness exists there, and as long as consciousness is divided into individual units with individual free will, there's always going to be the self, and there's always going to be everyone else, and in the world at large. And there's always going to be a kind of relation between self and others, whether self works in harmony with others towards a common good, or whether it works in opposition to the common good just for its own self, like selfishness. And that's sort of the root, I think, of good versus evil, and that good does look at the long-term big picture, and it's in harmony, it's in accord with the fundamental rules and structures of conscious living and conscious existence. And then there's other things that kind of go against it and become almost like a cancer or a tumor within a particular system, in the sense that it's very selfish and it hogs all the resources for itself, and it keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, trying to absorb everything else into it, in violation of the greater rule set or the greater good. So I do think that, yes, if humans didn't exist, as long as conscious life exists anywhere and is engaging in interactions with other versions of itself, then there's always going to be a choice between respecting others or trying to exploit them. And that gives rise to the very basic dichotomy of an objective ethics and a very basic level of good and evil. Okay, so that's that question. Second question, you talked about the simulation idea, like the simulation theory. And I've heard others say that simulation is actually not the correct word, because simulation implies that we are a simulation of something that is real, and maybe that's not the case. So some people prefer the term construct. So reality is a construct. And to that, I would say 100%. Like, reality has to be a construct. Why? Because, under the mainstream physics point of view, the universe is its own thing. It's its own objective machine, with its own like mathematical rules and algorithms, and consciousness is merely a product of that. But if that's the case, then how do you explain out-of-body experiences, synchronicities, manifesting, paranormal stuff, consciousness is being able to traverse between different levels of reality? I mean, that stuff, you cannot explain it within the mechanistic model. So therefore, it's probably the inverse of that consciousness is the root and matter is merely the epiphenomenon of consciousness. Like, well, what's that one quote that it's not that soul exists in the body, it's that the body exists in the soul. I always like that quote. It's a pretty good quote. It's something like that, right? So if that's the case, then reality is ultimately a thought construct. But what is a thought construct? It's a thought. It's a construct. It's like a matrix of thought that is held in place by rigid rules. But the rules aren't perfect. And that is why when we go about our lives, yeah, it seems like everything is real. It seems like physics is real and you can do experiments and so on. But at the same time, we also have the glitches. We also have the manifesting, the synchronicities, and all these things that cannot be explained by the mechanistic model. So what that points to is that ultimately it's a thought construct of which part of it has been programmed or willingly held in place in a very, very rigid kind of way. And if people think that that's impossible or how can that even happen, well, I would say just look at your own nightly dreams. In a dream, you have dream physics. You can walk across the ground in the dream and you're not falling through it due to lack of gravity. There's a gravity in the dream, but it's all being simulated in your own mind. There's a part of your mind that has been programmed to expect that, and so it is. And you might actually smack your head into a wall in a dream because that's what you were programmed to expect. And so the difference is that when we're awake, it's not necessarily just our own subconscious, our own mind that is doing that. I think it's something that's more universal, like a universal subconscious, or what the ancients called the demiurge. I mean, that's the definition of the demiurge. It's like the soul of the universe that projects and fashions the universe. That's what that is. So I do think that we have like this universal subconscious that holds together a portion of the thought construct so that when we are in it and interacting with it, we have the illusion of physics and mathematics and matter and space and time and so on. But it's only real within that level of illusion. And when you pull out of it, like, when you die and you go into the afterlife and you look back on this experience here, you realize, you feel, that this was ultimately largely an illusion. And it's not that everything here is illusion. As I posted recently in my Twitter thread, if everything is a construct of consciousness, then only conscious experiences truly matter. In other words, our relations to each other, the memories that we accumulate, the experiences that we have, the way that we grow and learn, the friendships that we build, those things are the things that matter because those are things that depend on consciousness to happen in the first place. And then everything else, like material possessions or the laws of physics, or even pole shifts and cataclysms and stuff, that's all just part of the program. That's still part of the construct. It's just a prop. It's just a prop to advance the storyline of consciousness itself. So that's sort of a deep answer there on simulation. And then your third question was about the impact of brain-machine interfaces and will it affect our consciousness and so on. I would say 100% it will affect us because, it's like if you use a wheelchair or a crutch when you don't actually need it, then just by doing that, you're going to atrophy and then you're going to be dependent on it. So these brain-machine interfaces, they are crutches or wheelchairs for the mind. Like, for example, let's say you've got a Neuralink implant and it's got Grok built into it, and it's got like a memory data bank and a search engine built into it. So, and it records your entire life. So you don't even have to remember anything, right? It remembers for you. Well, then you're not going to exercise the part of your soul, the part of your etheric and astral and spiritual bodies that have to do with memory. It's all going to be part of the machine thing. And while that might be fine when you're alive, what happens when you die? What happens when you're outside your body and you don't have access to your Neuralink anymore? And that capacity to remember, to hold yourself together consciously is no longer, it's been atrophied by reliance on this Neuralink device while you were still back in the body, right? So it's going to totally screw everything that happens after you leave the body. You might be a super performer in the body, but it's going to come at the cost of weakening your soul. And as I said, that's going to mess with the whole incarnational thing and just, soul evolution and so on. And so really it's a very short-sighted, dumb thing that they're doing with it. See, I'm not 100% against some sort of genetic engineering or some sort of technology, but it has to be done right and it has to be done with awareness of the entire big picture. Because otherwise, you're just going to screw it up. You're going to be this little 4-year-old with a hammer and a screwdriver going at it on a laptop, smacking it up, trying to fix it. You're not going to improve it. You're going to make it worse. So that's how I see a lot of these technocratic transhumanist types. I think they're like little kids not knowing what they're doing, and they're going to screw things up. And unfortunately, they're going to screw it up in such a big way that it might be too late by the time they realize it, or it'll take a very long time to correct. So I think we're definitely heading in a very dangerous direction with that. And I don't think that we need more and more and more of this crappy 5-year-old technology that they're coming up with. I think what we need is just very basic, but very basic technology that is in the right direction. Like, let's say, free energy, anti-gravity propulsion, maybe some sort of force field defense thing or something like that. I mean, if you have those, then you can grow food, you can have shelter, you can have warmth, even in adverse climates. And once those things are out of the way, you can focus on art, the humanities, on loving each other and building communities and friendships. You don't need the Instagram, the TikTok, and all that crap. You just have the most basic things that you can focus on what actually matters to conscious experience. See, and that sort of technology, it's not the technology that we're using right now, like silicon computers and increasing our gigahertz stuff and more GPU cores. Like, they're going down the wrong path in a more and more direct, like a deeper direction. But just because you go further down or up that path doesn't mean you're making progress. You might actually be making regressions in another sense of the word, right? And from another point of view, like especially spiritually. So I'm pro technology, but I'm pro the right kind of technology used in the right kind of way. So anyway, hopefully that answers your 3 questions. And if anyone else has their hands up, we'll do that.
I don't know how to put my hands up. I hate Zitter.
Hey,
Hey,
good.
googly eyes, do you see the emoji button?
No.
So the emoji button is going to be at the very bottom. It'll be a little heart with a plus symbol.
I hate icons.
Yeah, can you press that button and then select the icon to the far right? It's going to be a permanent hand. There you go. And everybody else who has a question, please do keep your hands up so we can hopefully get you in the right order. And I have a bit of an idea of the order, but not a perfect idea. Fringe.
Yeah, I only see 2 hands on my side, and it was Son of L was next.
Hi everybody, how you guys doing?
Hold on, 1 second. Son of L was the only person who had the hands up, but Elections, Spyro, and AKA, if you have a question, please do keep your hands up, just so we don't miss you, because I do think Elections came in first and then AKA. So I don't, this is your space, Fringe, but I do want to see those hands because otherwise people can get upset when we don't call them in the right order.
If somebody was before me, they can go ahead if they knew for sure they were before I came up. So I'll wait.
Son of L, thank you so much, and please do keep your hand up. Is that okay, Fringe? I just want to keep it as fair as possible.
Oh, absolutely. I do not see any other hands. If you're on a computer and you don't have a hand, just do your little wave emoji or something to get attention. Otherwise, we're going to go with the hands. So whatever you're getting behind the scenes there, Ulrich, if you know people are waiting, feel free to jump in with that.
I think computers actually have hands. That's why I'm being a little bit more strict. Elections, do you have a question, my man?
Hold on.
So Spyro and AKA, do me a favor, throw your hands up. I believe the correct order is Elections, AKA, Spyro, and then Son of L. But I want to see those.
Hey,
hands.
I got my my button to work. I don't really have a question per se, but I like the comment Tom made generally. I guess maybe I have one question. It seems to me that there are negative and positive realities that we think are out there. My question would be, how do we know that the positives will win the day, so to speak, assuming it is a binary battle?
Yeah, that's a pretty big question. How do we know it for sure? Well, as humans, we can't know it for sure, right? Because we can only deduce it. We can always assign a probability to it. But I will say this. I will say that as much as the negative forces seem to have a very deep hand in a lot of aspects of society, from making secret deals with secret governments, with the abduction stuff, and as I mentioned, cattle mutilations and implants and all that stuff. As much as they have that, if we look at even the non-alien positive stuff, like the divine hand of things, that side of it seems to have a much longer ranging view of the future. They seem to be able to see more of the map of time, and therefore they're able to apply their interventions in a much more precise, almost like Zen master like way, to affect certain outcomes. So they have the advantage of intelligence and foresight and synchronistic hand of grace, I guess you could say. And I think that gives them such an advantage that it's almost like the dark side is getting played by them in a very subtle way. But it has to be played has to play out over time. It's not like they're played overnight and all of a sudden they're gone tomorrow. It's not like that. It's more like it's drawn out. And the reason why I think it's drawn out is because as much as the negative stuff is bad, there is an added value to it in that it gives consciousnesses like us an added experience to overcome, to see through, to kind of work against, to even have these discussions that we're having right now. And so it trains our discernment and our ability to fight for what's right and to stand for what we truly stand for. So that added value, I don't think, should be taken away overnight. I think it should be played out and reached to its maximum so that we can get out of it what we need to get out of it. So that's my view on it. I don't know if you had any follow-ups.
I sure hope you're right. I liked your analysis of the ones that had said 70% said they had a positive experience, and the fact that there may have been screen memories or they were not remembering things correctly. Point being is, my guess is the number of negative encounters is much higher than anybody really wants to reflect on. And if that is in fact true, then maybe we have a pretty substantial problem, on our hands. I just don't know that we're going to get through this without some help. And I'd like to think that if there are entities that are kind of in our corner, that they do show up, because something's happening for sure.
Right. See, something is happening. We're talking about a cultural shift that's happening, for one. We're seeing the level of disclosure also being ramped up, like towards more the fuller elements of disclosure. Because as I mentioned like 20 minutes ago, a lot of the disclosure stuff that happened between 2002 and 2008, including the Stephen Greer stuff, it was more one-sided, but nowadays it's getting more balanced. So that's progress right there. And the thing about people becoming more aware is that once you're aware, you can't become unaware. You can try to put it out of your mind, but the next time you're confronted with a particular source or experience or event, it's going to come back to you and you're going to see it differently than if you had never been aware of it in the first place. So the increase in knowledge is it's irreversible, at least within one lifetime. Because I'm sure over like 2, 3, 4, 5 generations, people can forget. Yeah, no problem. But within just one life, go ahead.
Once again, I'd like to believe that. I think a lot of people suppress negative encounter memories, whatever it might be. So I'm not sure that everybody wants to remember, even though they may have had an event.
Are you good, Elections, or did you want to follow up with Tom on that?
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry, guys. My mic was just off and I didn't notice. So I was responding, but it seemed like silence.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I appreciate the answer very much. And thanks for the space, guys.
Yeah, sure thing. Thank you.
Tom, can you just repeat what your response was there so we could all hear it?
Yeah, to be honest, it interrupted my thought. And then when I realized, I forgot what I was going to say. So it'll come up again. Don't worry.
Yeah, I think a related question, some people have this related question of, are we sure that there are any positive forces at all? Is this just, part of the construct, part of the game where it's just good cop, bad cop, if they're, all just playing a role, that kind of thing. If there are truly actually good forces out there. And then a follow-up would be, why, if there are good forces out there, why would they care about us and our growth and helping us to survive whatever this negative intervention is?
Yeah, those are really great questions. So the first one, what's interesting is that the hostile forces, for sure, they are engaging. They are engaging in pretending to be benevolent. A lot of them are. Okay, they're engaging in pretending to be benevolent. And when they do that, they do the best job they possibly can. They try to be as cunning as possible, be as slick as possible, use screen memories, telepathic persuasion. Even after an abductee is returned and is back in their regular life, telepathic persuasion, live, like real-time telepathic persuasion, can still happen during that time to reinforce certain programming that they had been given during the abduction. That sort of thing happens. I've experienced it. I've known others that have experienced it. Those are the things that go on. Okay, so they're really good with that. But here's the thing: when they pretend to be benevolent, when they engage in these things, if you study that field enough, you can start discerning the patterns and the methods that they use to do that. Okay, and you can build a profile of what fake positive looks like. So you can identify it. Okay. Once you have that profile built and you know what it looks like and what it's capable of, now you can more easily see particular cases or examples in your own life of genuine benevolent, genuine positive stuff that contrasts with it, that aren't within the capabilities of these aliens as they themselves have demonstrated through abductions and mind control and so on. So you can start picking out the subtle nuances between the real thing and the fake thing. And the fact that the fake ones cannot accurately or fully imitate the genuine ones tells me that the genuine ones do exist, because it falls outside that bubble of their capability. Yes, there are positive influences and they're genuine. It's just, that they don't come at us like gangbusters trying to foist these false storylines and wow us with their razzle dazzle and so on. They don't do that, so therefore they're more quiet, more in the background. Just they do the very minimum necessary to get the job done. And if that minimum includes us not even knowing that they're there, so be it. They're not looking for attention. They're not trying to make themselves objects of worship like the Greys or some of these negative factions are. And that's what makes them more difficult to pick up in the data. And that's why it's possible for people to say, well, what if they don't exist? What if just negative stuff pretending to be positive? Well, as I just said, negatives do pretend to be positive, and you can figure out their fingerprint and compare it to the real thing. And that's pretty much the only way to realize that a real thing even exists. So you just have to experience enough or comb through enough data to realize that, yeah, there is a genuine thing, but they purposely try to be as when I say non-interventional, it doesn't mean that they don't have a positive effect. It just means that they don't announce themselves like, ta-da, we're the good guys, we're here to save you. They don't do that. But the negative ones sure do. I mean, they do that all the time, and it's kind of ridiculous actually when you think about it. The second question was, why do they even care about helping us at all? And that's a good question. What's interesting is that when people do kind of peek behind the curtain or get any sort of glimpse of who these positive beings are, a majority of the time, I would say, they look sort of humanish. So they're more of the human-looking category of alien types. And you could ask the question, well, then what if that's just like a mental projection? What if they don't actually look like that? And that's totally possible, right? But they tend to project that form. And maybe that's how they actually look, or maybe they just project it for our convenience, trying not to scare us. Who knows? But they tend to look more human. And if they are in any way human, then that brings up the question, well, why do they look more human? Is it because they are future time travelers, like some people believe? Or is it because they are some offshoot of the human race, or whatever, right? I mean, but whatever the explanation is, it points towards some relation between them. Like, for example, if they are future time travelers, then that would mean that whatever they do to us and help us now kind of affects their future and might push them in a more positive trajectory. That's how you would explain it under the time travel hypothesis. Whereas if they were an offshoot of the human race, well, maybe it's simple, what do you call it? Like fraternal care, caring for their little brethren who are stuck in this misery here. Maybe it's a concern for their own humanity if we are part of that humanity. That's another possibility. Or if they are higher, more advanced beings that have sort of a humanoid form, or even if not, it's just it's a prerogative within positive beings in general, and I'm talking including angels, including what people think is their higher self or God or Jesus, that entire sphere. It's within that to care for life in general. And if we are in a disadvantaged position, if we are being intervened upon in an unfair way that actually infringes on our evolutionary potential, then it would be their prerogative to kind of help out with that, to restore balance. It's not like they're trying to carry the weight for us. It's more like they're trying to even the playing field a little bit to give us a chance so that we can make it and we can grow into our fuller potential. That's what I think is going on in general. Even if you were to exclude the time travel hypothesis or the extraterrestrial hypothesis or the crypto terrestrial offshoot race kind of hypothesis, I think just the fact that you are consciousness that is aligned with the greater prerogative of consciousness means you're going to help other consciousnesses instead of exploiting them. So yeah.
I love that. Tiff, jump in.
So my curiosity here is, since all of my experiences, I feel like have maybe like some about undertones, but overall like, positive um, uh, in the processing department. So there could be like a lot of things going on. You said if you exclude this, if you exclude that, but like what if all of that is also true? And like there's a reason why rays look different from say like the Nordics. Like maybe Odin is not local, like the All Father guy. Maybe somewhere else, and it's still like in charge of this area. There could be also the Yahweh. There could also be the Zeta Reticulans and their stars burning out, so they're like trying to hybridize with us because they don't have a choice. I mean, like a lot of things could be happening all at the exact same time. Time is like so immeasurable. All different it like some way genetically. We are like basing time off of the human amount of time grasp. But I mean, how many hundreds of years can you like? Do you imagine the flappers, the like the mobster guys in their cars, Bonnie and Clyde? That was like 100 years ago. But that's still something that we can think of with our brains. So if we did that, like I don't know, 10,000 years, a lot of things could happen in that time. And if we do that over and over the millions and millions of years the Earth has been around, a lot of things could have been true and could have happened. So, yeah, it's just, I feel like that's why it's really good that we can share our experiences. That way, everybody's kind of like aware of all the possibilities, but I'm not sure who's right or wrong at this point.
No, that's a really great point. And in fact, it would be very, very, very unlikely that it is all just one explanation. I mean, just logically speaking, right? I mean, it has to be, typically it's multiple things. Like, yeah, time travel, is it real? Physics-wise, it's possible. It's just that there's subtle rules to it. And I think in past spaces, I might have talked about closed time-like curves that Jacques Sarfati talks about, which is just a single future looping back to a single past. You have that. And then you have fuzzy time travel, where you've got multiple probable futures interacting with multiple probable pasts. So that alone, that even just the idea of time travel opens things up to multiple different probable futures. Maybe one where humanity did turn into Nordics, another one where they turn into Greys. Not that I believe it, but it's possible. And then they could all be here now. So we've got all these different beings, but they're all ultimately us. And that is one of the narratives that's out there. I think it might be disinformation, but it is, technically possible according to physics. So you got that, and then as you mentioned, even 10,000 years ago, just how different beings or even just humanity and their culture could be. Yeah, for sure. I mean, humanity, as far as anthropology and archaeology goes, we've been around at least 300,000 years, if not 600,000 years in modern, relatively modern human form. So if you consider civilizations dying out, being totally obliterated by pole shifts every 12,000 years, well, that leaves numerous civilizations that could have arisen and fallen during the time span since the beginning of the emergence of modern human genetics, right? And what if 180,000 years ago, modern-looking humans developed enough to go off-world, and they developed another world, and they lived there for another 100,000 years, and then they come back, and now we think that they are Pleiadians or Nordics or whatever, but it turns out they're just another offshoot of the human race. And that's not mutually exclusive to the idea of time travelers from the future coming back. See, both of those things could be possible too. And so we do have multiple possibilities. It's just that some of them do get a little bit more or less probable than others and more outlandish than others. And I guess we have to take each possibility as its own case and kind of evaluate it based on the different data that there is, and just the feasibility of it, and just how much support there is to keep ourselves from going unchecked with that train of thought and spiraling off into, I don't know, flat Earth or Tartaria land or something.
Well, yeah, I wasn't aiming for that necessarily, but I was thinking of, for example, okay, that Devil's Tree that Blue Elizondo keeps visiting. It reminded me of Mount Kailash, I think, in India, and that's allegedly where Shiva actually came down in the spaceship. And the reason why it looks that way is because of whatever energy of the spaceship coming down. Sagdiru, he shared a story, but he removed the video, unfortunately. But yeah, he said that that's why Mount Kailash looks the way it does, because the energy that was used when Shiva's spaceship came down. And if you look at the Devil's Peak or Devil's Tree, whatever this is, it's got the same lines that does. So there's like things like that where it's like maybe we were visited, all these different cultures have a similar creation story. Maybe there was like several different Noah's or whatever landing here. I don't know. So it's more like trying to take, I feel like the biblical stories, there's some truth to that, and we have altered a lot of things. So it's kind of convoluted now. Heresy, like I said, wasn't, well, I didn't say that to you, but it wasn't invented until Christianity became mainstream, and our history got altered at that point as well. It became more of a political tool. So we kind of don't know, like, the foundations of where we come from. And I think it leaves a lot of questions open. And I believe the phenomenon has always happened, and the biblical information is, evidence of that, and the Gnostic beliefs. And I mean, like, there's been a lot of people who spent most of their time just thinking about this phenomena. And I don't know why it's changed so much in this last century, but here we are again.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, great points.
Ulrich, where are we at? Were we going to AKA to see if AKA, do you have a question? Welcome to the space.
Yeah, and AKA, welcome to the space. And you may be purposely not raising your hand because you want more time, but anybody not raising their hand, I think, will be pushed to the end of the line. So please let us know if you're awake. I don't want to make you wait longer than necessary.
Oh no, excuse me, Fringe. Could you put me on the list, please?
Yeah, sure. Hilarious. We'll put you right on the list. I'm assuming you don't have a hand there. We'll get you down.
And AKA, are you there? Are you still with us?
Yeah, I've just been formulating my thoughts. I just need a bit more time, so feel free to allow the other folks to go.
Tom, your intellectual caliber is a little bit intimidating. People don't want to ask you a question until it's fully formed and sharpened.
Yeah, this is a tough one.
So yeah.
Yep.
So,
Not
and
me.
what
I
about
just get in there, you know?
same. Spyro, what about you? Are you awake?
Yeah, I'm awake.
Okay, so do you also need more time?
Is the hand visible, or is Twitter acting?
No, Zitter's being broken.
Oh dang.
We don't see the hand. If you have a hand up, if you can just take it down and put it back up. And same thing for you, Hilarious. I believe, and I might be psychic, but I believe you do have a hand available. So if you see that emoji symbol, please do me a favor, the little heart with the plus icon, please hit it. Look to the far right and see if you can see a permanent hand, because I don't want to miss you guys.
I do.
So, AKA,
I do have two hands. However, I'm blind, and so the application of Twatter still, for whatever reason, Musk cannot figure out how to have it more adaptive so people that are blind can navigate it well.
Well, Hilarious, I'm glad you told us that. We have you on the list in the right order, so we'll call on you. Don't worry about the hand. Spyro, let's go with you, and AKA, I will try to inject you as soon as you see you do raise your hand. I'll try to get you in there. So, Spyro, go ahead.
The time travel thing, the open space like curve would concur with something like a time war happening, right? And there's like, you have a time war happening. That was mentioned in Gnosis, if I remember correctly. It was a major plot point on Doctor Who. I'm wondering if Doctor Who was disclosure of something. I'm starting to believe Gallifrey might be a real planet.
Yeah, so when it comes to fiction, fiction is it's a convenient vehicle for overcoming the wall of disbelief, right? Like if you tell someone that, oh, aliens are real and here's the good guys or bad guys, here's like disinformation spiel, most people are not going to even listen to it because they don't even believe that aliens are real, right? But if you make them watch a movie or a TV series that's entertainment, they're going to absorb all those same ideas. They're going to consider them. They're maybe going to ponder on it. But at the end of the day, they're like, well, whew, good thing that was just fiction. But guess what? It's lodged in their subconscious. They've thought about it. And if in the future aliens were to show up, they're going to have a frame of reference for interpreting some aspects of it. So, fiction being a convenient vehicle for getting certain ideas out, I do think that either the people, whether screenwriters and producers, whether they know it or not, I do think that a lot of them are being influenced by certain forces. And that's part of the telepathic seeding that I mentioned earlier, the telepathic nudging of ideas that the covert positive forces might be engaging in. That would be one of the avenues that they would use, because it doesn't violate free will. Writers are already just looking for ideas, and if it's an awesome idea, then even better, right? And when people watch it, they watch it out of entertainment, and they're not committed to having to believe it. But as I mentioned, it lodges in a part of their mind. So whether it's something like Doctor Who or a lot of these other truth-laden shows that are out there, actually,
One.
Yeah, go ahead.
SG-1, Stargate.
Yeah, Stargate was a big one. Lost was another, not regarding aliens. Well, yeah, it did have some pseudo-alien stuff in it. Oh man, so many others. And actually, one of my recent Twitter replies today, someone asked me for a list of truthy movies or shows, and I replied with a list that I created on IMDb of like 111 different movies or shows. It's called like the Fringe Entertainment Master List. So if you look at my replies on my Twitter profile, you'll see the link there. And you guys have probably seen a lot of these already, but in case you haven't, definitely check them out, because I do think that there's higher ideas that are seeded within a lot of fiction. Not all fiction, but a lot of it. And if you look in the right places, you can really gather quite a bit. Westworld, the new Westworld series, is another one. Dark had a lot of it. So yeah, just check it out.
I've got this. So I've seen that wanderers are kind of like hyperdimensional paratroopers in the Time War. They're entering this lower realm from a higher realm, and I'm wondering, are there negative entity wanderers? Are there like hostile aliens that are also incarnating?
Yeah, well, see, the problem with incarnating is that just due to the fact that you have to squeeze this higher consciousness into a newborn baby brain whose neurons are still developing. I mean, that's a major shock to the system, and it comes with amnesia, right? Especially amnesia because, as humans, whether it's genetic or otherwise, we are not psychic by default. Like, yeah, some babies, they can see energy, they can see ghosts and things, but for the most part, people genetically have been shut off from psychic abilities, and because of that, they don't have a psychic connection to their higher consciousness where memories are stored of past lives and just higher awareness and so on. And so for a higher negative entity to come here in a human form, they're going to go through that wall, and it's going to be difficult for them to necessarily remember why they're here and what they're all about. So it'd be more risky for them, and maybe they'd be more risk adverse. Like maybe they would be more interested in possessing or shadowing a living human instead of trying to incarnate here through the usual, attach to an embryo and develop as a fetus and be born as a baby. Maybe they don't go that route necessarily. I mean, they could, but it comes with greater risks. So I would say it's possible, but they would be less likely to do that, I would say.
Could it be that they do attachment to the human host starting from a very early stage, and they do that? And it's like a war over the host between the original spirit and the negative entity.
Right, yeah, that's something that Rudolf Steiner got into, talking about the etheric double that attaches to us even when we're still in the womb. He talks about that, and you've got the Carlos Castaneda idea where he talks about the predator that, well, it not only attaches itself to us, but it gives us its own mind. So part of our mind, the part of us that we would associate as the monkey mind or the id or the ego, or the shadow, that stuff, it's more like a graft on who we actually are. And unfortunately, part of it helps us survive here as human beings in this jungle, this jungle that we call Earth. but it is antithetical to who we are at the spiritual core. So, no matter which way you cut it, no matter what source you look at, a lot of them do speak about some sort of a graft or attachment or, partial shadowing by something negative that follows us around and that we're constantly in a spiritual battle with. I mean, not to mention the whole folk lore or cultural idea of having a devil on one shoulder and an angel on the other shoulder. I mean, that's sort of another different visual depiction of that same dynamic.
Is there a possibility that the sun, or not just the sun, but stars and celestial objects, planets, stars, galaxies, quasars, black holes, that those could be hosts for consciousness?
Oh yeah, for sure. Because the sun, if you think about the sun, I mean, the sun alone is, well, any star really. It's such a complex system of moving energies and chaotic turbulence and so on that they are chaotic systems. And chaos is what's needed for consciousness to operate through a physical thing through. Because what is chaos? Chaos is non-determinism. And non-determinism means that there's multiple avenues forward into the future that it can take, right? And so if you have consciousness with free will, that's what you need. You need choice. You need options in order to express itself. Because if it's just like a mechanical robot or like a dead, lifeless planet with not even an active core, then consciousness can't really bind to that because it can't do anything with it or through it. But as far as like stars go, I mean, their motion, their physical motion through space is 100%, 100% determined by the laws of astrophysics. However, the brightness, when they flare up, things like that can be influenced chaotically by consciousness. So, if the sun is conscious, then maybe that consciousness decides the different types of solar events, these unpredictable solar events that occur. Maybe that is what the driver is. And so maybe the different phases of history of humanity over the past hundreds of thousands of years that go through these different cataclysm cycles, what if some of these cycles are actually consciously determined by consciousness of the sun itself, or some higher consciousness operating through the sun? I mean, that's possible. So the system that we exist within, it's not just physical, it also has conscious elements, and maybe those things also influence some of the bigger collective global events that happen here. Just throwing that out there as a consideration.
I've had this sort of sci-fi kind of vision, idea, fiction.
Can you guys not see the hands?
Go ahead and jump in, John.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just sitting here seeing like a bunch of hands on my screen, and Spyro there's getting a lot of questions.
All right.
I'm just wondering if you guys can't see them.
I'll turn off my mic now.
Hey, John. We do have a list for getting to hands. We do allow a little bit of back and forth with Tom because he's, a lot of times these questions, go down some rabbit holes and stuff. So if everyone could just please.
I couldn't tell if there's glitches or what was happening.
Yeah. Please just be patient, everyone. And Spyro, if you've wrapped up, we can get to the next hand. Ulrich, where are we at?
Next up, I'm pretty sure we have Son of L, who's been patiently waiting.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Good evening. How you doing, Tom? As I was listening to you, man, you pretty much answered my question, because just reading from you guys' conversation, the question for the group here, why didn't the aliens intervene? I was just gonna say that and ask you your opinion. You mentioned about the free will, and our free will is our superpower. We have the positive, you said the angels, we have the two angels, and our free will is the decision of picking between the two. And I believe that doing neither is pretty much going into that middle factor and avoiding the two, because either one, there's a negative on both sides, even in the positive side. So what do you feel about that, man?
Oh, well, there's no doubt that you have these false opposites or these false dichotomies. Okay, you have so many of those. It's unbelievable how many of those are. Like Democrat versus Republican, and this religion versus that religion, right? Or that particular morality versus another one that's incompatible with it. Or the alien stuff. You've got the fake good guys, and you got the obvious hostile ones. So you have that, but just because those exist doesn't mean that a genuine dichotomy doesn't also exist. And actually, a big part of discernment is figuring out what are false dichotomies and what is the true fundamental real dichotomy, the real duality. And the real duality, you'll have Buddhists and you'll have certain philosophers saying that ultimately duality is false. It's an illusion and everything is really one. Everything's an expression of one consciousness. So how can there be duality? Well, I would say to that, okay, everything can be one in essence. Everything can be one in origin, but we are multiple in our form, in our expression, and in the choices we make and in the histories that we have. So the expressions of this unity can manifest in many different ways. But in the end, I do believe that there is a fundamental, real, objective dualism that goes on, and it boils down to that objective system of ethics that I mentioned earlier about whether you, as an individual unit of consciousness, is more interested in exploiting others for your own gain, or whether you're more interested in helping the system as a whole by being good both to yourself and to others. So I do think that a real good exists, just that there are so many different false dichotomies that the thing that you're worried about, that you're talking about, yeah, you do have to look for those and you do have to see through those. But, and here's the important point. When you have two false opposites, right, you've got this opposite A versus opposite B, the truth isn't necessarily always the middle ground between the two. It's a third option that transcends that entire spectrum to begin with, right? So we can't always take the easy way out and just average two opposites to find that thing in the middle. We have to look for the truth that kind of transcends both of those falsehoods, and that's how you choose the real part of the true dichotomy.
So, would you say that with our free will, if the aliens intervene, right? And to me personally, the aliens is within our body. It's the fight that we go through with ourselves every single day. You mentioned the shadow, which is our negative side, which is our ego, the demiurge. We constantly fight with that in ourselves. Like that's the war in heaven, is the decisions we fight with ourselves every day to make constantly over and over. A lot of times we don't have our enemies. Some of us don't even have enemies, but we are our own worst enemies. Hence why when we look in the mirrors, a lot of us have issues looking at ourselves because of that. So Tom, if the aliens, like I said, that are within us, the demiurge, if anything outside of ourselves, is what I'm saying, intervenes, I feel that we're gonna lose our free will, because if we're made perfect, which we are made with all the things that we need to live and survive and everything like that. Why would they save us and with intervening? It would see, to me, they would be more disappointed, because we've been given free will with everything that we go through. All of us in this room, in this space, all of us go through today on a regular basis with life and government things going on, vaccinations, etc. We all have a decision, and that our free will is to either to entertain it or not entertain it, to be involved or not be involved. And so at the end of the day, we all choose to be involved. So then why would they want to save us in the sense of leaving us to still be in somewhat power of our own free will?
Yeah, well, see, you made a really key point. And what it really points to is that if any sort of positive intervention were to occur, the sole purpose of that intervention wouldn't be to save us, like in the way that we think in a Hollywood kind of way. Its sole purpose would be to restore free will. If free will is already being crushed or already being over heavily handedly suppressed by intervention that is already going on by the hostile forces, right? So it's not so much that the positive is rescuing us from the negative. It's more like they want to return things to a balance so that we can choose with more awareness and just to make more informed choices. So that's an important point to consider.
That was all my questions, everyone. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Awesome.
Thank you, Tom, as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Annabelle. Thank you, Tom. Ulrich, where are we at?
I'm pretty sure we had next That it was googly eyes. Googly eyes. What's your question, man?
I have rapid fire ones. So the first one, this is going to be relating to the earlier, Tom, you had an earlier explanation about the Neuralink, and you said like silicon computers 55 gigahertz, that's going down the wrong path. Is that because they're actually detrimental to our existence, or is it just shit nobody cares about and just non-essential technology? And this goes for spaceships and other sci-fi BS like that.
Yeah, did you want to like answer or ask these in like broken fashion, or do you want to do them all at once?
Oh
Because I can
yeah,
answer that.
all at once. Either or works for you. But
Okay, well, let's just do it in stepwise, so I don't forget, right? So, all right, so let me answer that one. So, I think it depends on the technology, because there's certain technologies that do enable our free will by taking away certain unnecessary, redundant inconveniences that we simply don't need, you know. But then there's other ones that are actual like spiritual attacks disguised as technology or disguised as convenience. Like for example, virtual reality goggles, where one day you can just lay in a bed all day and not go anywhere, do all your work and all your socializing and all that stuff on virtual reality. Well, if you look at what Apple has planned for their Vision Pro, for example, they got technology that they're planning on putting in there that reads your facial micro expressions, your brain waves, and to anticipate your choices before you yourself are even aware of those choices. And then they're able to manipulate that subliminally. In other words, to start to
yeah, that would
bypass and
violate
manipulate
free
your free
will.
will. Exactly, right. So there's certain technologies will go down that Luciferian transhumanist path to try to lock our soul deeper and deeper and deeper into matter, okay, by weakening it metaphysically. And then there's certain other things that, they're more like neutral, and then other ones that are good. But the thing is, these forces that are driving this, I mean, they don't care which one is which necessarily. They're just going to blast it all at us, and it's up to us to become aware enough to resist.
Is the classic computer just basically neutral?
Well, is it basically neutral? I would say so, but you know that saying that sometimes quantity is its own form of quality. So there comes a point. There comes a point of technological convenience or speed or power or whatever, where it in itself, just by virtue of being that fast or that prevalent in our lives, it acquires an element of, you could say, anti-spiritual or even evil intentions behind it. Okay, so that's basically it.
Second one, are there evacuationist alien agendas? Basically, this goes that because some people may actually want the disclosure, but the majority of humanity can't handle it. So my theory is that there might be aliens that are like, yeah, let's get these people the fuck out. Does that happen?
Yeah,
Like
well, I mean,
individual contact, and then let's just leave Earth.
yeah, well, I mean, even if you look back historically at, say, like, I don't know, Native American legends about the ant people that saved them from the prior cataclysm and took them underground. I mean, they didn't say off-world, but they might as well have lived off,
Basically,
and it ended for world.
evacuationism.
Yeah. So it's happened before. I mean, some people survive past cataclysms by going underground, like in Turkey with that Derin Kuyu underground city, for example, which housed like 10,000, 20,000 people.
Yeah.
I mean, that's insane for that time period. That's like 10,000 years ago. And that happens. And in the abduction field, yeah, you do get a lot of people being shown or trained on scenarios of what happens if eventually we need to get you the hell off Earth. So people are trained to wait for the signal or meet up at this particular spot to be collected, or go outside into the backyard like within, I don't know, 30 seconds, or otherwise you're gonna miss your ticket. You're gonna miss your ride. So it's happening. People are being trained on that. Now I don't know if that's just strictly a psyop to give the impression that they're going to do that, or if it's part of actual training for that. But it is an element of it. As to their invention or intentions, a farmer who wants to chop up his cow for money and food, he's going to care for the cow as far as like getting the cow out of a path of a tornado and lock him in the barn in case a storm is coming. So he's going to care for him that way. But that doesn't mean that he's benevolent, right? So just because these aliens want to evacuate us or some of us doesn't mean that they're necessarily good. It just means that we are useful in some way to them. But it also doesn't mean that they're necessarily on the hostile side either, because if you're someone who is an asset,
you'd want to get your family out of a bad situation, clearly.
Yeah, family, and also, see, here's the difference. Right. See, here's the difference between aliens and the more like angelic higher NHIs. The difference is that aliens, they also have to consider certain physical factors like genetics, bloodlines,
Covering their ass.
yeah, covering their ass, getting enough food, and they're not going to engage in an open hostile war against the negative ones if they don't have the resources to pull it off, right? They're just going to stay out of the fight. So there's certain logistical limitations that they have, and so if they need to take one of their contacts off planet during a pole shift or something, so that they can be brought back and therefore be a force of good and seeding good information again, then they might just do that. It doesn't mean that they're necessarily hostile. So the whole evacuation thing, you can't really determine strictly based on that whether a particular
But it
faction
does
is positive or
exist.
negative. Oh yeah, I would say yeah, 100%.
Okay, third one. How far-reaching are Nordic/humans, like, that general body type? And are there other intelligent NHIs that don't follow that template that you know of?
Don't follow what template? Like look different than humans or what?
Yeah, just like totally look different. Just don't follow that species template at all. Don't walk on two legs, that sort of thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll see. Right. So one of the only ways there's different ways to explain why aliens in general are bipedal and have two arms, two legs, the bilateral symmetry and so on, and why they can breathe our air, and why some of them can directly interbreed without even any test tube hybrids or anything. Well, either they were created from our genetics, or we were created from theirs, or we both have common ancestors. There's some sort of genetic linkage there, right? And
how far would that go, though? Like, is it just within the Milky Way, or?
I wouldn't say so. Like, seriously, like all the different alien types and everything. I mean, as much as they're liars, they do sometimes say where they're from, and maybe that's sort of false, but they give a general impression. See, because they could easily say that they're from the Andromeda galaxy or some other galaxy, but usually they don't. Usually they say, like, at best, like the Zeta Reticuli or the belt stars of Orion or something, and all those tend to be within, 100 to, let's say, 500 light years max, right? And which kind of makes sense that, just as on Earth, you have different races of people, and the closer that they were geographically, the more similar they look to each other, okay? It might not be limited to just Earth. Like this sounds silly, but some people might have a problem with this. But if outer space is real, and there is space travel, then the human form, whether it looks just like us or maybe some other genetics mixed in, like reptilian or whatever, it could exist on other planets. And if that's the case, then the closer its proximity is to us in space, the more similar, very likely, it would look.
My real questions are: how far does this similarity go? Is it just within our galaxy? Is it within our local group? And are there examples of that not being true? The whole 150 light years local neighborhood and looks like a human.
Yeah, well, see, the problem is you might have an example where, oh yeah, an abductee says that their aliens told them they're from this other galaxy, but is that factual? Or was it even an alien? Or was it a discarnate astral parasite that's pretending to be an alien because that's what that person believes?
Or is it just a total fever dream?
Right, exactly. And so therefore, when you look at the entire data set, yes, you're always going to have these outliers, these statistical outliers that don't fit with any of the rest of the data, and maybe those are the ones that are most likely to be false or someone's fabrication or something like that. But then you've got this cluster of data in the middle, and that's where you typically see the grays, the mantids, reptilians, humanoid Nordic looking types, which, as that free study we talked about earlier from the Edgar Mitchell Foundation, they went through the different types and what their frequency was in these reports. And as I mentioned, like the grays were the most common, followed by the Nordic human-looking types, and then by the tall grays, and then I think the reptilians were next, and then the mantis were the last. Oh, and one of the last categories was just a pure energy being. Okay, a pure energy being which might not have even had a humanoid form. But those could have been other types of NHIs. That could have been the more angelic form, for example. And those were all kind of like lumped together in that study, right? So it didn't necessarily filter out just strictly the alien stuff. But
are there oddball beings though, like ones that are quadruped or just totally not us?
Well, no, typically no. But one thing I'll say about that though is that back in the 40s and 50s and 60s, the earlier in time you go with that, the weirder a lot of these reports were. Okay, but over time, for whatever reason, it's funneled down into the more mainstream types that we hear about, like the four main
less
types.
far out beings.
Yeah, either that, or you know what? It might not even be spatial proximity. Like, what if it's temporal or like parallel timeline proximity?
Or template
What if?
proximity with our astral beings.
Yeah, right, exactly. Because like, what if you go back to the 40s and 50s?
Like
What if at
you
that?
go on the internet, you go onto your Twitter and you see ufology. That does not mean that Twitter is just ufology all across the universe. It just means that you are seeing all across Earth ufology Twitter.
Yeah, right, exactly. So my point was that if you go back to the 40s and 50s, the future was more open back then because not as much time had elapsed, right? So there's more probable futures that were accessible, right? And so what if that resulted in contact with more of the weirder quantum probabilities than we have now, where now we're later in the game, so now we've kind of like locked phase with narrower sets of probable futures. That's a possibility. I'm not fully convinced on that, but as I mentioned, it's possible, and I guess it's plausible within the rules of quantum physics and time travel.
No.
Okay, Googly Eyes, if you could wrap it up with one last follow-up, and then we are going to go to Rich. And if I cycle you down, it's just because we have a lot of speakers trying to request.
Just going to skip 4 then. 5, how do I tell if I am a wanderer?
Oh, well, you know what? You have to research that subject, and once you get a good understanding of it, then you can do it. Now, I didn't prepare a bunch of notes on whole wanderer thing, so I'm kind of rusty on it. But generally, if even since you were a kid, you were interested in things that go beyond the human sphere, that is telling. I mean, I think the wanderer idea makes a little bit more sense and is a little bit safer than the starseed idea, because the starseed idea it kind of reminds me of racism or ethno-nationalism, where you get a little too identified with your genetics and your origins. Whereas the wanderer thing, it's more functional, more like your soul who's interested in this kind of thing. So therefore, that's what you are more aligned with in this life. Versus like, oh, I'm an Arcturian, therefore I have to be this way or that way, right? So the wanderer thing, I don't know. I mean, just read up on it, and if you understand it, then you can kind of make that judgment.
All right, thank you, Googly Eyes. Again, if I cycle you down, it's not personal. It's just because we have people requesting. And Rich, you're up next.
Well, thank you. Great space tonight, guys. Tom, what do you believe the primary agenda of the malevolent extraterrestrial entities are? And do you see any significant connections to their actions or influences from the ancient past? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. So if we just go based on abduction data and what they're trying to accomplish nowadays, it seems that one of their at least initial primary purposes is to gain overt control of this planet. We know that they have had covert influences for a very long time. And if you go back far enough in history, which ties back into your question, it wasn't as covert back then. They were actually out in the open more. And that's why you had whole entire cities being blown up and fried, like Sodom and Gomorrah and Mohenjo-Daro, places like that, vitrified forts, examples of ancient technologies being used to just obliterate entire peoples. And if you go back far enough, you can even go to the Mahabharata epics in Vedic mythology, where you have these ancient wars using what seems like nuclear weapons and magical weapons and flying Vimana ships and so on. I think that whole story might have been transplanted into human cultural sphere, but might actually originate off-world, or might have originated from some ancient previous cycle of history. But nowadays, I do think they're interested in having an overt control of this world, and to essentially genetically assimilate us and modify us to the next level. Even just in the abduction field, which Amy will talk about next week, there's a whole hybrid breeding program, right? And that's something that David Jacobs and many others have documented, different accounts of that. And with that, what they're trying to do is they're trying to cross gray alien genetics with humans. Now, one of the false storylines that has been seeded in both the channeling field and the alien abduction field is that grays, let's say that they're future humans or they came from another world where, due to some disaster, whether a nuclear disaster or an environmental disaster, they had to go underground and clone themselves and they modify themselves to survive that world. And now they're here needing our genetics to restore feelings back to them. And perhaps by hybridizing themselves with us, then we get increased intellectual powers and psychic powers, and they get to experience love and emotion again, right? that entire romantic fairy tale is one of the storylines that's being seeded, but I think it's BS. Why? Because in abduction accounts, Greys are almost always subservient to other alien types, whether it's reptilians, especially the mantis beings. Okay, they're subservient to them, almost like they are just like some sort of artificial worker bot construct created for them. I don't think that they're necessarily their own species. Okay, and if that's the case, then these beings, well, if you hybridize slave cybernetic genetics with humans, you're going to get a hybrid that is more easily controlled, that has less independent thinking ability. And what does that ultimately amount to? It ultimately amounts to a reduction in discernment, knowledge, free will, and our connection to our own divine inner source, which are the core things that the negative forces always want to take away from us, whether it's demons, whether it's these negative aliens, whether it's psychopathic human politicians, it doesn't matter. They want to take that away from us, and that's sort of the criteria that you can use to realize that the whole gray alien hybrid breeding agenda thing is a very, very bad idea. So I think that's where they're going next. But what is the ultimate goal? I think if you go way down that road and you really think about the ultimate implications of it, it does seem to me that in the end, it's once again a war between darkness and light, between the what do you call it, the native dark constructs, shadow construct of the universal consciousness, warring against the active spiritual intelligence, which you would call God or the divine or something like that. So in the end, you know what? It's Satan versus God. You know, it's demons versus angels. It's a spiritual war. That within that entire spiritual war construct, within that's where you've got alien stuff, you know, political stuff, human events and history and so on. It's all that's all a big subset within the greater spiritual war that's going on.
That's exactly kind of what I was gonna ask about, because when I was speaking earlier, I was trying to include everybody's experience. But what I'm wondering is, I was researching astral abductions recently, and I was like, that it reminds me of sleep. I struggle with sleep paralysis, and so I'm like, well, yeah, I know that's been a common correlation, but how much of these things are happening in the astral? And could that whole like disaster star scenario with Zeta Reticulans, I always thought that was sus. Anyways, because it's like, that would require like a wormhole and all that stuff. But uh, if they were maybe souls, demonic souls, or malevolent souls that we're trying to attach, like a hitchhiker, so they can go through the whole reincarnation process properly, or if they're like disembodied. But just overall, yeah. How much is like is there that unified field of creation that we're all kind of existing in, and we have our own individual 3D lives, and time keeps us separated that way. But is everything beyond that consciousness itself in like a state of creation at all times, and that's we can access time forward and back and things like that as it all kind of exists at the same time. I think your mic's hot, Ulrich.
Oh my God,
It's cool. That was my thought. I was just like, is there's like a lot of things happening in this like astral creation realm?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, you know, my
thanks for telling me.
so it's my current theory is that physicality might actually be an astral construct, or a construct that's happening within astral, like the astral, like a consciousness, fluid consciousness realm that is beyond all this. That we are almost like a sector of it that is under the grip of a massive thought form, which we would call the demiurge, that is holding it in place. You know, the same way that our subconscious, as I mentioned, holds in place the physics of our dream, you know, relatively speaking, to create this environment that we can operate within. So what if we are literally like in the astral right now? It's just that there is something within it that is holding it in place and therefore gives the illusion of matter. Okay, and if that's the case, then all reincarnation is, or all that incarnation is one type of astral consciousness construct inserting itself and binding itself with that, you know, the demiurgic construct, which is also part of the astral. You know, it's like one mind kind of entering the dream space of another more universal mind and operating within that. And then when you die, you leave that again and you go back to the real astral construct. So as far as like aliens go, you know, we know that aliens do have abilities that are beyond ours, that the inside of their ships are bigger than the outside, and that they can manipulate time and create these time bubbles or these isolation fields around an abductee to take them, right, without the outside world being able to see it. So that happens. And okay, so I don't want to get too technical here, but in occultism, they differentiate between the etheric plane and the astral plane. Okay, the astral plane is what I mentioned before, this fluid astral energy field. This is the field of consciousness, like the universal thought space. Okay, that's what the astral is. But within that, you can have the programmed aspect of it, and that is not only matter, but part of that is also the etheric. And you can think of the etheric as the HTML code or the matrix code that underlies that illusion. Okay, so when you have code, you have the rendered part of the code, which is what we see as images and text, when we visit a website, and then you have the stuff underneath it, which is the HTML and the CSS and JavaScript and metadata and all that stuff. That stuff is still part of the website. It's still part of what's being sent to you. It's divided into the manifested part and the invisible, subtle matrix code underneath it, but all of that is that's all part of the illusion. And so if you take this astral energy fluid field of consciousness and you program part of it, that programmed part of it is going to be divided into both the physical aspect and the etheric aspect, right? And the etheric aspect is what aliens seem to have control over, technologically and psychically, okay? And so the only reason why I mention this is because it's not like aliens have equal amount of control over the astral, because the astral is outside of all that programming. So you can't really use technology in the astral. In the astral, it's more like conscious intent. It's more like magic. It's more like occult stuff. Whereas within the construct, that's where you've got physical technology and etheric technology. And that entire sphere, that entire realm, that is what aliens seem to be masters of or have a very high degree of control over. So, it's an important distinction to make.
Yeah, I was wondering about the orb phenomena and how, with the fourth dimension, if it goes into superposition, if you are looking directly at it, so it mostly interactions like or not fourth dimension. I don't know what dimension it is, honestly. That creation realm is like around us at all times, and it's where like chaos is and our body too, all that stuff, our ghosts, they're all there. And sometimes, though, even though they're in superposition, we can will them into our third dimension through emotional energy, and that's like why it maybe like you're seeing three orbs, but if you were seeing it for what it was, it could be a hypercube sitting there, and the points, those three orbs you're seeing, are just the points of the most focused energy. And I'm wondering if that's what the rain dances and stuff used to be about, is kind of like willing that dimension of creation out of superposition and into like fulfilling your manifestation needs.
No, that's a good point. And that brings up another good point, which is that in order for something from that astral, fluid, conscious creation realm, in order for it to manifest here physically, like to our eyes, it has to go first through an etheric state. It has to condense for itself in etheric form, which then can be translated into the physical form. Just like if you want to have some text and headline and a picture on a website, you first have to create the HTML and the JPEG code or whatever to be able to serve that up, right? So, being that what it is, well, how do you gather this etheric energy in order to manifest a physical form? And one of the easiest ways to get it is from a living thing already, like a thing that already has a life force energy field. And that is why in demonic hauntings or possession cases, where a dark demonic entity sets up root in a home, at first, when the first time it ever shows up in that person's life, most likely it's going to be in a almost pure astral form with very, very little ability to manifest anything physical. Okay, but once it starts feeding on that person's life force energy, then that demon or ghost is going to be able to build for itself an etheric body. And at that point, through that etheric body, it is then able to exert more physical forces. And that's where you get poltergeists, right? So poltergeists, they always start out as these wispy, very faint, very barely even present astral things. But once they feed on the person's emotions and life force energy, they build power, and then they're able to throw objects around and choke people and lift them off their beds and do all this crazy paranormal stuff like we see in Hollywood movies. So etheric energy is a part of manifesting things here. And that's why, as you mentioned, rain dances, for example. So rain dances, when you're doing a rain dance, or just pretty much any sort of dance, you're emitting a lot of energy, like your mitochondria are heating up, and you're putting a lot of emotion into it and a lot of intention. So you're emitting energy on multiple levels, and that can be used, either by you or by some other entity to make certain things happen or to manifest certain beings here. Or like, in the Bible, okay? So in the Bible, when the Ark of the Covenant was brought back, was recaptured from the Philistines, if I remember correctly, David was, well, he was glad to have it back, and very mysteriously, he spent all night dancing like crazy in front of the Ark. Why? Well, not to get too much deep into it, but if you guys want to read more, check out my Gnosis book on Amazon, where I get into all that stuff, because I think that the Ark of the Covenant was a device that operated. Well, it contained alien artifacts that operated on etheric and astral principles in order to manipulate reality. That's what I think it did. But it had to be recharged from time to time, and that was either done through sacrifices at the time or through, in this case, like dancing. And the reason I mentioned that is because you mentioned rain dancing, so it's all connected, It's all technology that operates on the level of either etheric energy in order to alter the matrix code, in order to alter physical reality, or it works on astral stuff as well, which gives it an even deeper access to manipulating this construct that we find ourselves in. So.
All right, I think we have Craigopolis next, and then Hilarious, you're going to be after Craig. We haven't forgotten about you. Go ahead, Craig.
Okay, thanks. I'd like to talk with you about free will, and I'm glad I'm not the only person who's brought it up tonight. I'm going to state things just kind of matter of factly for the purposes of clarity and efficiency so that I can avoid all of the if then caveats. But I'm not trying to come across quite as arrogant or pretentious or declarative as it might. So, to start with, when we take the literal interpretation of the term free will, I think that it's fair to say that it alleges complete freedom of the application of your willpower. That is definitely not going on. There are no circumstances where you have free will, where your intentions can be applied without some type of duress. Some quick examples to make the point. I might want to shoot a basketball into a basketball hoop. My will is unconflicted, but it's not necessarily going to go in the hoop. I might want blonde hair, but if I was born without the genetics for blonde hair, no amount of willpower is going to change that. I might want to fly, but that's not going to happen. And with all these things, I definitely don't want these questions and assertions to be interpreted solely through the lens of physicality. I mean to present these things ontologically. So, with regards to free will, again, other people's willpower, unless you were omnipotent, would also be a limitation on the application of your willpower. So, no free will. What's left then is the question of choice. And does anybody ever really make any choice? And I struggle to find a logical way to even find freedom of choice. Now, this is rooted in the conundrum that most philosophical inquiry, once you reach a certain depth, finds itself rooted in, which is the conundrum of the infinite regress and the unmoved mover. I won't go into that now unless either Tom or the hosts want me to explain that, but it is relevant. Moving forward, so the issue of free choice. So let's take an example to try to illustrate this this concern. Uh, let's say that you are choosing between eating pizza or hamburgers. You have a value. So that's the choice. You have a value. The value is that you're going to eat whatever you think tastes better. Okay. And let's say that your identity is such that you prefer pizza. Okay. So now it's a foregone conclusion that you're going to eat pizza. There's no The choice is derived from the value of I'm going to eat what I think tastes better. Because that's what people say. They say, oh, do we have free will? Yeah, I do what I want. Okay, well, but why do you want what you want? When did you choose what you wanted? So pizza or hamburgers, I want what tastes better. What I think tastes better is pizza. Ergo, I'm going to eat the pizza. But in this example, we can draw upon a physical cue, although that's still a proximate cause. And we could say, okay, well, but when did you choose your taste buds, right? You know, what tastes better to you is not something you choose. It's something you experience. You eat two things. One of them happens to taste better because of your taste buds, because of an identity that was imposed upon you by your genetics. But again, I don't want this to be taken as, I don't want there to be this to be taken purely in terms of physicality or genetics. So I mean this at the soul level, at the deepest level of most fundamental form of identity that we have. So let's take that then to that level. When do you choose to be you? If you're a blank slate at some point in your existence, you would have no principles to draw upon to create your identity. So it would be random then. You're a blank slate and you say, I'm going to be a good person. I'm going to be a bad person. Whatever attributes we're going to attribute to construct your identity, if you're just a blank slate, you have no principles to draw upon to choose what you're going to be. The alternative situation is that some sort of identity principle, some attribute, is imposed upon you by God or something else. And that from that, we have a cascade of other attributes, identity pieces that could be formed. But I hope you see what I'm getting at here is where is there really any room for choice? Because either it's random, which is not a choice, or it was imposed upon you, which is also not a choice. That we are all who we're going to be, and we never got to choose who we are. Go ahead, Tom.
Okay, yeah. Funny enough, we had this conversation about 2 months ago, so I remember us getting into it back then. But
yeah.
just to kind of recap, see, that's the reason why when I write stuff, usually instead of me writing it free space will, I combine them into one word, free will. And the reason I do that is because it's not a will that is free, like 100% free, like you're saying. It's because that thing together, in one word, is a thing. And it's not necessarily free, like in a 100% way. But the thing is, free will exists so long as it is non-zero. It might be almost infinitesimal, it might be like 0.00001%, but as long as it's not zero, then it still exists. And in complex systems, when we're talking about chaos theory or the human brain or human life or human civilization, in chaos theory, the smallest little tiny thing can have the biggest effects. And so even if we have barely any free will, the fact that it's non-zero leads to it being non-deterministic in the big, long scale of things. So I do agree that free will isn't really free. It's very, 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 very restricted, actually, by our genetics, by our values, by society. But I would still argue that it is non-zero, and that makes all the difference. And if you just not even just look at humans, if you just look at the most basic, simple, little tiny thing like an atom or an electron, well, quantum physics has already settled the matter. See, because what you're doing is you're arguing for a deterministic universe, essentially. But quantum physics has already settled that question and has already said that even the most simple thing like an electron or an atom is non-deterministic, meaning that, yeah, you know what, it might go this way or it might go that way, and there's no prior physical cause that can determine which way it'll go. So we're not even talking about values there, about whether you're programmed to love hamburgers or not love hamburgers as a child. We're talking about the actual laws of physics there, which say that an electron has no prior physical causes for jumping to this state or to that state. It'll do it randomly. And since the brain, with its neurons and microtubules and everything, synapses, it operates on atomic processes in a state of almost near total chaos, but not quite. Those are all the conditions that are needed for the tiniest little seed of free will to cascade up into a macroscopic free will act. Now, it may not be totally free. You may not be able to change your genetics or your hair, at least not in the physical, which then...
Okay, Tom, can I just... your time is valuable, and I feel like uh, that's why I moved on to the concept of choice, and I tried to emphasize this isn't about physical things. And when it comes to quantum physics, there are quantum physics theories. I mean, as I'm sure you would appreciate, Tom, no science is ever fully settled. They might simply be unable to determine the causation for those things. My point was that's why I was saying, look, this is not a physical or a physics question. This is an ontological thing. And so at the soul level, at the astral, or whatever term we want to use, when do you choose to be you? That's the fundamental logos that has to be challenged here. If you're a blank slate, if no identity has been imposed on you that all of your choices will be derived from, then you just randomly pick to be something, just randomly selected something. When do you get to choose who you are?
Yeah, I'll tell you. So basically, if you believe in consciousness and you believe that consciousness has an origin, right? So then if you trace it back to its very earliest initial spark, like a God spark or whatever you want to call it, that state isn't actually blank. Why? Why is it not blank? Because it already comes preloaded with the intrinsic qualities of consciousness, right? Now you might argue that based on this, that therefore consciousness is programmed to follow those prerogatives and therefore to always do what it's meant to do. But if we look at real life, that isn't the case. Why? Because we are confronted also with matter, energy, space, and time that tries to push us towards anti-conscious behavior, towards programmed asleep behavior, the law of the jungle, exploiting others, fighting over limited resources. And those are the things that we are confronted with that counteroppose our intrinsic values as consciousness, right? And when we're confronted with both that inner force and that outer force, what does that constitute? It constitutes a genuine choice. And not everyone makes a choice. Some choose one way, some choose the other way. And there's no way to predict that. And that's why it's non-deterministic, and that's why I do believe that free will exists. So.
Awesome, Tom and Craig. Thank you for that. We're going to get to Hilarious, and then we're going to go to John, I think it was John and then Jay. And then we have a lot of people waiting to hear about the lady and to talk and ask questions about the lady. So we'll wrap it up with these last three hands, and then we'll continue on to a new topic.
Thank you very much. This is Naysay or Hilarious. I can only share from my perspective as a descendant of the Anishinaabe people. And if I may share a scenario that just occurred with the annual traditional powwow. And this goes on by the teachings that my elders had shared with me, because the one thing that I've experienced when I go to my elders and ask them, what about extraterrestrial entities? And I'm sorry for the redundancy if you've heard this before, but I've never been shunned or been dismissed, like in the vein that there is no such thing. They will literally just say, what do you want to know about them? So the scenario I wanted to share is this last weekend was the White Earth Reservation, Gawababigani Cog in our language. It was their 156th annual powwow. And it originally started on the summer solstice, was when the day was selected. Unfortunately, we're caught up in the Gregorian calendar's summer solstice of June 21st, which we're on the precipice of tomorrow, aligning with a full moon, which does have significance in it. So if we as Anishinaabe people, or what's called human beings, resonate at a individual frequency, that frequency can be denoted in a light, a visual light color spectrum. Now, these entities of many different worlds come and visit this planet, and my ancestors shared this frequently. So, if we as human beings resonate at a particular frequency collectively, then if you see in a different visual field spectrum, comparatively to the oogly googlies of human beings. So, from an aerial view, when the powwow occurs, if you can think of a circle, and at the eastern door, all of these individuals at one time in the thousands would be entering the center of the circle. And then they would do a spiral in this circle. And they would do like a spiral entrance, and they would gravitate towards the center in the spiral, and then do like a reverse spiral and gravitate to the outer edge of the circle. Now, when this occurs, because of our individual fields, electromagnetic fields, this would create a pattern that is recognizable from an aerial view. So, what has occurred historically, extraterrestrials will say, hey, let's go, metaphorically, let's go on vacation, because on the third planet of this solar system, during the solstice that occurs, these creatures gather together and they celebrate by doing something that they've been doing for thousands of years. And if you witness this occurrence, it makes this beautiful pattern that is recognizable as they gather together, and they do these things that have been done not only in the vein of honoring their surroundings, but honoring the relatives from other worlds. Unfortunately, as time is permitted, the powers that should not be, with their desires of power and money and the elitist whatnot, they have many times over made treaties or agreements with different extraterrestrials that will say, okay, we'll do this if you help us with this technology and the such. And unfortunately, as time progressed, because of the alliances, just like on the earth where we have United Nations, where certain countries will come together and have agreements and treaties and whatnot, as above, so below, the microcosm, the macrocosm, the galactic council, for lack of a better term, because it's about semantics, when they gather together, they say, okay, now you are allowed to go here, but you are not allowed to land on planet. You are not allowed to manipulate or interfere with the entities of that planet because of said treaties, because of negotiations, and what I believe is those that actually own the planet. And then my assumption here, and this is where my question comes in with it, Tom, and thank you for letting me go on with my diatribe, that do you believe at some point one of these many different extraterrestrial creatures are going to come back to the planet Earth and say, hey, this is our planet, and here's our holographic deed denoting such an ownership, and like here on Earth, when you own an apartment complex and your tenants do not behave according to the rules and regulations of that apartment complex, you will be kicked out and vacated from the apartment complex. So, do you see this on our precipice where these extraterrestrials are going to say, hey, you've had several opportunities to get your collective poop in the group, and you're not fulfilling your obligation of existing in harmony with your surroundings, so we may be vacated? Thank you.
Yeah, so that's pretty interesting what you've discussed there about the powwows and the energy spirals and everything like that. But regarding your your question, I do think it's possible. However, earlier when I mentioned how both the more benevolent and definitely the hostile ones have had to operate covertly on Earth for many thousands of years now, and I mentioned like a third party, almost like an overseer group implementing a quarantine. That group may actually be what you're talking about, and even if they don't have, let's say, the original holographic deed rights to Earth, they might have control in the sense that they have superior power, knowledge, technology, or maybe not even physical technology. Maybe they are ultra terrestrials. Maybe they have a what you would call it, multispectral dominance of even the astral, fluid reality aspect of it, which goes beyond the permission sphere or system of just physics and the etheric. Okay, so what if they have access to the stuff that's outside of this construct, and so therefore they're almost like chaperones or moderators or system administrators of what's going on here? And if that's the case, then yes, if something happens here that totally goes against the rules or the designs that they have had for this place, then I think they might do something. However, in order for any of that to work, I think their rules would have to be acknowledged by the participants here, at least the knowing ones. And therefore, it would be possible for hostile forces to operate within that rule set and still accomplish a large part of their agenda without stepping over the line and triggering that higher, bigger intervention. And in fact, that might explain why they have been so sneaky, why they rely so much on gaining our consent, on seeding disinformation and getting us to a point where one day, if they do reveal themselves, we go along with their plan because we've already been preconditioned to accept it. And if we do accept it on a planetary scale, if we invite it, if we align with it, if we beg for it, then perhaps at that point the higher stuff wouldn't step in because it would be our choice to some degree. It would be our choice enough for them to not intervene, but to kind of keep on letting it play out as it plays out. And it kind of reminds me of back in 2004 through 2008 when I ran my Noble Realms forum. I was the sole moderator and the sole administrator, okay, because it was difficult for me to trust people at the time, having been through an earlier experience. But anyway, on that forum, there were times when certain trolls or psychopathic or sociopathic people would worm their way into the forum and they would gather to themselves I don't want to say idiots, but just like naive people that fell for their scams, and they would build up this little group of support. Me as a moderator, yeah, you know what? Sure, I could have booted them out, but if I did that, then they would also win because then it would blow back on me with all these people not knowing what really went on behind the scenes or not really being able to pick up on a lot of these sociopathic cues, right? So what I would do is I would let it play out. I would let it play out, and I would just very carefully and very skillfully lure that person into revealing their true colors. And when they finally did, that's when all the support disappeared because people saw them for who they actually were. And then I came in with a banhammer and they were gone. Okay. I did that not for my sake. I did it for the sake of the people on the forum who had unfortunately been mentally held hostage by this manipulator. And I timed myself perfectly to ensure that it would all work out to my benefit and their benefit, but not the benefit of the trolls. So if you think about that taking place planetarily, well, what if a lot of this dark stuff is being allowed to proceed until enough people wake up and have made the choice to stand against it, and then perhaps a more open form of intervention can occur that does not violate our free will, that does not short circuit our learning process, but that actually is merely the implementation of our awakening and learning process, and all the timing just flows beautifully together. So that's a potential of what could happen, and it all plays out according to the rule set of that higher overseer group. So hopefully that answers your question.
And may I follow up on that real quickly?
Yeah, real quick.
Okay, so my theory, my assumption is that throughout the solar system, particularly ours, that there are biospheres that have been created to support how Homo sapiens sapien can survive, because that's the beautiful of the uniqueness of the Earth, that we as a species can only survive within the parameters that has been established. And so I believe that on many of the celestial bodies within our solar system are Homo sapiens sapiens. And if Earth was, again, back to the Federation or the Council, if that was picked as the most optimal for the Homo sapiens to survive, then if we individually within races, definitely on pigment of skin, were created by design in order to live within these biospheres. Thus, when these individuals are witnessing what we do, then making the decision of, well, darn it, this was another failed experiment. Let's now erase the chalkboard and start all over again, because historically, how the earth has gone through many different cataclysms. And this increases with what the Anishinaabe we call the seventh fire prophecy, which we are on the precipice of right now. So my question is, what is your thoughts on that scenario, or if you've come across such a thing as I have? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So we do find that idea in various other mythologies, like, for example, the Anunnaki stuff, or like in the Bible with the days of Noah and how everyone was wicked, such that God decided to send a flood to drown the wicked and save only the faithful, which was Noah and his family and all the animals. Okay, so there's just different myths, different folklore that tie back to that idea, and there's a couple different possibilities there. One possibility is that, yes, you eventually get to a point where humanity is just so corrupt and so wicked and just everything just so out of whack that they, the controllers, they decide to do a reset. Okay, that's one possibility. Another possibility is that everything is actually going according to plan. And that includes the bioengineering of different human races for different human environments and for perhaps different future roles that we haven't even seen yet. Like, what if there's like a diabolical plan, right, where the different races of humans were artificially engineered to eventually form a kind of caste system where you've got certain races at the top, certain ones at the bottom bred to be slaves, and so on and so forth, and each one given certain abilities that currently we only identify as racist stereotypes, but it could actually be the design of these malevolent genetic engineers trying to create a genetic machine that will come online in the future as part of their one world alien global totalitarian state. I don't know. I'm just like throwing out wild ideas there for how off the rails it can go with that particular idea. Like, what if things are actually on track? Or a third possibility, things are on track in the sense that humanity is essentially an alchemical experiment where you take the base matter, the crude earlier humans, and through successive periodic resets, you take the best of the previous and you quote reincarnate it into the next civilization, build that up, reset it, take the best of that, and so on and so forth. And as you go along the way, you get these increasingly pure and pure, according to your own value system, types of humans, until eventually you achieve, I don't know, the human equivalent of the Philosopher's Stone, which has magical abilities and is able to be an ultra-terrestrial, trans-temporal civilization. So that would be alchemical engineering on a planetary scale over hundreds of thousands of years by beings that we probably can't even fathom, or maybe we can fathom them. Maybe they are relatively humanoid looking, but they're just 500 to 1,000 IQ, and they live 1,000 or 2,000 years long at a time. They've got certain time travel abilities. I mean, they could pull it off. So yeah, all these different possibilities we have to consider, because we can see different pieces, different puzzle pieces that support each of these hypotheses. So thanks for bringing all that up, and hope that helped answer some of your questions.
Oh, absolutely. And I enjoy hearing your perspective. And I would humbly suggest alternative 3, checking that out. And Fringe, if you need my speaker position for somebody else that's requesting, go ahead and dump me down and I'll be listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilarious. I appreciate that offer. I think we're good right now. John, you have been incredibly patient. You know, we let Tom and the speakers and questions kind of go back and forth for quite some time because a lot of what we're talking about is pretty in-depth when Tom is in this space. So thank you for being patient. So we'll get to John, and then we'll go to Jay Just, and then we are going to get to the lady. And hopefully a lot of people have questions about the lady because people have been waiting patiently. Go ahead, John.
Well, that's funny because that's literally what I was going to ask about. So, but before I do anything, and I will even give up on that because Tom, you're amazing. You've gone so many areas in this talk tonight. It has been incredible. I had missed some things earlier because it was cutting in and out when my family kept calling me. So I missed a bunch of stuff. So I thought you guys had already talked about the lady. So I was like gonna make you bring it up again because I know most of the people in here know that I've also seen this lady and I understand the lady in the context of the myths, from the Lady in the Lake to Lady Guadalupe to Mary to whether it's La Llorona, whether it's Bledsoe's lady, so I'm very curious about your thoughts on that. And I just wanted to say to Fringe, Tiff, and Doomer, of course, another banger space. Great job, you guys. I'm sorry I popped in earlier. I literally didn't know what was going on, and I didn't know everyone was getting to have nice, deep conversations. And so I'm sorry I cut in. I just, sometimes there's glitches and you don't know what's really happening, so I wanted to apologize for that. But other than that, yes, no, I really just wanted to get to the thing about the lady because for me, when I saw the lady, I interpret it through my Northern New Mexico myth legend set, and I thought it was La Llorona. So and she came for me, and that's the myth, the legend. She comes for her children. So that's really what I wanted to talk about. So other than that, I will just relinquish command and let you guys dive in.
Okay, John, well, why don't you hang out and we'll probably be tapping into your question and maybe even some expertise in whatever you might know about it. And we'll get to Jay, and then we're going to dive in on the lady. Go ahead, Jay.
I'd also like to comment about the Earth. Like, wouldn't it make sense to restart over and over again if you're a creator? Like, literally, you just want to create and recreate. So, why wouldn't the Earth do the same or a god do the same?
One alternative to that, or one, I guess, possible counterpoint, is that when they do the reset, they do save a number of the former civilization who has a certain type of culture and knowledge and technology that then becomes the seed of the next civilization. So it's not just like a very clean reset. It's more like a distillation of the old and then using that as the seed of a new culture, a new culture like a petri dish culture, but also as a human civilizational culture. Okay. So I do think there's some continuity there. And that's why I believe that some of the agendas that are going on nowadays, some of the secret society symbolisms and myths and traditions and power players and different globalist factions, I think some of their traditions and knowledge base probably traces back to even before the last pole shift, possibly even 40,000, 50,000, 60,000 years ago. Some of that stuff might actually still be alive nowadays. And that sort of speaks to how it's not just clean resets each time. I think it might more be like different stages of a bigger unified process, which goes back to that alchemical planetary engineering idea that I mentioned earlier. But thank you.
Hey, Tom and Jay, I did put, on our first space, I put your bio and your website and everything there, and I haven't done it since. But Jay, I did put Tom's website, his bio, and the list of the books he's written in case you're interested down there in the purple pill. And your hand is still up, so go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, I just had some follow-up questions, and thank you, French. So, does the activity still happen with you or your mom? And what are shadow people? Because I think I had something like that happen to me.
Yeah, I do still get it. My only problem is that they were easier to remember when I was a kid. And the reason why I think that is because when you're a kid, your mind is more plastic. So it's more difficult to crack and compartmentalize. It's not like a crystal that you can just kind of crack into clean halves. It's more like a lump of clay. You try to crack it, but it just kind of dents it. So when I was a kid, I was able to remember more. But then as the years have gone on, I think I have a split personality, like a compartmentalized part of my mind, that whenever an abduction begins, I get triggered into that. And then when I come back from it, I don't necessarily remember everything that happened during it. But there are precursors, and there are what do you call them, after effects of abductions that you can use to determine whether something has happened, including pets. So when we used to have this black cat, she was able to determine prior to an abduction that something was up, and afterwards she'd be acting very frazzled as well. Plus, me having marks on my body and having maybe dreams that symbolically relate to alien abduction events that happened earlier in the night that would happen too. Plus, my head would feel fried, and maybe I would have some sort of what felt like a negative program running in the back of my mind, which I would have to identify and deprogram to ensure that I wouldn't self-sabotage myself or give up on a project that I had been working on that maybe they didn't like, and they insert like a post-hypnotic command to get you to just suddenly forget all about it. Things like that. I would have to debug myself on a regular basis. I still get that here and there nowadays, but I think as you get older, maybe they sort of blew their chances at trying to stop you sooner, so maybe they don't try as hard now. I don't know. I think it depends on the individual. So yes, I still get it. My mom, unfortunately, she passed away in 2021, but 6 months prior to the day, yeah, she had some huge bruises on her arm with puncture marks in them, like the classic ones. And then she suffered heart failure 6 months later. I don't know if they're connected, but that was a curious coincidence. But she still had it periodically, maybe like once or twice a year. So that's that. And as far as like shadow people goes, I do think that shadow people, like in quotes, encompasses a number of different phenomena. You could have entities or even humans, I guess, in a parallel timeline that might only come through in a shadowy way. You could have that. You can have demons that take humanoid form, and you're always going to perceive a demon. Usually you're going to perceive them with your psychic senses or your hypnopompic vision as being black or brown or dark red or something like that in color. Okay, just because that's the symbolic representation of their etheric and astral energy, versus, let's say, a divine being, which is going to be more radiant, I guess. I mean, it's not a hard rule. It's just more like a general tendency. So I do think it involves different things, but typically I would say shadow people probably involve either interdimensional parasitic beings or cloaked aliens or just straight up demons hanging around. That's what I think they are.
Jay, did you need to follow up on that, or are you good?
You know me well. So, when you had the abduction experience and you had puncture wounds, were they always the same? And do you feel like um, do you know what they were doing with those puncture wounds? Like Lynn Buchanan once said that the reason why they put implants, he claimed, was because they were using humans as like a host to, I think, create antibodies to certain things. I don't know if that's true, but that was one of his claims I saw. So, what are they doing to you? Like, what kind of experiments and for what purpose?
Well, I wish I had more knowledge of the nitty gritties of my experiences. But as I said, I haven't done hypnosis. And when I've tried, well, okay, so I've tried, but I wasn't able to do it because I think I have an inbuilt resistance to being hypnotized and to being suggestible, right? So I haven't been able to do it myself. However, from what I was able to deduce, there's different types of marks, and they come from different processes or different reasons. Some of them seem to be purely medical, like for implanting things. Like prior to the swine flu of 2009, I remember I had a strange dream of beings with like dark eyes, I guess tall grays you could call them, implanting like a little pill-shaped thing under my skin between my ribs. Okay, and I woke up and it was actually there. There's like a lump there. And what they explained in the dream is that it was like a drug or something that is like a slow release kind of a thing that would release over the next several weeks and dissolve, and it would help me make sure that I wouldn't catch a flu during that time. And sure enough, I didn't. And sure enough, the thing slowly kind of started going away. So who knows if that's true or not, but that's one example. Typically, I would get bruises and very weird scratches that aren't just scratches. They're more almost like cauterization burns. I had a big hook-shaped one on my shin a while back, which was really strange because I went to bed and everything. I checked myself over before I go to bed. So I did that. I woke up with it. It was there, and it hurt. And I didn't scratch myself because my nails were all nicely trimmed, and I didn't go anywhere when I was sleeping. So, but the thing is, I didn't have a memory necessarily of that. Now, there's other marks that I've induced myself during an abduction to train myself to recognize it. For example, I decided to bite myself on my right bicep while I was mostly paralyzed on some sort of bed or table, so that I would know that something had happened. So sure enough, I woke up that morning or the afternoon, since I sleep in kind of late, and that bite mark was there. Now, I could have bit myself in the sleep, maybe while dreaming I had an abduction, or maybe it was an actual abduction, but the fact of the matter is I did have a mark there that I induced myself. So long story short, different marks, I think, have different origin points, and I'm not 100% sure on exactly what each mark might mean, but, I just wanted to kind of share that.
Jay, how you doing?
No, I'm fine. Let someone else ask the question. Thank you, Tom.
All right, we'll go to Ulrich, and then we're going to jump all in on the lady.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on JJ's question. Tom, when it comes to the Earth, a lot of abduction reports, whether or not you believe these beings, I mean, it matters, of course, but a lot of reports are the beings telling humans that Earth is one of the least stable planets. And so I'm spiritual. I'm not religious. I don't come from a Christian perspective, and I'm open to all possibilities. That what we're seeing are crypto-terrestrials that achieved spacefaring ability and then maybe returned, genetically intervened. I'm open to all sorts of things. But if I look at things separate from a religious framework, I see a lot of engineering happening specifically with respect to Earth. The distance of the moon, the whole artifice of the moon seems very much engineered just to facilitate life on this planet. The different levels of genetic evolution from prokaryotic to eukaryotic cells, and especially, of course, when it comes to the human genome. So, doesn't the story from Aliens that's told that Earth is one of the least stable planets, and it's not really the planet of choice where you want to stay for long-term sustainability? Doesn't that make intuitive sense that if you have the option between two planets, you choose the one that doesn't reset every 6,000 years? That maybe this bug is a feature for genetic experimentation, that the Earth is a petri dish, and it just gets etch-a-sketched. If you have a GPT that's just out of control here on this planet, might as well experiment here, because within 6,000 years, as long as they don't become interstellar, it's safe. Doesn't the destructiveness of Earth lend itself more safely to wilder and more reckless genetic experimentation? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, it certainly would. So that's a pretty good insight. But not just to genetic experimentation, but also to spiritual catalysis, like spiritual catalysts. You see, because humans, we are dual beings in the sense that we have our physical genetic component, right? And also the etheric body underneath that, which is all part of the same package. And then you also have the soul, the higher soul components, and consciousness and spirit, and so on. And those two things, they have separate origins and they have separate destinies, but they are coupled or linked together for a period of time, which is the human lifespan and also the lifespan of human civilization itself. Okay, so there's a marriage between the two, and therefore what you have then is you have at least two agendas. One agenda which is a more physical, occult, etheric, and another agenda which is a more spiritual, I guess you could call it divine or consciousness based. You have two of those different agendas that are intertwining here right now, both within us individually in this life, and also on a grander civilizational scale. And Earth, unfortunately, the way that it is, it seems optimized for both of those. Because, as you said, there's both a fail-safe mechanism in case things get too out of hand. There's like a reset button. But then there's also, as I mentioned, that whole alchemical planetary engineering aspect of it, where when you have different stages, you have to kind of burn the old and take the seed of that to start a new batch, and you kind of do that refinement process. But that's happening on a genetic level, but it can also be happening on a spiritual level too, where it's almost like the same way that reincarnation supposedly works according to different mystical traditions, where the distilled seed of what you gained from one lifetime becomes the seed of the next lifetime. So it kind of builds upon itself, and therefore spirit and consciousness keeps growing. And so I think that both of those agendas are happening, and that the unstable, chaotic nature of Earth does lend itself to shorter lifespans and a more rapid evolution of things.
That's kind of terrifying if you consider the Earth might not just be a form of evolutionary hormesis, but a moral and spiritual one. There's another benevolent aspect, benevolent in quotes. What if it isn't some sort of cosmic, what is it, the imperative, the prime directive? What if there isn't this galactic federation and there isn't this interstellar police force, but it just comes down to power? What if there's larger Darwinian forces at play, and we're getting this whole thing wrong about intervention, power, and NHI? What if the actual genetic experiment is, if we don't have the requisite self-worth to fight back, then we fail the genetic experiment, because it's not enough to just be psychopathically intelligent. It's not enough to just be morally virtuous. You have to have the insight to seize power and put it in the hands of the more morally virtuous, to consider yourself a genetically successful experiment. Am I making sense? What if power? What if the self-realization of humans claiming their own destiny without dependent on a higher force intervening is the very experiment we need to not fail and make it off this fucking planet?
Well, that's certainly possible too. I would say, however, that if you look at the fact that, as I mentioned earlier, we are dual beings, and how we do have competing value systems within us, right? On the one hand, we have the biological drives towards reproduction and accumulating material wealth and social status, and then you have the other drive towards meaning and purpose and being a good person and listening to your true, authentic spiritual impulses. Those two things are at odds with each other usually. That does point on a macro scale to not only two different agendas, but two different sets of powers that may be operating not only in our lives, perhaps also planetarily. So what you're talking about, what if it's all Darwinian? What if it's all power-based? Well, if that's the case, then just based on the duality that we see within ourselves, within history, I do believe that at least one of those power players has to have values that we would consider good or benevolent or spiritual, because we do see their influence here in human history and in our own lives if we look for it. And here's the thing, if we agree with those values, and if those values are genuine, and what they do helps us realize that more and more and more, then even if it's all relative, even if there's no such thing as a true moral ethic, objective ethics, the fact is we're still going to believe that we are better off for it, and it's going to satisfy all of our deepest needs. And I mean, what more can you really ask for, is what I'm saying.
Do you believe we're meant to stay on this planet?
Well, I think it depends on which NHI you ask, right? I think some of them...
Well, let's say I'm asking the NHI, Tom Montalk. Okay. Do you believe we're meant to stay on this planet?
I would say no, and the reason why I say that is because the resets, if they're so chaotic that they do destroy most of the fruits that we've built up through our culture and our civilization, then it kind of makes part of the experience here redundant. It kind of takes away some of the purpose. So if there is another game board or vista of self-expression that can be gained by going either interplanetary or through time, or into some other higher realm like fourth density, like the raw material talks about, or these different sources, something like that. If that is the next level, then it makes logical sense to go there, because if you only stay here, it's going to be like a wheel that's spinning in place. It's not going to go anywhere, and so then you're just repeating things pointlessly over and over and over again. So I'm not like a Werner von Braun, Elon Musk kind of transhumanist, let's go explore space kind of person and escape all of our problems. I'm more of like a compromise person, where I think we should advance both technologically and even space travel and time travel wise, but in the most responsible, aware, and spiritually cognizant way possible, to reach a balance because we ourselves, as I mentioned, are dual beings. So why shouldn't we advance on both fronts, both the physical space-time domain and the spiritual domain? Like, why does it only have to be one or the other? I think it can be both.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tom. And I fully agree with you, by the way. I'm allergic to the word compromise, but I'm still agreeing with everything that you mean. So thanks so much, man.
All right, we have arrived at the moment everyone has been waiting for, and we are going to talk about the lady. And we'll talk about the Bledsoe case. So Bledsoe was in a space a couple of weeks ago, and his story has come up again. I think they're making a movie and maybe another book. So we had a lot of people interested in it. And since we were talking about positive aliens today, we talked about throwing in the lady. So I'm going to first talk about my own history with the lady. And I think John Strader said he had history with the lady as well. I think there are a lot of people in the community who have seen the lady or something like her, at least the archetype. I'm not sure. If you ask people, well, UFO Twitter is going to be an exception, but if you just ask the general public, have you seen an alien? They're probably going to say, most of them will say no. If you ask if they've seen a UFO, you're going to get a percentage there. But if you ask, have you seen shadow people or the lady, lots and lots of hands go up. So this is something that affects a lot of us. So I'll go into my own personal stuff, and then I can't wait to hear what Tom and everyone else has to say. I hope we get some questions, and I hope we get other people jumping in on this. The very first thing I'm going to say, and I'll probably say this multiple times because, there's a certain group of people who like to do sound bites on our spaces, and I don't want this part to be left out. Anything I have to say about the lady has absolutely nothing to do with Bledsoe's. Nothing. If I'm not a huge fan of the lady, which you will come to find out very shortly if you haven't guessed that already, it has nothing to do with Bledsoe. I don't have an issue with Bledsoe. I think he is probably the most studied and validated experiencer in United States history for certain. I think he is probably a very kind and good-hearted man. I believe he had his experiences 100%. And nothing I say has anything to do with Chris Bledsoe or his family whatsoever. I'm talking solely about the entity he seems to be involved with. So getting to my own personal experience with the lady, my father and grandfather both have a history with her. They see her similar to the Fatima sighting. Now, going back to Bledsoe, he did mention in the space a couple weeks ago that the lady is not just his lady. This is a lady who's been seen all over the world. He did mention the Fatima sighting. So do we know that this is the same entity? Absolutely not. We don't know. We don't know if the lady that my father and grandfather and that I have seen and that John has seen and that so many people in the community have seen, we don't know that it's the same entity. But there definitely seems to be some similarities. And I just want to throw that out there. So my family was involved with the lady and Danino. And Danino and the lady both go back to old African gods, and they're linked with Santeria, which came from Africa. A lot of the Celtics got involved with these gods when the Irish were brought overseas as slaves. They ended up getting involved with the same types of gods that were involved in Santeria, which was traced back to Africa. I had my own personal experience with a lady. And by the way, that side of my family was involved in human trafficking, rituals, and some very, very dark things. And this was their choice of worship, the lady and Danino. I had my own experience, which was something very, very similar to the lady. I didn't recognize it right away until I really stepped back and I thought, oh, dang, if that were any other abductee, I would, and I heard the story, I would be asking it, if it was the lady. After my experience with the lady, I ended up in a very serious crisis. The lady kind of tried to walk me down this similar road that Bledsoe is going down. I ended up in a spiritual crisis, a crisis with my worldview, Sometimes I don't even know how I made it out the other side, probably because of people like Tom and some other people I have credited with it, including this community, UFO Twitter community. So we don't know that my lady and my family's lady, this entity seems to think she owns us, by the way. She probably owned me before I was born. We don't know that it's the same as a Bledsoe lady. We don't know, that John is the same or anything else. But we do want to ask ourselves today, is this lady that Bledsoe is involved with specifically benevolent? Because it seems like the intelligence community has really latched on to Bledsoe and his message. Seems like they're taking him very seriously. They're taking the dates that he's putting out very seriously. So whether this is all the same entity or not, I don't know, but we're going to see some of those same traits when we really look closely at the Bledsoe case. So anybody who is more familiar with the Bledsoe case than I am, I was hoping that we would get Science Bob here. He was here earlier, but I don't see him. Please jump up, correct me at any time. I'm going to be paraphrasing and speaking in a very general terms. So we go from Bledsoe having a great life, basically to living hell. His life literally turns into a living hell. He ends up on his knees crying out to, quote, whatever is out there. I think we'll find out from Tom later with a similar story that that's generally a mistake when it comes to crying out kind of just to the universe. Sometimes we might get some interventions that we might not be ready for. We're talking, his wife dying, disease, he's shot, he's burned, all kinds of tragedy takes place in his life, which the lady specifically takes credit for orchestrating. She takes credit for the circumstances that leads him to being on his knees in front of her for 20 to 30 minutes at that final meeting that we read about in the book. She's orchestrated the orbs, the aliens, the abductions, the shadow people. His son has fled his home because he's terrified of what's going on in the house. His community is shunning him, and he's just down in the depths when he finally has that long meeting with the lady. So when he has a long meeting with the lady, and I've put some photos up in the nest, we go from having aliens with red eyes, which is a common sighting, picking up stuff in his yard, to orbs and to the lady. And so it all ends up being related. And I think that it's good to keep that in mind when we think about the phenomenon. How do the aliens relate to the orbs and relate to something, some entity showing up, claiming to be, whoever she is. So during this meeting, the lady tells Bledsoe that Bledsoe has made a bargain. Now, he doesn't remember making this bargain, but he's made a bargain and he must uphold it. And that if he spreads her message, she will protect his family. The message is there are forces at work to cast the phenomenon like this. So we're talking about phenomenon like this is orbs, aliens, missing time, abduction, and terrorizing his family. There is work to cast the phenomenon like this in a negative light. And if this view wins out, humankind will be sent on a path to ruin. So I put the screenshots from his book up in the nest. You can read these things for yourself. His book is online. It's on Kindle. It's available, readily available. It's an easy read. I suggest you check out the story. And then just think about the outcome of the story. So the outcome of the story, which I think Tom will probably focus on a lot. What is the outcome of the message that he's received from the lady? Well, this entity calls herself Hathor. Bledsoe is convinced that she is the Holy Spirit, the divine feminine. He thinks what he's dealing with is angels and God. And there's not a whole lot of room in this message for anything negative at all. There's no discussion of any negative entities. There's no bad guys being discussed. Abductions are just kind of pushed to the side. And so what we have here is someone calling herself Hathor. And by the way, I checked out Hathor, someone I trust a lot with this kind of stuff because I'm not, up to speed on these gods that were running around the earth way back in the day. I asked this guy, I would consider him a bit of an expert on the topic. I said, hey, tell me about Hathor. And he said, well, put it this way, she's a raging shitlord. Now, that's some language there, but that was his idea of her. I included a couple of links down in the purple pill. She's connected to all kinds of things. We've got, ISIS, and we've got the kind of the counter personality of her who seems very bloodthirsty. And if you want to really go down a rabbit hole, she's connected to the Babylon working with Jack Parsons. It's an entire rabbit hole. I've got a ton of information on it. But I'll just say it's not good. And that's just going to be my personal opinion. Oh, yeah, her alter ego is called Sekhmet, Sekhmet. So when I look at the totality of the circumstances here, even leaving out my own personal stories with whatever this entity is, it may or may not be the same entity. We have Hathor arriving as the Holy Spirit. She's calling herself the Divine Feminine. But when I look at the story, when I look at Bledsoe's story, and when I look at the history of Hathor, it doesn't sound very divine to me. That actually sounds quite the opposite. So that's my own 2 cents. I can't wait to hear from Tom on this. And Tiff, you might have some ideas as well on Hathor. I think you have a little history studying up that topic, and Ulrich and any other hands that might come up. So thank you very much, Tom. Take it away.
So, oops, sorry. Can I
Yeah,
just?
go ahead. Go ahead.
Sekhmet is her like alter ego. So originally, Sekhmet was the goddess of destruction. She was sent here, and they actually tricked her in one of her rages. They made her believe that the blood was, or the river was running with blood from all her destruction, but it was full of wine. And she drank it, and she calmed down, and she became Hathor. And so, like, she changed from being the goddess of destruction into Hathor, who's basically a priestess of the sun. I think also Intelligence has had their hand open for quite a while.
I just wanted to get to this topic. So I'd love to hear from Tom first, and then we can get to the hands. Tiff, do you have anything else you want to throw out there on Hathor? Didn't you say there was multiple Hathors or something? The Hathor that I'm reading about, if you don't like Yahweh, Larry, you are certainly not going to like Hathor. I have my own personal opinion on Yahweh. I think that what happened in the Old Testament was necessary to preserve the bloodline of Christ. And I know a lot of people disagree with me on that, which is obviously welcome, because we definitely want to hear from all the sides. But yeah, if you're not a fan of Yahweh, you're not going to be a fan of Hathor. And this entity seems to be what's ushering in, to me, it almost looks like a new religion. That we have her as the Holy Spirit, and we have all her little aliens and orbs running around as angels. And it's concerning to me that this seems to be fully embraced by at least a faction of the intelligence community, and I do wonder where all that's going to end. Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, because you mentioned Yahweh and Larry not liking Yahweh and definitely not liking Hathor. Well, yeah, of course, because there's a connection there. I mean, Hathor, one of her many different analogs in other religions was, for example, she goes by the name of Asherah or Astarte or Ashtaroth, the wife of Baal in the Phoenician pantheon. That's who her equivalent was amongst the Phoenicians. And that relates to the whole thing about Yahweh actually having had a wife back then during that formative early Judaistic religion, where Yahweh's wife was essentially this Asherah. So you could say that Hathor was the wife of Yahweh. And that's probably another reason why Larry might not like her at all, because she's the wife.
Yeah, so that's really good, because now we have to take Hathor off the list for Larry as a benevolent entity.
Well, wait a second, Fringe. If we don't like Hathor and she's married to Yahweh, are we really certain that we like Yahweh either?
You know what I do, Ulrich? So if we want to, I won't go too far off on a tangent. The lady herself, again, I'll say it for the 15th time, we don't know if this is the same entity, right? The lady herself walked me down a very dark path. I haven't spoken too much about it. It had me investigating all of the, the inversion of, the Satan is the good guy, Lucifer is the good guy, the snake in the garden is the good guy. They're just trying to give us knowledge and technology. So what I ended up with at the very end of this is my eyes are on Christ. That's where I keep them, because that's just where I landed. And there's no reason really for me to get into my whole thing. But we have some interesting ties with Christ and Yahweh. So Larry loves Christ. Larry, I'm picking on you. Feel free to jump up. Larry loves Christ, although Larry thinks Christ is an ET. I do not think Christ. I pray to God that Christ is not an ET. But Christ has some interesting endorsements of Yahweh, if you will. So I'll just kind of leave it there. I can't go down those rabbit holes anymore. I was so far deep.
And we don't have
Yeah.
to. I just had
No,
to
you
ask the
have to.
question
It's
because
just like what I said to Larry the other
would
day.
slap me in the face.
Yeah, Larry said the other
Yeah.
day we were promised the world wouldn't die of another flood. And I said, well, wait a minute. That promise came from Yahweh. So I'm just going to leave it.
He's coming up. Are we going to accept the
Yes,
request?
we'll
Larry might
accept
be the most
Larry.
dangerous.
Larry
Oh
needs to
God,
be
it's
up
already
here.
happened. Oh my
Okay,
God.
so I would like to just
Lord
jump in
help
on
us.
this because I feel like this is our understanding, but that it doesn't mean that it's actually correct.
Yes, you're
Like
absolutely right, Tiff.
when
Absolutely.
God speaks, it's usually like if you go to the Kabbalah or whatever. I know that's the Yahweh stuff again, but he uses the Shekinah. He speaks through the divine feminine energy. I feel like it's like a maternal energy, and maybe it's the sensitivity that makes it to where you can hear God. And when I was saying there were seven Hathors, it's like there were like seven Hathors. They had these instruments that they would dance with, and it was for healing and things like that. And that reminds me of the Pleiadians. So I feel like the story of Hathor has been convoluted through a lot of things. But I think she just represents this divine feminine figure. And there's always a divine feminine figure in all of these stories because there's always a mother. There's always, the wife or whatever. There's always that divine feminine energy around. And if God, well, I don't know. I'm just saying. I just feel like since I'm up here in the host section, I should place that I'm not sure about the evil part of the Shekinah.
Yeah.
And there's going to have to one day. We've been pushing this, the Jesus question, the Yahweh question. We've been kicking this ball down the road. People should know that what I think makes the Doomer Spaces beautiful is that we don't agree on everything, right? I'm spiritual, not religious. I can still think that there might be some truth to the Yahweh character, the Jesus character, and I also think personally there's a good likelihood that it's filled with lies. Both the Sumerian tablets, the Abrahamic texts. It's my personal view, and for the record, for right now, I am not a fan of Yahweh, and I'm not a fan of the lady. So but the entire marriage, they can stay married, Yahweh and Hathor, or maybe they didn't get married. But I don't like either of them, just for the record.
Yeah, maybe
Jesus,
she was just a conduit for God. You know what I'm saying? Like it might not have been an official marriage, or so to speak. And we also have to remember the Gnostic texts of Yaldabaoth, and there's also the Whore of Babylon, and there's all these things. And it wasn't until 300, I think, when Christianity was accepted widely, and as soon as they accepted Christianity widely, not only did our education and our religious access change, but heresy was invented. Heresy wasn't invented until Christianity became widely accepted. So I mean, there's a lot of things that we're going off our understanding of things.
one of
I
these
feel
days,
like our hearts are where
and I
it's
think just
really
one of
at
these
for
days we might need to
truth.
have a catastrophic space where we dive deep into the religious question and just explore it. Maybe even invite these catastrophic figures like I don't know, Giorgiani, Hillman. I don't know how catastrophic we want to get, but I want to doom deep, right? Because we have different flavors of religious beliefs up here in the doom room, and I think it's important that people know that this isn't an easy thing, and there's room even amidst the three of us to disagree. And I'm in, and there's different Jesuses too. Fringe is right. Jesus gives endorsements of Yahweh, and there's other Jesuses where Jesus straight up says he's the snake and Yahweh is the false one. It's not even clear, at least to some people, who this man Jesus was. And like, it might be clear to you and you might have access to the absolute truth, but these are difficult questions, right? And we're allowed to be like on different ends, and I don't want to open up a can of worms.
Absolutely. No, totally. And you know what? I'm kind of on one right now because I'm having my own experiences with meditation, but also I have a copy of the Grand Bible, and it basically like goes into the politicization of religion, and yeah, it goes into some really important points. And in that book there's 5 names for God. I mean, that just shows like how many different ways God has been translated just since the Old Testament days.
Yeah. So, friends, I'll let you handle the hands. Normally, I would handle Larry, but I think you need to handle Larry. I don't know when you want him
I
to
will
jump
handle
in.
Larry. So here's what I like to do with the Bledsoe case. Instead of diving deep into religion, which we said we were going to do someday, and I think we should. I think what we need to do, and I want to hear from Tom first. I think what we need to do is look at the information coming out of this version, this particular version of the lady, and this particular version of the Lady Hathor Holy Spirit, whoever this entity is. This is what she's claiming to be. And see what do we have. And what we have, to me, is an apparent denial of anything to do with the phenomenon being negative. And so instead of talking about Yahweh or even Jesus, let's talk about the lady and let's talk about her message. And that right there is a huge red flag for me. So we could look back to Yahweh, etc., all of these different names, and say, okay, could there have been a purpose for what happened? Is there more to the story? Is there something I'm not getting? Was something taken out? Was something added? We don't know. So just like we would do that with Yahweh, let's do that with the lady that Bledsoe is in touch with. And I think when I get to the end of this story, it doesn't look good to me. It's very interventional. He's being abducted. He's being kidnapped. His family's being destroyed. And if he carries out her message is a bunch of shit as far as I'm concerned. I mean, there's nothing negative out there. It's just her and her angels coming to save us with the divine feminine. That's concerning to me. And that puts me on, it's a negative intervention. So that's where I'm at. Tom, do you have a response, or do you want to get to Larry's hand is down? Tom, what's your response to that? And we can go from there. Well,
Man, there's so much I could have said in another space about Hathor and some of the mythology behind it, like her connection to the Ark of the Covenant and that energy field that, what was it called? That basically is what the Shekinah or Shekinah is. It was a glowing energy field that surrounded the Ark of the Covenant. This ball of energy that was between the 2 cherub wings, which is identical in its symbology to Hathor symbol of a sun disk between the 2 upraised arms, or the 2, the 2 horns of the bull. And the 2 horns of the bull actually resemble the 2 upstretched arms of the Egyptian word for etheric energy, which is Ka, Ka. So anyway, there's a whole bunch of things you can connect there, which we'll talk about another time. But yeah, so getting back to the message of the lady herself. Now, okay, so just because she says she is Hathor does not mean she is Hathor, right? I mean, anyone can claim that. Any entity can claim that. A Grey could claim it. Nordic could claim it. Reptilians could claim it. It doesn't matter. I mean, there's no copyright on Hathor. Anyone can use that. So let's get that out of the way and say that perhaps she chose it, or whatever she actually was, chose that because of some archetypal symbolic connection to Hathor, right? But doesn't mean that it actually is the Hathor of the ancient times. Now, the message that it all comes down to, which the lady repeated quite a bit, and which Bledsoe is really propagating, she boils everything down to this one-dimensional axis of love versus fear. And on the surface, it sounds good, but if you look deeper, it's kind of flawed. And that's why in response to you posting the link for the space, I posted that clip from Donnie Darko where Mrs. Farmer, the teacher, she draws that line on the board with like love on one end and fear on the other end. She has all the students come up and place an X for different scenarios about whether this is more love or more fear. And then Donnie Darko gets up there and he totally eviscerates that idea because he says things are more complicated than this simple binary one-dimensional line of things. See, the problem is where on that one-dimensional axis does things like truth, discernment, wisdom, or protection fall? Is that love or is that fear? And the answer is it's neither. It's more of a vertical axis that's perpendicular to that horizontal one. See, higher things aren't just associated with love. Consider, for example, the Holy Spirit of the Bible, or the Sophia of the Gnostics, or the third eye, or the crown chakra in the more New Age or tantric Hindu side of things. Those things don't only have to do with love; they also have to do with perception, truth, discernment, wisdom. And as I said, that does not fall necessarily on the love versus fear axis. And if you try to squish it down into that axis, then you get all these contradictory cases where perhaps locking your door at night is fear. So therefore, what? You don't lock your door because that's love? What love of what? The criminals that might invade your home and take your loved ones from you? It doesn't make sense. It leads to all kinds of paradoxes because it's not just a one-dimensional situation. So, besides love, there's also, as I mentioned, divine intelligence, divine wisdom, understanding, and right action. And so that's why this dichotomy between love and fear, it's something that has the gloss of truth and spirituality, but because of its limited nature, ends up leading to the opposite. Because it leads to what? It leads to a reduction of knowledge, discernment, and agency, which is the theme I keep on harping on ever since Ulrich brought it up at the very beginning of the space as being the hallmark of a truly benevolent message. Anything that increases your knowledge, discernment, and agency, in addition to, love and goodwill and brotherhood and so on, yeah, that is the mark of goodness, at least as far as is relative to us humans. But unfortunately, the lady's message doesn't really qualify for that because it's missing an entire vertical axis of knowledge, protection, truth, discernment, and so on. All right, so that's one problem I have with it, which is that it's oversimplistic and it can lead to the exact opposite of any sort of spiritual intention. And then the second thing that I have a problem with is that the information isn't really actionable. It isn't really actionable. I mean, it says the obvious, which is that humanity must change its ways and it must choose love over fear. But as I said, if you're missing that entire axis, then you're at the actions that you take based on that is not really going to lead to a good outcome necessarily. Because, yeah, sure, human history so far has been filled with wars and genocides and tyranny and corruption and ignorance, and that all seems like things based on fear. And so therefore, if we choose love, it's going to lead to peace and prosperity and so on. However, without that vertical axis of discernment and knowledge and protection, you're going to end up, let's say, loving a demagogue or loving false forces that, wolves in sheep's clothing. If you love sheep, you're going to love a wolf in sheep's clothing if you don't know the difference between a true wolf and a sheep, let alone one hiding in sheep's clothing, right? So discernment is such a key part of it. You can't have just the heart. You also have to have the head. You have to have both discernment and love in order to safeguard the results of that love, to make sure that love isn't just a kind of blind pacification, based on neurochemicals and endorphins and so on, which unfortunately a lot of alien encounters, they play on that. They use psychic abilities to telepathically control the etheric and also biochemical processes within a person so that they get overwhelmed with a sense of love, the sense of love. But the problem is that person can't distinguish between chemical love and true, genuine spiritual love. It just feels good to them, and that to them is the hallmark that whatever being is doing that is a good, positive being. But that's exactly what a deceiver being would do if they've got nothing else, if they don't actually have real truths to propagate. If all they have is a bunch of lies, how do they get that poison to go down? Well, with a big spoonful of sugar, right? So they pile on the sugar in order to pass through that poison, pass through what they think is medicine. And unfortunately, a lot of people eat it up. They eat it up because they're operating on false assumptions, like that there is only the love versus fear axis, that there isn't a vertical axis of knowledge and wisdom and protection. So, it's not really actionable. And that leads me to believe that the experience that he had with a lady, it was more like window dressing. It was to give the impression of being profoundly spiritual and divine, and like this, this divine religious experience, even though in its effects and its applicability, in the core mechanics of it, it's sort of the opposite, actually, because it reduces discernment. And so if you look at Bledsoe's latest book, UFO of God, I mean, it's right there in the title, right? But the very ending of the book, he basically recommends people do CE5 indiscriminately, Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. And he says at the end of his book, I have it right here, he says, "You don't have to follow some set of formal instructions, learning fancy words and acronyms to experience the phenomena. It is between you and God. Just pick one spot in the sky, in the night sky, surrender yourself, and say, I am here." You see, that is how he ends the book. And what is wrong with that? Well, there's two things wrong with that, or two potentially dangerous things. Number one, you're addressing things in the sky, okay? Not within, not heaven, not spirit, but outer space. Okay, so there's already an assumption built in that help, rescue, goodness is in outer space. And that is an illusion that from an occult, mystical, esoteric perspective, illusions and lies, they create, I guess you could call them karmic vulnerabilities or windows in your defenses, in your spiritual defenses, that things can then sneak through. Okay, so that's component number one. Component number two, when he says surrender yourself and say I am here, well, what you're doing there is you're freely giving permission. You're inviting them into your life. And if there's anything that we see over and over again, whether in demonic possession cases or abduction stuff, when you give permission, the phenomenon ramps up like 100 times. They can abduct you more frequently. They can do more things to you. They can be more physical, more tangible with you. A lot of your spiritual protections fall away when you give permission like that. And that is why a lot of these alien disinformation ploys, they do try to massage us into inviting them planetarily, trying to invite them down to earth. And, false and dangerous types of disclosure are geared towards that, towards painting a distorted picture of the alien presence so that we get all enthusiastic and we try to reach out our hands and welcome our space brothers like they're the best thing ever, right? Tiff, did you want to add something to that quick?
Yeah. So I'm considering I was speculating on a unified field theory, but with Maya involved. And when you were just talking about the illusion, it made me think of the Maya portion. Like we are in a dreamer's dream, and the only thing that is real is that dreamer having that dream, and we're just creations or just projections of it. And so it's like there's an illusion in this reincarnation cycle or Maya, but it's also a unified field theory. So it's like we can all access in the creation realm each other, and that's what remote viewing and predicting the future and remembering the past, things like that, because it's all accessible within a field that we can all operate in if we can walk in it, I guess. Meditate and try to gather the information or whatever.
Yeah, and that's one thing that humanity has been cut off from, which is our potential psychic abilities. Just the ability to access perceptions beyond the five senses. So isn't it interesting, Ulrich, and this goes back to something that you said about Earth and its reset cycles, making it an unstable, almost chaotic planet, and making it ideal for genetic experimentation. And then I said, well, also on top of that, also spiritual experimentation and catalysis, okay? So going back to that, actually, Tiff, did you want to add anything else to it while I gather my thoughts?
The other part of it is if they do that cyclical reset or whatever, that the first versions of us would be probably much more magnificent. It's much closer to the creator's code, and so they live longer. They're much larger. Then they create more, so it's 3, and then it'll be 6, and then 9, and it continues. And every next version is a little smaller and lives a little bit less than the one before. So that whole 3, 6, 9 thing, and we just slowly degrade until the next cycle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's an interesting point of view. Yeah, so there's this thought that keeps trying to pop into my mind, but it keeps slipping away. It feels to me like a like an important point, and it has to do with reset cycles, and it has to do with humans. Okay, I think I do remember what it is now. It's a fact that our entire situation here, our entire circumstance of our life on Earth, I mean, we think it's normal because we were born into it and we've got normalcy bias. So we think this is what the world is, and we view everything else relative to that. So we think aliens are weird, when actually the whole alien thing could be the very basis and foundation of our existence here, besides the whole divine plan and all that. But the fact that we are born here with amnesia, and that we only live to be 70, 80, at most 100, maybe 110, 20 years old at most, I mean, most of us die in our 70s and 80s. It's so artificial. It reminds me of the movie Maze Runner, where all the kids, they wake up in a giant maze and they don't know how they got there, but they're all part of a secret plan, like a bigger agenda they couldn't even fathom at the time. I mean, that was a pretty good metaphor for us being born here and not having very clear memories. Now, some of us do, but it's not enough to make a difference, right? It's not enough to affect consensus reality and our mass beliefs. So things that we take for granted as the way things are, mass consensus reality, you start realizing just how artificial all of it is. And then add to that, as you said, Ulrich, the size of and distance of the moon and how that can lead to perfect eclipses and so on, and all these other weird anomalies. We definitely are in a petri dish in multiple ways. Perhaps some positive, perhaps some more negative, but there is an artificialness to it.
And that would add to that our genome as well, the chromosome 2, right?
Right. See, and that has been shielded from us for such a long time. However, now with the growing sharing of information and research and talks like this, and also new technologies coming online like genomic sequencing that is getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. I mean, can you imagine if people like independent researchers so if independent researchers get hold of genomic sequencing and start digging, maybe using AI, start digging into the human genome and start spotting all these anomalies and starts correlating with anthropological data and starts piecing together the real history of humanity, and you start realizing that there's markers of genetic engineering that go back, let's say, 300,000 years and periodic ones since then. And you start being able to correlate, okay, well, we know now what this particular gene does, and that has been messed with. Oh, that turned off our psychic abilities, right? And we can trace it to this particular part of the world or something like that. These are the things that can be discovered, and that in itself also is part of a truer, more fuller kind of disclosure. It's almost like the technological singularity would lead to disclosure singularity as well. And so everything is just coming out. Things are just accelerating, and I think that's another reason why some of these negative forces are in such a hurry to try to get their agenda going. Trying to get us all locked down before we, the little chickens with our wings clipped, grow wings and start flying out of the coop. You know what I mean? So it seems to me like they're trying to lock things down before that happens. And I mean, this whole entire thing is so weird. And how is it that they would lock things down? It's not just through global totalitarianism. It's not just that. It's also through cultural and religious programming and conditioning, by seeding new belief systems that play into their favor. And what if that is something that the Bledsoe case could tie into? What if that's one of those many components? Because if you think about it, like Mormonism, you have Joseph Smith supposedly getting contacted by the angel Moroni, who appears as this almost like a holographic projection and then gives him the golden plates in which the Book of Mormon is written. I mean, who knows? Maybe he made that up, or maybe it actually happened. But either way, it led to the creation of an entire new religion, and now we have Mormonism, where the Mormons are told to store 1 year of emergency food supplies on hand, and they've dug bunkers in Utah, in Salt Lake City. I mean, they've got an entire mall with its underground complex there. So, I mean, they are some of the most hardcore prepper, doomer bunker builders out there, all because of some holographic projection that could have been sent to Joseph Smith, either from the future or from some crypto-terrestrial civilization underground, or who knows what, right? I'm just saying that human history is easily manipulated by things appearing to humans and making them believe and do certain things. And I see the Chris Bledsoe case, as innocent and as good of a man as he is, potentially leading in that direction. And that's something that I'm quite concerned about, because the message that she told Bledsoe, which is, you kind of summarized it, Fringe, which is that she said that he'd been chosen to tell humanity of the phenomenon's benevolence, and that this is his burden and he must bear it, and he must try to awaken mankind to it. So, to me, if you're going to preach to mankind that the phenomenon is good, and you highly, highly, highly downplay the negative aspect of it, and you totally ignore the vertical axis of discernment, discernment, truth, and protection, well, the entire thing has the recipe of an alien disinformation campaign, as unfortunate as that is.
Tom, do you want to get dangerous? Like maybe you even just kill his wife to create a trauma bond?
Well, that's possible. It might have also just been her life destiny, or it could have been something playing on that, and also the fact that typically when people have a lot of paranormal activity, their subtle energy fields get all out of whack because the entities are feeding off of it or starting to psychically activate them and stimulate them. And when a person who isn't biologically or emotionally capable of handling psychic activations like that, if it happens too much, they can suffer physical effects, including cancer, heart attacks, strokes, things like that. So it could also just be a side effect of the different presences that were there. But yeah, if you want to get dark, I wouldn't rule that out as a
I'm not
possibility in
asking
some
you to
cases.
endorse that crazy theory of mine.
Yeah.
Even if his wife was not killed or induced to die through the phenomenon, it's undeniable that the release he got from being forgiven for being accountable for his wife's death is that not seminal to the Bledsoe story? The fact that he was absolved from being culpable for the death of his wife phenomenon? Or am I crazy here?
No, it's certainly a ploy that could be done. Now, of course, I have no way of verifying that or saying it, but we've seen ufology researchers getting killed under mysterious circumstances. I mean,
right.
You can't,
So even if the phenomenon didn't kill his wife, isn't it typical from the kind of deception we see engaged with that trauma is technologized to create trust?
Oh, for sure.
Right, that spiritual, because it was something like 28 years later that the phenomenon reached or spoke to him and explained that he wasn't at fault for his wife's death. It can. Am I getting the story wrong? Is that not like seminal to the Bledsoe story?
Yeah, it is, and and it doesn't necessarily, of course, mean that they caused it. It could just be that that's one of the many vulnerabilities that they pivoted off of. Because a lot of people, they have their dark nights of the soul. They have their traumas that they go through, which could have been caused by many other things. But then when entities come in, they can play on that, and we see a very, very, very tiny micro example of that when entities come around at night and induce nightmares in a person. Typically, the nightmares are things that the person already has stored as traumas in their subconscious, subconscious fears or trigger points or whatever. And then the entity can read that and play it back and play off of it. Now, that's a more like simple opportunistic energy feeding case, but in a more sophisticated case, it can be a psychological, what do you call it, like a pivot point or a jujitsu, judo flipping point that you can really manipulate someone through.
Or a point of anchoring, right? Just a point,
Yeah.
because it's a point of huge vulnerability. If you unlock, like we tend to view trauma as just a way to sort of create dissociation or split a personality, but it can also be technologized to create trust. If you absolve somebody of some sort of guilt, if you create healing, we underestimate how much we can influence people by healing them. So in a sense, like you could weaponize the ability to heal Bledsoe and gain his trust. Am I making sense? I might sound crazy to some people.
Yeah,
but
it's like basic. Yeah, it's human psychology, because you find that also in cult induction tactics, where you're made to stand up in front of the group and admit to all your sins and how bad you are, right? And then people forgive you, and it's part of the love bombing procedure. You find it also in religions, especially like in the more like Judeo-Christian part of it, where I'm not saying it's all bad, but I'm saying it's definitely been misused by the church over the centuries, where they play on people's feelings of original sin and shamefulness, right? And then they use that as part of selling indulgences and gaining political and financial power over people. So if humans can do it, then entities can do it easily, like way more easily, especially since they have psychic abilities.
So from your understanding, what is Bledsoe's message about the divine feminine? Is this version of the divine feminine in the interest of our agency?
I would say it's not. I think it's an aping of the divine feminine, because it has. That's why I said window dressing, because it is like window dressing in the sense that it uses a lot of. I mentioned razzle dazzle earlier, like a lot of emotional impact that seem overplayed. To me, it seems like the hand was a bit overplayed with that, and so much of his experiences revolve around creating this magical, awe-inspiring feeling of wonder and reverence, which it's too heavy-handed and manipulative for, I think, the way that benevolent forces would actually work. I think any sort of awe and reverence would be a natural side effect of them just being themselves, right? But it wouldn't be the major push or pivot point that they'd be cranking away at, the leverage point. So here's what I think it ultimately boils down to with the Bledsoe case. Specifically in his book, okay, his latest one, he tells the story of going to, attending a presentation by this dean of a Southern Baptist Bible college, a dean who wrote a book called Ultra-Terrestrials, okay? And so after the Bledsoe story was told, this dean stands up and tells everyone, see, this is what I was talking about. And then he goes on to totally bash Bledsoe and to say that Bledsoe was being possessed and driven by demons. And anyway, the way that was framed in the book is that this college dean guy was one of those crazy Christians, like one of those crazy Christians that thinks everything is the devil and so on. In other words, made him look really ridiculous. In contrast to Bledsoe's, the lady, which is way more benevolent and is, aiming for love over fear and uniting humanity and averting humanity from disaster, right? So there's this contrast, this dichotomy that was set up between the crazy xenophobic wing of Christianity and this more like Age of Aquarius and moving mankind into the New Age kind of part of it, which I think possibly is what the lady in that entire thing might have been pushing towards, which is to try to capture or lay the groundwork for the capture of a huge part of Christianity by absorbing it under the wing of an alien agenda, okay? And I think they're doing it by juxtaposing themselves against the craziness of either the non-Christians, the non-spiritual people, but also the crazy Christians who think that all aliens are the demon. So I do think that that's probably the ploy. Now, there are some curious things about the Bledsoe case which raised my eyebrows, one of which is the lady talking about that the tall grays that she sent to Bledsoe, that she calls them her guardians. And so Bledsoe painted a really, really nice painting of one of these guardians, which he has hanging up. Well, how curious is it that this painting of this guardian is almost like a perfect match for the crabwood formation, the crop circle formation from 2002. Okay, so 2002, there was this big crop circle of a gray, like almost like an alien head, and this disc with a message on it written in binary, which basically said that we oppose deception, believe in us, much pain but still time, conduit closing. All right, so it's almost like the grays were trying to, or these guardians were trying to help us see through deception and that they're the good guys. That was 2002. Pretty much 5 years later, 2007, that's when the Bledsoe family had their big encounter at Cape Fear River in North Carolina. So that's when their big major first experience was. And then another 5 years later is when, in 2012, Bledsoe had his lady encounter. Well, isn't that curious? 5 years between the crabwood formation and the first one, and then between the first one and the second one. And then he paints a painting that matches if you overlay it with the crabwood formation. So I think there's funny stuff going on there, and then just the way that the intelligence guys are just so hot about the Bledsoe case. I think there's something going on. And if I had to guess, I would say that either it is an alien or possibly like a deep Black Ops, MyLab kind of stuff, engineering a mythos that is designed to capture a section of the Christian demographic. That's what I think is going on.
I just wanted to say, I think all of us would love to have Bledsoe in the Doom space. Would you be open if Bledsoe were to ever agree to have a conversation with Bledsoe?
Sure. I mean, I don't know what. I could ask him some questions, and he could share more of his story. Like, I don't have anything against him personally, but I do think that.
Go ahead.
I have nothing against him personally at all. I think he's a pretty good person. However, I do think that the way he made it sound in his book, he's so driven and so committed to his mission that I'm not sure that I could say a single thing that would change his mind, or that that would do anything. So it might not be a productive conversation necessarily, but it could be interesting.
Maybe it's not about a debate or a persuasion, but I think it would be an interesting conversation, right? Because I don't know, maybe I'm just attracted to uncomfortable conversations, but I wouldn't want it to be like you versus Bledsoe. I think it would be an interesting exploration, and I think it would be the kind of dangerous conversation that people would want to watch and listen to.
Mm-hmm.
But you
that
know what,
ordinarily wouldn't
Ulrich?
happen. Yeah, go ahead.
Even when he was asked, a couple of the harder questions, he just kind of just deflected off of it. He says, I don't think about that stuff. I don't concern myself with that stuff. I mean, I don't think he would engage in that type of conversation, and I don't think it would be productive. But obviously, I would welcome it. I just don't think it would ever happen. But make
You might be
your
right.
magic, Ulrich.
Yeah, I'm not even saying it's a possibility, but I think it's something that a lot of people would love to see, because these questions, the questions that he deflects, are the ones that we want answered, and I think we have the potential to create a space where Bledsoe feels safe. Um, and if it's possible, I think we should try. You know, maybe I'm the one being naive, but I think it would be fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, it would be interesting if he were able to open up his mind enough to maybe even question his own experiences. I mean, I try to do that sometimes with experiencers without, taking away from what happened. I try to just kind of gently throw some tidbits out there for them to think about for themselves. It doesn't do any good to try to convince somebody of anything, really. They have to figure it out for themselves. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure that over the years he has had, we had Tom DeLonge apparently, rumor has it, and I think he confirmed at least part of this, that there was a conversation about reptilians, et cetera, what's happening, and, some of the darker side of what's happening. And he did not want to entertain that at all. I felt kind of bad for him in the space when I heard him say it, and he said it twice, and I can't remember what it was in reference to. But he said, I am in so deep, I can't get out now, or something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing, but he said it twice, and I actually really felt for him in those moments, because I was wondering exactly what he was referring to when he said that. Let's see. Go ahead, Tom.
I was going to say, we think, okay, so yes, on the one hand, you could say that the Bledsoe case is the most documented one and so on, the most amount of proof and so on. But that aside, I can say just from having interacted with a lot of people who've had experiences, his experience isn't all that unique in the sense that, unfortunately, it's actually more common than we think. Like more and more people are getting captured in a similar way, where they get to a point where they're like, yeah, I'm too deep to get out of it, and they've invested their life in it, their identities, their social identities, ego identities. The reputation, everything is like built into it now, and they can't really get out of it. They could, but it would require an ego death. It would require a lot of egg on the face, and I think a lot of people just aren't willing to go there. And lastly, I'll say, usually when people deflect, that's sort of a red flag. Because, you know me. You can ask me pretty much anything, and I'll give an honest answer. I'm not going to deflect, because I believe in reason and evidence and data, and giving everything a fair shake. But if someone deflects, like Stephen Greer does, or him, or that cab guy from the Tagetin material, when they start deflecting, usually to me it's like, okay, well, there's either some ego investment or some sort of programming going on or something. But that always gets me suspicious.
And I'll throw out something just from a private conversation I had, without giving out any names or actually any details at all. But it was my understanding that he might even be aware that he's being played by both sides, by the Intel community and by the NHI, and that he's kind of just accepted it. And that's unfortunate. When I heard him say, I'm in too deep, and he said it twice, I really did feel for the guy. Okay, I think Intel Agape has been waiting very patiently for a very long time. Go ahead, Intel.
I appreciate. First, I wanted to say that almost everything that Chris Bledsoe has testified about, everything that he's seen, I believe 100% that he's seen it, he's experienced it. I've experienced many of the same things that he's seen. Here's the thing, though. Here's where I diverge. I have nothing really against Chris Bledsoe. It's the entities that are leading him along. I have no hate, no ill will against Chris whatsoever. I've seen many of the same things that he's seen. I've never been abducted. I've never met any of these things. However, I've never gone too deep or just kind of given into that realm of whatever those things are. Like, I know I've seen those same things. I've seen those same things. I've been tormented for almost like 2-3 years, almost every single day by these things. It's not gang stalking. These are literal spiritual things that have been tormenting me every single day. I know it. I experience it. These things aren't just in the sky. They're down here on the earth, invisible, manipulating people's consciousness, their minds, every single day. All right, I know it. I've seen it. I've experienced it. I deal with it every single day. So Chris, he's seen these things. He's gone. I don't know how deep he's gone, but what I can say, here's what I can say, is these things have tried to lead me away from Jesus Christ. And I can tell you with absolute certainty that once I thought that these things were somehow benevolent, then I started realizing that these things are constantly trying to get me to follow them rather than Jesus. It got so bad to the point where, I was literally driving to my job in the morning, and these lights were literally like flashing in the sky, trying to get me to follow them. I literally was getting out of Bible studies, and these things were like literally glowing over my car when I'm trying to like drive somewhere. These things are literally trying to take me away from my love of my Savior. I'm not boasting about what I've seen. I don't take that any way at all. I'm not special at all. But I know that these things have been harassing me. They've been messing with my heart, messing with this is gross, getting grotesque, but it's been messing with my private area. These are real things that people experience. I have talked to people that have gone through similar things, like on Reddit, where they've literally, they cannot go outside and pray to God anymore. They literally have to go on their bed and look at the ceiling and pray. I know exactly what they're going through, because when they're trying to pray to God, these things show up and they try to lead them away and try to follow whatever it is. Whatever this woman is, I don't know. Some people are, whoever is saying that it's the Holy Spirit, I know it's not the Holy Spirit, because the Holy Spirit testifies of Jesus. Anything that does not testify of Jesus, whatever spirit it is, and it's leading people after themselves, it's probably demonic. Even the devil himself can transform himself into a minister of righteousness. There was another thing that I wanted to say before in my spiel. There was someone earlier who said something about Jesus saying that he was a snake. To clarify, when Jesus was talking about, as Moses lifted up the serpent, so too they will look, something about looking upon him. What he was saying is that he himself was going to become sin, because he himself was not sin. He knew no sin, so that everyone who looks upon him will be healed. So Moses lifting up the staff was a type of people looking upon Jesus in the future and being healed, because the serpent represented sin. It represented something on a stick. It represented something that was bad. But in the future, Jesus, he fulfilled that. Through everyone who looks upon him, they would be healed. Taking something that was unblemished, something perfect, and sacrificing it, so that through faith in him and through his sacrifice, we would become children of God as well. So in summary, I have nothing against Chris. I pray that he would testify of Jesus. I pray that he would get away from whatever entities that these are, that whatever is messing with him, because he can absolutely 100% turn away from these things. And it may make his life even more difficult, as they've made my life difficult. I can't escape these things. I've tried, but you know what? I still know that if there's things that are trying to get me to deny Jesus, then I know that I'm believing in something that's true, because entities that are evil are trying to get me to stray away from the truth. So that's just my own testimony. That's what I've experienced, and that's just me. So.
Thank you, Intel. I appreciate that. If you want to send me a direct message, I might have some resources for you to help disconnect from these entities.
Absolutely.
I just wanted to say thank you to
also,
Intel for sharing, Fringe. So I don't want to cut you off.
Oh, thanks, Ulrich. Also, Intel, I have a very similar story. It's very interesting. My experience with the lady, she might as well have grabbed me by the hand and walked me down. It was just a very dark road. And again, do we know this is all the same entity? You know, it probably isn't. It's probably not all the same entity. And like Tom said, we don't even know that this is Hathor. We don't even know what this entity is he's dealing with. But I thank you for sharing that, Intel. And go ahead and DM me, and I'll send you some resources. I think Jay Just is next.
And really quickly, Fringe, I just wanted to respond to what Intel said. What I was referring to with regard to Jesus, no, like I'm spiritual. I'm not religious. I'm not here to pull anybody off of their spiritual paradigm. If you're religious, if you're agnostic, if you're atheist, if you're spiritual, I'm not trying to evangelize any of my views. And it was coming from the apocryphal texts. My only point is that it is difficult to understand who these figures are when you start also looking at the apocryphal texts. And the apocryphal texts are apocryphal, so it's perfectly legitimate to say, no, I don't view these as part of the standard Christian canon, right? And so I'm not here trying to take you off of your path, Intel, but I wasn't citing. I was citing a Gnostic view, not one from your canonical Bible. Does that make sense, Intel?
I understand
Yeah.
what you're saying. I appreciate where you're coming from. One more thing I wanted to add was I remember I was getting so deep into focusing on UFOs for a while, and I was driving home from my job one day, and I said, Lord, if you don't want me to go look at these UFO things and be focused on them on Reddit anymore, can you please bring me a homeless person on the side of the road? And in my faith, like I know that there are angels here on earth that appear as homeless people, and the Lord wants us to love the poor. He wants us. So there are angels that do appear as homeless people, because what an angel of the Lord will not bring attention to himself, but rather take a lowly state, just like the Lord Jesus did. The King of the universe took a lowly state of a servant, and I believe so too, that an angel would take the form of a homeless person. Anyways, going past that, I was driving home and I said, Lord, please, if you don't want me to go on Reddit anymore and look at these UFO things, please bring me some homeless person. And I just said this in my mind, and then within less than like 2 seconds, there was this random homeless dude on the side of the road. He was walking, and I live out in the middle of nowhere, so it was just a confirmation of me in my life, just a testimony in my life that God, He does hear us. Like yes, there is a lot of evil in the world, but make no mistake that there is a God, and He does love us. He is in control of everything. So that even though there is a lot of these deceptions and a lot of this demonic stuff and a lot of this just evil stuff, just know that there is one good God that is in control of everything, and He's not going to let things get just completely out of control without His say so. And I think that kind of ties in with what you talk about, Tom, with like there's things that these entities can and cannot do, and they're limited. And I read your profile a little bit. They're limited in what they can do and what they cannot do. And there seems to be some sort of method behind them with them not just exposing themselves to the world. There seems to be a structure to how things have been going, and it does seem like there is a narrative that is kind of being crafted right now. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for your contribution, Tom.
Thanks, Intel. And just to your point, before we get to Jay Just, she's been waiting patiently. I think these orbs are their own. I think it's like crack. I mean, we have a ton of people in the community going out and seeing if they can call in orbs, and then they become obsessed, and then they somehow, their identity gets tied to it, where if they're able to call in orbs, it kind of ties into the ego a little bit. And it literally turns into an addiction and an obsession, and they can't think of anything else other than 85 and calling in the orbs. Intel, I think your mic is open. Yeah, thanks, Intel. So I just wanted to throw that out there too, because it can get kind of crazy, and it's not a good thing, right? It's not good to not pay your bills and take your kids to school because you're so obsessed with going out looking at orbs. So it can't possibly be good. Jay, just go ahead.
Okay, so I'm wondering what everyone thinks about the fact that Bledsoe can heal people. And he also said that something in his brain gives off the same signal that is at the ranch. Um, so I'm wondering, would that signal be something that can heal people? And do you guys think that the fact that he can heal people is himself or the beings? And perhaps the phenomena is something that reflects, like you reflect from inside. So if you think it's evil, it becomes evil. If you think it's good, you'll see it as good. It will behave as good. I don't know. I'm trying to figure this whole thing out, but um, what do you make of Bledsoe being able to heal? Like he claims he's healed people of cancer. Others have said he's healed them as well. Do you think that it was the phenomena itself, or do you think it was Bledsoe?
Well, the phenomenon, well, when we say the phenomenon, we're really talking about entities, whether it's alien entities or discarnate entities, whether positive or negative, whatever, the whole entire spectrum. It can be both, right? Because a person, in order to heal someone else, there's only a couple of basic requirements. One, well, actually, there's many different ways to heal someone. One of the methods is just purely a raw transfusion of life force energy that can heal someone. Another higher method is where you're operating more on the spiritual level, and you have such deep faith and love and connection to the divine that sort of overwrites and blasts away any dark energy pattern that the sick person might have. Okay, so those are the two ends of the spectrum between just pure transfer of life force energy versus more of like a pure spiritual belief, faith kind of thing. And the thing about Bledsoe is, I mean, he's a nice guy and he's a devout man. He's very committed to a higher purpose, right? So when he focuses his consciousness and really wants to help someone out of love and I guess what the New Agers would call a higher vibration, that in itself can have a healing effect. And in addition to that, if he also has entities, even negative entities, messing with him throughout his life, his subtle energy body is going to be more active than would the average person. Just because whenever an entity interacts with you and messes with your aura and stuff, it kind of stimulates it, so it becomes more active than it normally would be. And with that, your healing abilities.
Are you saying like NHI? Are you saying like a ghost or a negative entity?
Okay, so when I talk about an entity being able to activate your subtle energy body, and this is something Ganga knows quite a bit about, but so I'm partially referencing his stuff and partially also my own experiences in my research. I'm talking about pretty much any entity that has psychic abilities, whether it's an angel, whether it's a demon, a ghost, okay? When they mess with your subtle energy body, very often it can cause activation, like psychic stimulation of your subtle energy body, which leads to increased psychic abilities. And that can include precognition, healing abilities, the ability to energetically manipulate others. So it can lead to that kind of thing. And unfortunately, as I was saying, that ability in itself doesn't say anything about the intention of the entity. Because, okay, so for example, one of the weirder cases that you can have is where a demon has a very toxic energy field. And a demon typically cannot heal a person through the transfusion of its own life force energy because it would just poison the person. However, the demon can take energy from another person and then transfuse it to another person, and then therefore causes this horizontal transfusion of life force energy and heal that other person, right? But and it creates the illusion, therefore, that the demon can heal the person, but he's not actually doing it. He's just ripping it off someone else and giving it to the person who's accepting it. the receiver. All right, so there's just tricks that can be done on an occult level that creates the illusion of being a benevolent entity through healing, but it's really no guarantee of anything. I mean, if you really want to use healing as a measurement of whether something is benevolent or not, ask if something can heal the soul. Can it make a person more alive, discerning, have more free will, have more true like divine connection in them, or not? Or is it all, or is that just an illusion that they throw out? So anyway, healing the body doesn't really say much because, I mean, after all, a doctor can heal a body, and a doctor isn't necessarily benevolent all the time. You know, maybe they're just doing it for the money. Maybe they've got a torture dungeon in their basement, for all you know. It doesn't say anything. And same thing with entities. Now, as far as that frequency that you mentioned, that also happens at the ranch. It was between 1.6 and 1.7 gigahertz, and gigahertz, that's like 1,000 megahertz. But anyway, if you look up what the wavelength is of 1.7 gigahertz, it turns out that it's actually the length of the average length of the human skull. So does that mean that the skull is resonating and creating those frequencies, or is it some external frequency that is being beamed in to resonate with the skull and therefore affect the frontal lobes and the occipital lobes and induce hallucinations and weird sensations? Like what if the ranch is really actually just a big playground for deep black ops people with their technological tricks? I mean, and then what if the Bledsoe stuff, some of it could even be that? I don't know. I'm just putting that out there. But I don't think that frequency alone is really attributable to healing. I think a lot of healing happens via etheric and astral energy fields, and it requires a person to be psychic to some degree, unless they're operating strictly at that core spiritual level, and where purity of faith and trust in a higher force alone is enough to do that without having to gather etheric life force energy and try to manipulate the matrix code at that level. I think there's a higher, almost like admin root access, like instead of being just a user who goes into a system and has to work around the rules to do anything. If you're just like a system administrator, you can just type a little command and hit enter and boom, it does it. And I think having a really good divine faith connection gives you that system administrator access. And I think that's why some of the biggest saints throughout history, like the true genuine ones, they were capable of such miraculous feats because they were working with the ultimate system administrator, which is the creator himself.
I'm interested, Jay, maybe you know this, or Ulrich, maybe you know, or Tom. Is he praying to the lady or to the entities before he does these healings, or is he just doing healings on his own? I thought, yeah, I don't want to say something that's not out there. If anybody knows.
I know a little bit. I know he's asking for people to give them hair, send them pieces of their hair, and then he puts it into a burnt tree. So that's the only details I got.
And that was the tree that got hit by lightning or something, Arthur, I think. Interesting.
Correct.
Okay, very interesting. I could have sworn he reached out to the entities to heal the dog, but I don't want to misstate what happened. Jay, jump in again.
Yeah, I think I remember that story as well as people being, I've heard others say that just being around him, they got healed, like seeing these orbs. I think they got healed just being in presence.
Yeah,
So,
there's this aura effect of anyone who is in a very, very high state, like a high emotional, spiritual state. And see, here's the thing, a person can be in a high spiritual state even if they are being deceived by something for it. So you can, and actually, you know what? If you were a negative entity who didn't have access to certain moves that you can make, like certain abilities, what you would want to do then is you would want to take a human and you would want to deceive them, and you would want to get that person to enter a state of consciousness or a state of being that can then do that thing on your behalf. So if you have an agenda to paint the phenomenon in a positive light and try to diminish all the negative stuff, then it's really not much of a gambit to give someone or to lure someone and push someone into accessing their own healing abilities in order to allow your agenda to ride on that coattail.
right, but you would assume that he has a lot of people around him, like John Alexander, who knows quite a bit about a lot of things, and you would assume that he would stay away from something like that. They are good friends. So I'm just wondering what you make
Wait,
of
what,
that.
Jay? What are you saying about John Alexander staying away from who? Because of what?
Bledsoe, they're good
Yeah, but
friends. Like he's got all these guys are good
oh,
friends with
yes, they
him.
are. But what are
So,
you saying about who would stay away from whom with him?
well, wouldn't they stay away from Bledsoe if they felt that it was a negative
No,
entity?
absolutely not. We have to think about think about all of the top of ufology. First of all, John Alexander has quite a history that we don't have to get into here, but they're all kind of pushing this agenda. And somebody did chime in, it was Event. He said he's praying to these entities, or these entities are the ones doing the healing through him. I mean, it's almost like they're rolling out. I'm not going to say what I'm going to say because I don't want this. This is not about Bledsoe at all. This is about the lady. This is about the entity. So I'd like to steer it away from Bledsoe himself and just talk about the entities. But yeah, no, they're not going to stay away from it. They're pushing it, Jay. They're pushing this as almost a new religion. So I think we could look at the people surrounding him and kind of come to a conclusion just on that, just because of their own history. If you look into John Alexander's history, it's not pretty. And I've only been here about a year, so I'll throw that out there. But feel free to jump back in, Jay, with any other comments.
Well, he says it's, like they asked him, sorry, Fringe, but they asked him in an interview, what is it all about? Like, what is the one thing you'd say to what would you say, if you wanted to tell people, um, I don't know. He said the most important thing is consciousness. Take it for what it's worth. So I don't know what that means to other people. I'm not quite sure what he's talking about. I do know he was involved in remote viewing, um, and other things as well, but I know he was involved in remote viewing, so I don't know if he means it has to do with that. But I'm not so ready to think that all these guys are bad and they're looking um, for something negative in their lives and to um, kind of enhance an agenda. I think when you get older, you're looking for answers because, your clock is ticking. I would hope so. And you're looking to be closer to your creator. So, or see the majestic of what this world is, or what we think is this world. Um, so yeah, I'm not so ready to believe in all the negativity, but everyone has their own beliefs, and that's cool.
Yeah, that's okay, Jess. You don't have to believe in the negativity. We're just, here exchanging ideas, and yours is just as welcome as anybody else's. Let's see. I think Ulrich, were you trying to jump in? I saw your mic open a couple times.
Yeah, I just wanted to say we should start doing last call probably like an hour before. So like Tom has a hard cutoff for 9 Pacific, midnight Eastern. I would have enforced my hard 11 p.m. Eastern cutoff, but it got juicy right at the end. But all spaces moving forward, I personally have a hard 11 p.m. Eastern cutoff, 8 p.m. Pacific, just because otherwise my life will definitively fall apart. And so people should know, I don't, people should know like early on that we have 27 minutes left. That's all. And I'm happy to see Arthur in the space. I don't know if it's his first time speaking here, but I want to say good seeing you, Arthur, and everybody else, of course.
Yes, thank you, Ulrich. We always want to respect Tom's time so we can get him back again next month, as long as that's going well and it's fine with him. If anybody knows who was next, I think it was Christopher, and then Arthur, and then Diogen, but I'm not sure. If you guys could be gracious to each other and just go in that order, that would be fantastic. Christopher, go ahead.
Hello, thank you. I would love to hear if you can reach out to me, Fringe, a little bit about John Alexander, I already kind of suspect or have read enough to know that I think he's been involved in essentially kind of government sorcery type projects. But follow up with me on that privately. I want to just revisit the Bledsoe story, or the lady, these interactions. And I hope I'm not repeating what everyone's already said. I had to leave a couple times, and so I missed some things, but just examining the patterns, I'm really reminded of the alchemical slogan on the Baphomet: "Solve et coagula," break down and reassemble. When you look at the interaction with these beings, at first it's nothing but a bunch of harassment, fear, intimidation, pain. And even before he gets radically involved, it feels to me like there's maybe a spirit of misfortune on him, but then it's like when these entities appear, they're big, red-eyed, scary things that paralyze him and his son, right before he sees the lady. It's shadow people in the room, if I remember right. It's dark entities at 3 a.m. Nothing good happens at that hour. Just absolutely nothing. They bring him to his knees literally, and then, like you said, he cries out, and then all of a sudden he has a mission and a purpose, and is spreading the word. And it's very troubling to me, that whole pattern, because then there's the simplistic message of fear versus love, and to me that's sounding like, pay no attention to the warning signs, to the negative darkness of all this, to the fact that they just look creepy and scary. This is for your growth. And that reminds me very much also of shamanic initiation rituals, and just all sorts of occult initiations that involve some kind of overwhelming, terrifying, and breakdown experience that's like, shattering to a person's worldview and identity. And in some of the shamanic ones, literally involves, taking some sort of ritual drug and then seeing yourself be eviscerated, literally, like your guts removed, your eyes, all that kind of stuff. And by the way, that also strongly resembles a lot of what happens in these abduction scenarios. It's similarly some kind of, very terrifying and physically traumatizing event, followed by, now the message, now we'll treat you well, now we have something for you to do that makes you feel special. And so that really sounds a lot like the satanic solve et coagula strategy to me, and huge red flags go up with this whole pattern. So I'm probably just repeating what's already been said, but it's like Chris is such a kind, gentle person. It's really sad to see him suffer so much, and then to rationalize the suffering at the hands of these beings that he seems to be an instrument to them, in my opinion. And I think, for most of us normie muggles out here that don't have psychic abilities and stuff, we see miracles and healings and we're like, oh wow, look at that. This, anyone that can do that must really have a special connection with source, and must be like, that must be the way to the truth. But a more aware, long-term historical spiritual view of humanity, that stuff is not so abnormal as modern humans think. It's happened all over the place in a whole variety of contexts. And it just seems to me like negative entities do have those powers and can initiate them in other people. And so that is not enough to establish that this is a good cause. If healings do come out of it, sometimes I think healings can be a tool for winning people over. I know I'm sounding pretty conspiratorial here, but I do think this is actually maybe a conspiracy. to win our trust over to these cryptic entities that just sort of show up and want us to follow them. So I'm suspicious. Thank you.
Yeah, spot on. I totally agree with what you said. I sort of said it earlier, and it's good that you said it in different words to kind of reinforce the message, because I think you're totally right with that. And unfortunately, we've seen this sort of pattern with others, like other famous names like Whitley Strieber, for example, or Jim Sparks. Both of them were put through a ton of trauma, and they underwent a conversion experience where they just accepted it, gave into it, maybe picked up some Stockholm syndrome and began to rationalize it. And that process, you also see it in the military, like with boot camp training. The whole idea behind that is to break you down so that they can reform you as they need. You see that way, or in that sense, you see it in cult tactics. Besides the love bombing, they also go through a big traumatic shaming process as well. And it's all to break down the person so that they can reform them as they wish. Now, the spiritual growth process with divine forces, your own spirit, your own destiny, and so on, that also does involve dark nights of the soul and ego death and conversions. But it happens in a much more elegant, deep, meaningful, and healthy way than these processes, which it's almost like they're mimicking it in a demented, primitive kind of way. Like it's not even the real thing. It's more like a hacking attempt, right? Because to access a system like a computer system, if you have the name and the login, boom, you're in there legitimately. Or you can be a hacker and try to find a back door. Either way, you're getting in. And just because you're in doesn't mean you have legitimate access, right? So there's this divine, proper way of getting in and breaking down a person and bringing them to a higher level, and then this other illegitimate way of just terrorizing them in the craziest way possible, trying to induce this false conversion experience where now you can get them on your side. So I do think that they are imitating or aping or somehow exploiting a more natural process just for their own ends. So thanks for sharing that. I totally agree with you.
Yeah, I was just at Contact in the Desert, and one of my big takeaways, I was sitting after hours at the table with Whitley Strieber, hearing him talk about how these entities to this day wake him up at 3 a.m. so he can do a meditation. And he said if he misses one day, it's okay. If he misses 2 days, he starts to get nervous. And if he skips 3 days, there will be consequences, and he gets punished by the beings, but it was kind of sad. Multiple abductees, and Travis Walton as well, now thinks that they did it for his benefit, or they did, just accidentally shot him with a beam that nearly killed him and then had to heal him. The rationalizing that was going on was kind of all over the place, and made me sad.
Yeah, there's a lot of rationalizing that goes on. We seem to do it a lot. I think we're going Diogen and then Arthur.
I think it was Arthur first.
Sure. Thanks for having me in here. Tom French, you've been doing an excellent job. I couldn't agree with you more on most of what you're saying. I guess my question for Tom would be, first thing, have you ever heard of Christopher Gray and the murder associated with him? And have you heard the audio tapes of him talking about some of the Bledsoe things? And second, you mentioned that you think that we're seeing some progress in the UFO community with since Greer, moving on from Greer. But I might push back against that. Maybe we were taking one step forward and 3 or 4 steps backwards, because maybe Greer's wrong about all benevolent ETs, but this new group wants to deny cover-ups. They want to deny a bunch of things that I think Greer is right about.
Okay, so the first part of your question, I have not looked into Gray and the stuff about the murder, but it sounds, it's murder. It sounds pretty interesting though, so I'll check that out. And then number 2, whether we're taking 3 steps back, I think it depends on what demographic you look at within the UFO community, because there is definitely a very nascent or a newbie aspect to it, and as well as what seem to be a mix of grifters and government stooges and so on that are trying to steer the narrative. So Yeah, it's all going in there, but I don't know. When I look around, I see more people being open to the John Keel stuff, for example, or some of the Jacques Vallée elements. So it's not just the typical old school nuts and bolts ufology. There's really more discussions of interdimensionals and ultra-terrestrials and considering bigger philosophical questions surrounding it. So I do think there's progress, at least in a paradigmatic kind of way. And but I suppose it depends on how you slice that pie and what angle you look at it. But I can definitely agree with you that there are certain elements of it that are like 3 steps back. It's just a question about whether that is the representation of the entire thing or if it's just like a small part of it.
And do you think this TTSA group is, connected to Bledsoe? I mean, are they one and the same? And are they trying to push this like religion on humanity, a new religion coming from the intelligence community?
Well, that's a very interesting question, and that's the reason why I brought up the Crabwood Formation. Now, the last time I was in Spaces, there was a gentleman who did a lot of research. Well, he spent a lot of time, I should say. He spent a lot of time on the Crabwood Formation and its message and what it means and so on. So he was like a diehard believer in it, and maybe he's still here. But I had to agree to disagree with him on it because I've been tracking that Crabwood thing ever since it came out and all the research surrounding it. And my personal belief is that whether it was done on the ground or from space through some sort of microwave laser, I do believe it was created by humans. And the message, being encoded in binary and the alien gray face and so on, to me, it had military intelligence written all over it. Maybe using some sort of black ops technology to like literally like laser print it on the field. And at the time, I was trying to think, okay, well, if that is true and they're doing it, then there's a reason for it. There's some sort of agenda going on where they're trying to seed the beliefs that there's a very positive aspect of the phenomenon, and it includes entities that look like grays. Well, lo and behold, 5 years later, that's when the Bledsoe stuff really kicked off, and then 5 years after that, you got the lady, and now you've got Bledsoe with his book out, a couple books, and like a whole like mythos and little subculture being built around it, and once again involving a lot of military intelligence guys, right? So that is very, very suspicious to me. And then you asked about the TTSA. Well, as we all know, a lot of the consultants and people involved on that team, they have military intelligence backgrounds. And some of the viewpoints that came out through all of that, it does seem to mesh a lot with it, right? But I don't know any of the historical background about who's tied to who in the cases, like how much Alexander was involved in it and so on. So I can't really speak to that because I'm not like a really good UFO historian like Red Panda Koala is. But I've got my own like strategic view on it, and I do think that in the background there seems to be like a hidden hand connection between both of them, and so therefore I remain relatively cautious of both. But to the credit of Tom DeLonge, he talks about a lot of very good ideas, a lot of good possibilities, and so therefore I think he's probably the most positive and truthful element within that entire entourage, But I really can't speak to some of the people that he's worked with as part of TTSA.
He just put out a couple new interviews that I just listened to with the TTSA podcast, and they're specifically about NHI and religion. Definitely worth a listen for anyone interested in this topic. And I will say he sounds very cautious and warning about trusting these things, that they've kind of been messing with us throughout time. So I don't know totally what to make of that movement either, but I just thought I'd throw that out there for those interested.
There does seem to be a schism because there seems to be a duality in the message they're putting out, because Bledsoe's talking about all positive, they're all good. But if you actually talk to a lot of these people in the IC and connected to the TTSA group, they're almost uniformly that they're all negative. So it's confusing. It's like almost Bledsoe might be a construct, like a fake construct that they're putting in to lure people in.
Yeah, it's almost like they want Bledsoe out there for the masses, and they themselves know the truth.
Yeah, you know what it sort of points to? It sort of points to the uncomfortable conclusion that the only correct path forward, like the true and righteous path, is to correctly identify who are the actual malevolent forces, and then who are the actual benevolent forces. And that's sort of a, as much as I agree with the Allies of Humanity material stuff and the people that are involved in that and their proponents, I mean, I love those guys, But one small minor point that I disagree with is the idea that there are no benevolent NHIs, like alien type stuff operating on Earth right now. I don't think that's the case, and I don't think it's necessarily wise to write them all off and basically saying, all aliens, I don't care who you are, you get the hell off our planet, and we're leave us to ourselves. Because while that does seem like the more, cautious approach to take, like maybe the safest of all possible approaches, it's not necessarily safe, because even if we think we've kicked them all off, the fact that we're not psychic and we don't have advanced technologies means we can't detect them amongst us disguised as humans or disguised as politicians, So we think that, okay, we kicked them all off, so now we are humans, we are self-determinative, and we're going to democratically move forward into the future for our own destinies and blah, 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 blah. Well, if we have a bunch of infiltrators here, they're going to steer that entire process, and they're just going to lead us down this negative path, thinking that we're doing the right thing for humanity. In other words, what I'm trying to say is, we might need some degree of help from actual advanced benevolent factions, if they exist and if they have it and if they're willing to share it in the right way at the right time. Because the fact of the matter is, we are up against some very sophisticated negative powers, predatory powers, who have psychic abilities, maybe limited time distortion or even time travel abilities. And to try to do it just through our own current human ingenuity, I don't know. It's very risky. Like, we should aim for it, but I don't know. If positive things exist and we can get a leg up, then as long as we are extremely cautious about what that entails and make sure not to enter into any Faustian bargains with these things, then maybe there's a way to even the playing field a little bit and therefore ensure a wiser future to humanity. So what I'm saying is, if you have one group that says all aliens are bad, kick them all off, or you have one group that says all aliens are good, we should invite them all in, maybe both of those lead to similar negative outcomes in the end. And the only true positive outcome is to practice maximum knowledge, maximum discernment, maximum research to really get an objective understanding of what's really going on, and therefore know who to really, get a little bit of help from, or to make sure that we never trust what they say. So I don't know. I'm on the side of maximum knowledge and awareness.
Thank you, Arthur. Thank you, Tom. Diogen, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Fringe. It's a great space, great discussion. I encourage you to keep going on, because I saw sometimes some tweet against you, without naming you, but we all know that it's about you. So it's great space. We are, like you say, we exchanging ideas, and it's very good quality. And I saw Jason Sands pop in the space, but he lived like Larry. But I just want to say about the lady that in France we got a very huge history about the mother of Christ, and what I can say, maybe it's when it's I would say the good lady. I don't know which adjective I can give it, but I saw something like she asked nothing in return. She can save life without healing. It's just, for example, like saving people from an accident, because we got a lot of police report from people in cars, speaking about the lady around roads in France. But and I would say also this operation could be that looking the real lady, mother of Christ, like looking bad for making this actor like the real lady. And I feel bad for Chris Bledsoe. I feel very, very, very bad, because we all know, we feel deep that this guy is very good heart. And it's very concerning that government is kind of there is something very strange in this old story. So my question, Carla Turner was speaking in her book about the sphere, that the alien show her that the sphere was recycling souls, and relating to Buddha of this reincarnation, getting out of this cycle, and Jesus speaking about eternal life, how you, Tom, personally, and how you aiming to the same goal to, like, for example, Buddha, to compassion or sacrifice, like Jesus, because you spoke earlier about we are at the end of the day, like, not alone, but in this, I don't know, but uh, how do you, in a person? I'm sorry, it's a very personal question, but how do you feel on that question of, yeah? I don't know if you understand me.
I think I do, and I apologize if I didn't fully understand you. But so you referenced Carla Turner and how an alien showed her a sphere and something about recycling of souls. Now, it's been a while since I read that book, so I don't remember the exact details of that. And then you asked me, I think, something about, well, maybe you can clarify real quick. Are you asking if I am committed to escaping that reincarnation cycle, or are you asking what my...
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, and it is a personal question because I know a lot of people who can't stand this life and they wish nothing more than to get out of this matrix, get out of here because this place really sucks for them and they've dealt with a lot of adversity and they don't see anything good about the world. But on the other hand, I know a lot of people who are engaged with a very good part of creation and that they live in a more heavenly type life than a pure hell life. So I know that life entails, that it can include both the darkness and the light, and some people have more of one and some people have more of the other. Now, in my case, my point of view, just to be bluntly honest, I feel that the mission matters more than me. And I feel that, and it sounds like me trying to be humble bragging, but I'm not. I'm going to speak honest as you asked me. I feel like the future of humanity matters more than me. So if it requires that I incarnate here again and again and again for the good of that, I will gladly do it. And I've privately said to myself, not that I ever am giving permission by doing this, but if it requires that I go to hell for a very long time, if it means for the goodness of many people, then I will do it. But I don't actually literally agree to I don't give consent to do that. Just to be clear. So I've got sort of a perhaps even an unhealthy level of martyrdom aspect to me that I'm willing to go that far. So my whole life has been a delicate balance of trying to do good without shooting myself in the foot and preventing myself from being able to do good in the future down the line. I don't want to go that far, right? So you asked me, am I committed to getting out of here? I would say, to me, it doesn't matter as much because I feel like it's a privilege to be here and to kind of not to be crude, but to kick these beings in the balls while I'm within reach. And if I can do that for a quite long time to come, then so be it. And if I'm an immortal spirit, and if I can't truly die, then I'll return home eventually. But for right now, I'm on a mission, and I've got a job to do, and I'll do it no matter what it takes. So that's my honest answer.
Thank you for your answer. It's like a bodhisattva, and just your mic is on. Maybe give a little bit echo. But thank you, Tom, for your honest answer. Bodhisattva guy.
Yeah, that's how I feel, to be honest.
I love that answer, Tom, and I can totally see that in you. Our last hand for the night, so we can respect everyone's time, including Ulrich. Malleus, go ahead. Welcome to the space.
Thanks, Fringe. How you doing, guys? I wanted to, I guess, if I can close out, help Ron, close up the room by answering the question directly first, and then give a little bit more, right? So my understanding is that positive aliens don't intervene because they have intervened in the past, and every time they've tried, it's always been perverted, and negative entities have been able to kind of dig their claws in deeper. I had a room on this a few days ago where we talked about Yahweh and the Orion Empire, and about how the the Judaic religion effectively comes from a very positive attempt to helped humans at the time evolve to a point physically where they were able to, mentally, where they're able to grasp spiritual concepts. But then this genetic help was then perverted because the negative entities were able to kind of whisper in their ear and tempt them to see themselves as better than or stronger than or smarter than the rest of the humans that didn't receive this assistance. And the long story that is, eventually, because of the way that negatives were able to corrupt human beings, the positive entities, because of their respect for free will, had to step back. They had to disengage from the conversation. The negative entities then were able to step in and impersonate the positive entities, calling themselves Yahweh, right? And the part where we have, in the Old Testament, we have Moses receiving commandments that are in their nature negative but ape or imitate positive concepts, is kind of the most intensive part of this fight. But this is why I believe they don't intervene. The reason, all the reasons, apparently we live in a universe based on free will. Tom just indicated that he's familiar with this concept already because of his careful speech about consent. Positive entities will not try to talk you into being positive. What they'll do is they'll maximize your ability to choose for yourself. Negative entities will attempt to talk you into being negative while imitating or aping positive entities as far as possible. They'll say they're just leaving it up to you to choose, but then they're goading you or pushing you towards a negative side. And they do this unless the target is himself or herself already quite negative in orientation, at which point the negative influencer has no need to lie. They'll simply give negative philosophy directly as it is. The positive ETs generally don't show up in craft except very rarely, and only then in an attempt to prompt humans to wonder about other possibilities in the universe. Almost all abductions, as far as I understand, are negative. There's some record of what appear to be positive contact, but if you read them, you'll notice that free will was respected in those cases. A good example is the Betty and Barney Hill case. And my understanding is that every experience where free will was abrogated, where you have the abduction and then you have the kind of the examination experience where they're kind of prodded and poked, made to feel like an animal in a cage, or made to feel that they have no agency of what happens to them. My understanding, these are strongly negative experiences, and that's it. So, any questions on that? Any comments? Okay, yeah. So you kind of pointed to some of the problems with positive alien intervention, at least on a wide, massive scale. Where historically, if they try to seed a message, it typically tends to get corrupted and co-opted and then perverted. Which we've seen quite a bit, right? So yeah, I mean that's definitely an issue. And there's other issues too, which in the end, what it really leads to is that if they want to do something, if they want to intervene, typically it has to be covert and it has to be judicious, meaning that it tends to be on a case-by-case basis with individuals. And it's typically done with the minimal amount of cross-section or footprint possible, right? So if they can help someone without the person even realizing that they're being helped, they're going to do that. And we would never hear about it in the abduction data or the ufology field at all. And yet it could be happening by the hundreds of thousands, if not millions, for all we know, right? So, and that's what I mean by this invisible footprint. It's things that they don't want credit, they don't want to expose themselves, and yet, but they do want to have maximum effect for positive. And it's even better when people believe that they themselves are the ones doing it. And, I mean, it's not like we're strictly puppets and we have no free will and everything that's good comes from them. I mean, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying that they seem to have a Zen master's touch, like a Kung Fu master's touch, where it's like the slightest little thing and it has this massive effect. Okay, that seems to be how they operate. And one of the reasons why they can do that is because they have a high degree of intelligence, a high degree of psychic ability, and they're also on the side of even higher benevolent forces who have way more circumspection or perspicacity. Well, those are big words. I mean, perspective. They have a much bigger perspective of different timelines and futures and the way things are, like the real thing that's going on. Like in Gnosticism, when they talk about the Gnostic God, the different faces of the demiurge, you got the blind God, then you've got the idiot God, these different lower aspects of it. Well, that's sort of a reflection of how these negative forces operate. They
they might have extremely high IQs, they might have high technologies, but in the end, they are blind in a very critical way. They're blind even to their own internal spiritual emptiness or wounds, you could say, and that's why they do what they do. Is because they're unwilling, as little tiny fragments of the Creator, of acknowledging other fragments of creation. Right? There's this innate ignorance built into the very core of their being that they're unwilling to acknowledge. Now, in theory, it is possible that they could get to a point where they do realize the errors of their ways, but we can't really count on it. And so when we're talking about intervention by positive beings, yeah, like as I mentioned, typically it's on an individual case-by-case basis, because that's really the only way that you can customize the help to the individual in question, taking into account their soul history, what they're here to do, who they actually are on a soul level. That's the only way you can do it. And to try to do an intervention on a mass open scale, like, showing up in thousands of ships in the sky and giving us knowledge and technology and so on, I mean, that would just screw things up so badly, it's not even funny. Like, if you just think through the consequences of that, you'll realize it would destabilize the world way more than it would help. But here's the thing, though. If negative forces are going to do that anyway, then perhaps the more benevolent side might not be as restricted as they are right now, or maybe they'll feel like they have no choice but to be a little bit more open with their influences. And then in that case, the world will have many, many difficult decisions to make about what ideology or information to even listen to. So
I would
anyway.
actually be careful, because even if, for example, the negative entities were able to have some kind of grand message sent out, even then, I think that the positive entities would still, out of respect for free will, they might actually hold their hand back, because they need to allow us to make the choice for us. And there have been apparently planets that have chosen to go completely negative in the past, and even before they reached fourth density or the level of social memory complex. And so it really is up to us.
No, true, right. And I think it really depends on whether the negative alien stuff, how much their presence is a result of our consent and our free will. Okay, because if it is, then of course the other side wouldn't really have a legitimate claim to interfering with that. However, if the negative stuff is out of line and is suppressing our free will more than it ever needs to be, then any sort of minor intervention on their side, if it enables free will, if it levels the playing field even just a little bit, then I think they would do it. But I think they're extremely judicious about it.
And that is the key. So the negatives are only allowed to go so far as to shift the chances that we'll choose one or the other, further than 50-50. Like the positives, as far as I understand, they work to maintain a 50-50 balance as to our choice to negative or positive. And as soon as the negatives, who are always trying to game that choice, as soon as they're able to game it to like 51%, for example, the positives are allowed to step in, and they'll allow themselves to step in and reset the balance to 50-50.
Yeah. And figuratively speaking, because I mean, obviously, it's not like strictly 50. Like, it's not like the negatives try to go 50.999%, and therefore they're on the safe side. It's like just like a figurative number on that. But it's true that even in our own in our own personal lives, there's a lot of latitude allowed as to what we can experience in terms of suffering and pain and getting off track, right? But for a lot of us, there does seem to be a sort of safety net. It might not do much, but it's there. And there are forces that do step in when things cross a certain line. And the line is different for everyone based on what their needs are and how much they've already compromised themselves through really bad decisions and agreements that they've made with dark forces, whether consciously or not. So it's pretty complicated. And that's why it does have to be, as I mentioned, on an individual case-by-case basis. However, if humanity at large is funneled into a collective choice about that, I think the choice would have to be respected so long as it's a reasonably fair choice, right? So as long as the rules, regarding free will say that, yes, things are a little bit out of whack, so it's okay if you other guys kind of give a counter view just to level the playing field just a little bit, then I think that would be allowed. And I think we will probably end up seeing something like that if disclosure really blows up.
Yep, 100%. I've actually read that the negatives have considered the possibility of appearing in mass in alien craft in our skies and just taking us over by sheer force. But the problem then is how to restore free will, because if they don't take over, if they don't enslave us via our own free will, then they bear the karma for what happens to us as a result, and that impedes their progression toward the creator, and they're afraid of that. And so the challenge then would be how to restore free will. So they withhold from doing that, although the future is completely open. Who knows what might happen?
Yeah, and even if you don't believe in that stuff, that metaphysical cosmic stuff, even if you don't believe in it, even just from a purely strategic and logistical point of view, it makes sense that they would want our consent. Because it's way easier to pull a cow that's willing to walk with you than to pull a struggling cow, right? Because you'll never be able to pull it along. So yeah.
Exactly.
So just along those lines, Tom, to close it out, it's concerning to me because, we have so many people by the tens of thousands doing the CE5. We've got the Bledsoe stuff rolling out, and who knows what this movie is going to do. How many of us are going to give consent for this and to be looking to these negative aliens as our saviors? And at what point do we tip the scales where we literally got what we asked for and there is no help coming for us? What do you think about that?
Well,
oh, go ahead. Do you want to say something, Alice?
No, I was just going to say is you have agency over who you choose to give permission to. So you can literally, in your own mind right now, you can reach out to the positive entities, our positive brothers and sisters, and give them permission. And if enough of us do that in a positive way, there's the squaring effect, so that at some point, if enough of us literally give them explicit permission, the positive entities will come. They'll allow themselves to come.
That pretty much presumes that you know who the correct entities are. And if you do, if you're 100% accurate in your knowledge of it, okay, you know what? That probably would work. However, I would say that something along those lines, but a safer approach is to, okay, all right, so if they are benevolent, if they are positive, okay, then they are going to be in alignment with the same higher spiritual, the grand divine plan that you yourself are aligned with, right? So in theory, you wouldn't necessarily have to petition them. You would just have to align yourself with the highest creator divine good and maybe petition that. And then anything that's in alignment with that then could be sent to assist in that process. Maybe that would be a safer approach, perhaps.
Well, that's what I was saying. So you don't have to name them. What I'm saying, you don't have to make the decision. This one by this name is positive or negative. You can leave the judgment up to the creator. You can simply say, I give permission for all entities of equal or greater positivity than myself to influence this planet, right? For example, right? But you can leave the decision and the judgment up to the creator as well, and it works just the same. You don't have to worry about yourself trying to discern who's positive or negative.
Yeah, of course. And when you do that, it doesn't prevent the negative ones from coming in as imposters, pretending to answer your prayers, right? So in addition to what you just said, it definitely helps to do more research and to think more and to gain more knowledge and discernment, so that if the imitation does try to take advantage of that process, you'll still be able to see through it. And
we're right now talking about the Bledsoe case, and that's exactly what happened to Bledsoe. He wasn't praying to the lady. He wasn't praying to Hathor. He just prayed to whatever's out there. He had good intentions for himself. He wasn't praying for anything negative to come upon him. He was praying for something good to come, and look what happened. In come the lady. She just walked right in, took over his whole life. She had probably been orchestrating his life up until that point as well. To get back to my question, though, Tom, do you think there's a tipping point with humanity, looking to these things as our saviors and us forfeiting our help that we might otherwise have?
Yeah, I would say so. However, I do think that I think our population is going to be divided along what sides they take. Just like in politics, where you've got red versus blue and so on. And I think on any issue, any catalyst, you're going to get a polarization of the population. So you might get a certain percentage that reaches out to the Greys or the Guardians, and buys into all that. And so they're going to try to invite those in. And then you've got others who are more discerning, who might, reach out to the divine or reach out for truth and discernment and balance, and they might get a response too. So for all we know, we're going to get a response from multiple different sides converging at the same time. And, for all we know, it's not that the entire planet goes with one or the other. What if things get divided up or chopped up? Or what if some sort of war ensues between these converging influences, and it ends up being just like the ancient, biblical and pre-biblical times, where you've got these different gods and their respective tribes, and they're slaughtering each other. I mean, I don't know how it's going to look in a potentially post-disclosure, even post-apocalyptic scenario like that. But I do see that. I do see a potential where if things really go off track, we're going to revert to that old ancient tribalism thing, where once again we've got gods out in the open, directing different parts of humanity respectively towards an attempt to dominate the landscape of the planet.
Yay. Well, that's not a bad way to close out the Doom Room. Tom, thank you so much. Do you have any last words?
Well, I will say, however, that if enough of humanity does awaken, and if enough truth and knowledge does, go around, there is a potential that we could unite in a positive way, right? In a positive sense. And I mean, to be honest, I actually see some of that starting to happen. Like, I do see the little seeds starting to form for that. And so therefore, as much as we talk about doom here, I remain cautiously optimistic about it all.
That's awesome. Well, it's the doom that actually ushers in the discernment. I hope. I really hope. I hope that's what we're doing. At least just opening some minds. Hoping people keep an open mind and just entertaining some of the things we say in here, and diving into it for themselves and see what happens. So I hope that's what we're doing. And thank you again, Tom, so much for these spaces we've been doing. I think you're just bringing so much knowledge and experience to the community, and I think you've become very well respected, at least in the UFO Twitter circles. Everybody's looking forward to these spaces every month, and I hope they continue as long as they can. Thank you to Tiff and Ulrich and everyone who came up to speak and everyone who shared. We thank you so much for participating. We can't just do monologue spaces. I love the interaction and all the questions that we get. And Tom, thank you so much again for always being so well prepared and knowledgeable. And we hope to see you again next month. Good night, everybody.
Awesome space.